He plans. That's the main thing he does. He has a plan, and then he will lead the people through that plan that he has. The simple meaning, very simple meaning of strategy is a plan that is designed and good enough to take to war. That's basically where that comes from. But around the 1800s, businesses started to think of business, or businessmen and the business people started to think of business as war. And then they started to use the concepts like strategy. That's basically around the time you got the term entrepreneur from. English, Americans basically, they borrowed the word entrepreneur from the English, who borrowed it from the French, and basically they were using all sorts of different things. But in this case with strategy, it was the whole idea of we're seeing business and doing business as war. It's a series of battles. But a strategy is plan. You understand what I'm saying? A strategy is regardless of how complicated, complex, and very intricate and all that that anybody likes to make it sound. A strategy is a plan. Do you understand what I'm saying? Don't confuse yourself with all that highfalutin nonsense of, oh, strategy is systematic. It's a plan. Do you understand? If you were at war, it's a plan. If you're doing business, it's a plan. Do you understand what I'm saying? I try very hard to try and make things simple, and it is simple. It's a plan. Now, how many of you have ever hosted a party? Raise your hand if you ever hosted a party. And you hosted a party and you invited people. Okay. Now, when you sat down and said, what kind of party did you do? Was it a birthday? Something corporate, whatever it is. Okay, so you started with what? What did you start with? What did you start with? No. What did you start with before the plan? What did you start with? No. What did you start with? No. What we want to do. So we started with, oh, it's a party. No. Why do we want to have a party? Purpose, really. The reason, okay? So let's say it's a birthday party. So you wake up on the 5th of July. It's your birthday, okay? And you wake up and you say, oh, it's my birthday. This weekend I'm going to have a party. Step one, am I right? I'm going to be 40 years old. That's a big deal. So it's going to be what? It's going to be a big party, right? So what's next? The kind of party you want to have, right? That's the next step, right? Then we'll sit down and say, okay, we've decided that it's a big party. It's a big deal. And then we've decided the kind of party we want to have. The next step will be how. Are you getting what I'm saying? How. You see, this how part is where we sit down and we start to come up with a plan. So we're going to have canopies, we're going to have chairs, we're going to have food. Okay, so let's start with rentals and decorations. First things first, who is going to do this for us? What do we want it to look like? Okay, we don't know what it's going to look like. Let's find somebody whose job it is to tell us what it's going to look like. So we find somebody, he's a decorator, he's a whatever, he's an event planner. So he tells us, he gives us the design, amazing canopies, amazing whatever it is. And he tells us what it's going to look like. We say, okay, is that, yes, what's it going to cost? It's going to cost you like 500,000. Okay, cool. Then we take that and we'll put it aside, right? Then we'll move. And then we'll say food. What kind of food do we want? And then we'll put that aside. Then we'll say drinks. What kind of drinks do we want? We'll put that aside. We want chocolate fountain. We'll put that aside. Okay? Now, when you have seen everything that you want to do, you start to ask the question, how do we put all this together? Are you getting the picture that I'm trying to paint? Now, because I'm using something as simple as a birthday party so that you can actually follow the thinking. Let's take that and then let's throw it into business. So you have a business, right? And you're asking the question, I want to start selling bread, chocolate bread. That's the idea. Am I right? That's the idea. How? What would I need to do this? Where would I have to do this? Who are the people I would need to do this with? Right? Okay. So what I'm going to start to try and explain is this. Your strategy is a plan, but your plan is always based on an idea. There has to be a purpose. There has to be something that you're in pursuit of. Do you understand? There always has to be something that you are in pursuit of. So, for example, I want to start to bake, to sell bread. Do I have to bake the bread myself? No, not really. Okay, I can get into a partnership with somebody who bakes bread. Yes, but then I'll tell them what kind of bread I want. All right. What are the modalities that will follow that kind of partnership? What are the things that I would need? Oh, I need money. Okay, I would need an office. Obviously, I need an office. What kind of office would I need? Where would I have that office? I would need internet presence. Where is that? You see all those things? The whole idea is to bring every single thing together in one concept. And the thing that helps you do that is your plan. Do you understand? When we say strategic thinking, we are saying a thing that is in alignment with the plan that you have. So we've already told ourselves, okay, this is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to achieve. You start to ask all the different questions that are necessary. The thinking is in alignment with what you want to achieve. The problem already is this. If you have a business and we are saying strategic thinking, it means you already have a plan. Do you understand? If we are going to talk about strategic thinking, it means you already have a plan. What we're talking about is, okay, so how do we execute this plan? That's where strategic thinking comes in. So we're asking ourselves all the different questions, all right? Now, I don't want to complicate this, so as I go along, I'm going to try and make it simple. I'm saying make it simple because it's a strategic thinking, as in the business. Can you move the slide for me, please? Okay. So, strategic thinking is thinking that is in alignment with what? With what? With your plan. So the first thing, you have to come up with a plan. You have to have a plan, right? That's the first step. Okay. So we ask the question, what exactly is strategic thinking? Or different dimensions of strategic thinking. There's what we call systems perspective. There's intent focus. There's intelligent opportunism. There's thinking in time. It is hypothesis driven. Now, I'm going to try and explain each one and put it in perspective as it would concern you. All right? So there's systems perspective, intent focus, intelligent opportunism, thinking in time, and it is hypothesis driven. Please change the slide. All right. So here we go. Strategic thinking invokes the capacity to be intelligently opportunistic. Let me explain. With an entrepreneur, one of the superpowers that you should have is intelligent opportunism. Let me explain what you mean by opportunism. You find an opportunity to do something, but opportunities don't come to you. You actually have to open your eyes, open your mind, look at the environment that you're in, scanning it, and asking yourself where the opportunities are. When we say intelligent opportunism, it means that certain things make themselves available to you. But the thing is, do you see them? Do you understand them? Do you realize that, oh, I can take advantage of this? That is why the concept of intelligence comes in. Intelligent opportunism, where you are looking at things that are happening. Take example, 2020, COVID. A lot of people cleaned out. So why they cleaned out? Because they saw something. They realized that there are many opportunities that you look at the thing and you're asking, how can I take advantage of this? What is there to take advantage of? Are you getting what I'm saying? Every time you see a calamity, know that some people are going to clean out. Every time you see a problem, know that some people are going to clean out. Every time you see a difficulty, know that some people are going to clean out. Just know that. But the thing is, how does that happen? Somebody tells you that it's, I was using the example of bread, making bread, Abi, and saying selling bread. So, you are in a particular area of Lagos, and you are there for a few days. And then you wake up one day and you say you want to eat bread. And then you start to walk and walk and walk and walk and walk. Where do they sell bread in this place? And somebody tells you that you have to go, you need to enter a bus and go there. You see that particular situation in itself, it is what we describe as an opportunity if you are a person that is thinking entrepreneurially. Because all the people in this whole area would have to actually travel a distance to buy bread. Are you getting what I'm saying? That's what we mean when we say intelligent opportunism. So how do you solve that problem? Because every time you solve a problem, you benefit. So how do you solve that problem? How would you solve that problem? Yeah? Anybody? Yes? How would you solve that problem?
It's an opportunity for you to start your own small business around that area so that people can patronize you instead of going miles to get what they needed.
Bread, right? Now, let's say you're in that area and then you let people know that if they need bread, they should let you know. You don't have to actually put money into it. Do you guys want bread? Yes. If you want bread, just call my number. I will bring it to your doorstep. Are you getting what I'm saying? That's what we mean by intelligent opportunism. Your eyes are open. Your mind is open. You're thinking. You're asking questions. If there's a problem somewhere, the benefit comes from solving that problem. You have to have a solution. Do you understand? I think it was about 2 years ago. One of my friends, I was in his place and we were talking. It was morning and we had to have breakfast. And he was saying that, it's been a long time he was eating there while going. I said, okay, that's true. I can't remember the last time I ate it. That's really cool. We need to do that. So, this area. And I was thinking, it's not impossible. Do you understand? There's some areas you won't see it. That's what I'm saying. Some areas you don't see it. We understand. So what we do? We went on Instagram and found this lady that is selling our going, that you order and then they will deliver it to your house, however you want it, with plantain, with yam, with this, with that, with bread, whatever it is you want. And she would deliver it. It's expensive, really expensive. And I thought, it's too expensive. It's too expensive. See, every time you put a price on something that you're selling, you have already defined who will buy it. Are you getting what I'm saying? Do you understand what I mean? Every time you put a price on something you're selling, you have already decided your market. Doing rentals, paying rent. They help you pay rent. Or they create a system for you to pay rent on a monthly basis, right? And then I was looking at the thing and I said, oh, this is cool. Oh, every month you can pay instead of waiting for a whole year to pay rent, right? And then I'm seeing 250, 350, 400 every month. I think the cheapest was like 180 or something every month. You see, automatically, while you're saying you want to make it easier for people to pay rent, you have defined the people that you're talking to. Are you getting what I'm saying? Already. So you listen to people say things like, we have this property at so and so, you can be a landlord. And then you hear them say 8 million for one thing. They've already told you who they are talking to. Are you get what I'm saying? So if it's not you, you just keep walking. Because not be you they talk to. Abi? When you are thinking of what you want to do and you find an opportunity, one of the first things you have to think is, who am I talking to? Who do I want to talk to? Do you know why? Take, for example, Dangote Group, for example. For example, Dangote Group is selling things that people need on a daily basis. Every single thing they're selling is things that people need on a daily basis. Salt, sugar, flour, blah, 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 blah. Things that people need on a bit. How much is salt?
Serial entrepreneur with vast experience.
How much is sugar? All those things are things that people will buy on a daily basis. You won't be surprised that he's a billionaire. Abi? Yeah. But then, when we talk about strategic thinking, think of what you want to achieve. Then think of the people that you want to sell this product to, the markets that you're in, right? And then think, how? How? You guys must have heard that thing about it takes 6 months for Rolls-Royce to make one car. And then it takes like 8 hours for one Toyota to be made, right? You've heard that, right? It's very interesting when you hear that it takes 6 months for one Rolls-Royce to be made, and it takes about 3 hours of the factory for a Toyota to be made. That's beautiful. But did you know that Toyota actually makes more money than Rolls-Royce every single year? Every single year. Make a whole lot of more money than Rolls-Royce. Because how many people will buy a Rolls-Royce? How many people will buy a Rolls-Royce? I was in New Jersey a few years ago, and there was this, it's a mall, a big mall. Now, think of the malls that you see. Look at the Ikeja Mall, for example. When you go inside the mall, you know that the passageway that you're passing, where you see stores here, right? Okay. So in the middle, along that way, they have cars parked. That was the first time I saw a Rolls-Royce Wraith. Rolls-Royce Wraith cost like $450,000. It's parked there. So you can look at it if you are interested, you want to buy. You walk, you turn, you see an Audi A8. It's parked there. You see a BMW M4. You see expensive cars. They're parked. You know, at first I thought, why am I in this mall? What did I define? This place not concern me now. Seriously. And I started to think it. Because I walked in and we're just walking around, just looking at stuff. Then we decided to turn into one store that sells clothes, jeans and all that. One pair of jeans, $4,000. I said, okay. They should have just put the signpost outside, you know, so that you will know that it's not for you. But here's what I'm saying. Intelligent opportunism. Every single thing that is going on, ask yourself, how can I take advantage of the opportunity that it creates? Every problem creates an opportunity. That's what we mean by intelligent opportunism. Then, of course, knowing new competitive areas, same ideas. Recognizing and taking advantage of newly emerging opportunities. I'm using the example of COVID again, right? Using the example of COVID. Then emphasizing on process approach. How How, when you talk about process, basically, how do we get it done from start to finish? That's basically what we're talking about. How do we do this thing? How do we optimize our process or processes? Okay. Then using cognitive concepts. I said I was going to simplify this, right? Okay. When you say cognitive concepts, basically we're talking about thinking. Critical thinking, strategic thinking, creative thinking, your ability to do the analysis whenever. Basically, when we say cognitive concepts, that's basically what we're talking about. Ability in finding different solutions for specific problems, interaction among strategies at different levels and between different units of organizations. You have paper? Do you have a pen? You do? Okay, because you're going to write down now. Let me show you something. Finding different solutions for specific problems. Okay. Interaction among strategies at different levels and between different units of organizations. Now, your business is young, if you have one, if you've started one. It is growing, if it's starting, right? So you're at the start-up stage. There are 4 levels of strategy. Is why I said, do you have paper? So that you put it down. There are 4 levels of strategy. The first level of strategy is what we describe as the corporate strategy. Now, corporate strategy, let me use an example. First holding, that's what it's called. First holding, as in First Bank. The holding group. So it's a group. Now, on that group, have First Bank and First whatever, and all the rest, and all the rest, and all the rest, right? Everything there under that one. You see, that's holding. It actually uses what we describe as a corporate strategy. Corporate strategies are for groups of companies that have other companies under them. So they come up with a plan and say, this is what we're going to do. And then it has to come down to the next level. So they will say, this year we're doing X, Y, Z. Then they will come down to the level of First Bank, for example, and say, this is what First Bank is going to do for the year. Are you getting what I'm saying? First level is corporate strategy. There's a plan at the top there. Then we have what we call organizational strategy. So those other companies that are at the bottom of it, that are part of that group, they have their own strategies. Each of them will have their own strategy. So you have the corporate strategy, then you have the organization strategy. So what will happen is the corporate strategy will say, this is what we're doing for the year. Then they will pass that down to First Bank. And First Bank will say, oh, okay, looking at that. So this is what you want to achieve. All right, then that means that we have to do X, Y, Z for the year. Are you get what I'm saying? So those ones will come up with their own strategy at their level. Then you have what we call functional strategy. The functional strategy is the strategy of every function within that company. So you have HR will have its own strategy. Operations will have a strategy. Finance will have a strategy. Who else is there? Facilities will have their strategy. IT will have their strategy. Whatever it is. All the different functions in the organization will have their own different strategies. All right? Then we have what we call operational strategy at the bottom. Operational strategy is the strategy that we execute to do the everyday activities that help us achieve that strategy at the very top. Are you getting what I'm saying? Do you understand? Okay, let me try and explain it easily. Operational strategy is how we go about doing the everyday things that help us achieve our goals. Operations. Operations is the daily activities of any organization. The daily activities of any organization. That's what operations are. So you have corporate strategy, then you have organizational strategy, then you have now. You understand that, right? So I can now explain interaction among strategies at different levels and between different units or organizations. I can explain this now because you understand that. So what happens is within an organization or within a business, HR strategy, finance strategy, IT strategy, whatever it is, for you to actually draw up your strategy and execute it, you're going to have to find out what other people, other functions are doing. All the strategies will interact. Are you get what I'm saying? All of them will interact because there's one objective that the organization has. It's not possible for HR to be doing its own thing and then finance is doing its own thing. Everybody is actually, it's at that level is what we call a synergy. Every single strategy is in what we describe as a synergistic relationship with every other strategy in the organization. Now, let me try and bring it down to regular thinking. When you have a business and you have different areas in your business, so there's one part of it that is purchasing, for example, procurement. So procurement is doing whatever it is doing, okay? Let's say you are buying farm produce, right? Let's say you're buying farm produce and you're exporting it. Let's say that's what you're doing. So you're going to buy farm produce from, let's say somewhere in Ondo State, right? So you're buying farm produce from there. One part of your business is responsible for doing that purchase, for that procurement. Are you getting what I'm saying? One part is doing that. But you see, for that one part to do it, that one part has to sit down with finance and ask questions. Am I right? Then that one part is going to sit down with operations and say, what's going on? How do we do this? How do we get this done? And then HR is sitting down there and saying, okay, procurement, there's a small problem. You guys don't have a particular staff that's a buyer or whatever it is. So we need to recruit a buyer for you. Are you getting what I'm saying? Every single function is connected to every other function. That's what we mean by interaction among strategies at different levels and between different units or organizations. Are you getting, is it clear? It's clear, okay. There is nothing in your business that stands on its own. It's always an interaction amongst different functions, different units, always. There's nothing that stands on its own. If you have a team or somebody who is responsible for a particular thing, that person cannot be, there's no lone wolf anywhere. Do you understand? Everything gets done because we get it done. Are you getting what I'm saying? That is why if you've ever worked in any of these companies, you see them do meetings on Mondays. What do you think they're doing? They're trying to get all of them, every single person, on the same page so that we know what we are doing. You're never doing anything by yourself. Are you getting what I'm saying? When it comes to strategy, okay, this is an opportunity to say this. Every organization, every business, regardless of the level, whether you're starting or you're at the top, every single business has two strategies at the beginning of every fiscal year. Two. There's what we call the competitive strategy. That is, how do we do this thing to make money? How do we increase our market share? How do we sell more? How do we reach more people? That's what we describe as the competitive strategy. Then we have what we call the collaborative strategy. Your collaborative strategy is, who are the people that we need to collaborate with for us to be able to get this thing done? Two strategies. Your competitive strategy and your what? Collaborative strategy. Your collaborative strategy is simply, who are those people or those organizations that we need to collaborate with for us to be able to achieve what we are telling ourselves that, oh, this is our goal. Are you getting what I'm saying? Put that at the back of your mind. Always have that at the back of your mind. Even if you are an individual running your business, you have to have a collaborative strategy. You're going to think, who am I going to partner with? Who am I going to get into business with? Every once in a while, you see one organization say so and so and so in collaboration with XYZ. That's basically what they're doing. That's what they're doing. They're actually executing what you describe as a collaborative strategy. Take Mr. Biggs. You remember Mr. Biggs? You would always find a Mr. Biggs in a mobile. Remember that? That's collaborative strategy. And then you will always find them say things like, maybe, what's their name? Is it Chicken Republic or any of the things like that? Your food. Coca-Cola. They don't sell Pepsi. You know that, right? Okay. That's what we describe as collaborative strategy. We want to actually achieve the goal that we've set, but we're asking the question, which or who do we collaborate with? Who do we get into business with for us to be able to achieve the thing we want to achieve? You don't get anything done by yourself. You get what I'm saying? You do not get anything done by yourself. You need to start to think differently. If you want to be in business, you need to start to think differently. From the very beginning that you are at right now, you need to start to think differently. Ask the questions that matter, the questions that wake you up in the middle of the night. Ask those questions. Yesterday or 2 days ago, I was saying that if you are selling the same thing as the other person, the business is the same business as the other person's business, why should anybody patronize you? What is the thing that makes you preferable? Why should anybody want your service instead of somebody else's service? Are you getting what I'm saying? What is the thing that makes you the go-to person? When we talk about strategic thinking, you already have a plan. You have a plan. Okay. How do we execute this plan? How? That is basically how you need to think. You need to start to think beyond just telling yourself, okay, we're in business, we're selling shoes. That's nice. Other people are selling shoes. What makes you different? What makes you amazing and awesome? Why would anybody cross the streets to come to your store? Do you understand? If you're thinking that, oh, our prices are low, like I said, what if the other guy reduces his own price? What if he lowers his own price? What will happen? Yeah. You need to understand that, look, man, I think that's why in the 1800s, these people started to think it as it's a war, because it is a war. Every time you win a particular customer, a particular client, you have won a battle, but the war is still raging. Abi, you've won a battle because that person could have gone anywhere else. But you have to ask, every time you walk into the supermarket and the person in the supermarket or one of the attendants is talking to you and he or she is rude, talking to you anyhow, as if you don't have an option, you know, it's because it's not business. You know that, right? Okay. But the question that you'll have to ask is, when it is the owner of the business that is rude to you and talking to you anyhow, you need to ask, now what's this person's plan? What exactly is your plan? Because unless there are no options, nobody should put up with it. Are you get what I'm saying? But this is how we think it. If I walk into a store and you're the owner and you're talking to customers anyhow and shouting at them and calling them nonsense names and you're rude generally, I'm going to tell myself that, okay, he's not talking to me, he's talking to them, and I will continue to shop. Are you get what I'm saying? But that's ridiculousness, because you need to ask yourself, this guy doesn't care if I'm here or not. Do you understand what I'm saying? This person does not care if I walk into this place or not, because they're thinking in their minds that if you don't buy, someone else will buy. But you see that if you don't buy, someone else will buy thing is a ridiculous, idiotic, moronic thing. Costco. Do you know Costco? Big wholesale. Costco doesn't advertise. They've never advertised. From day one, they've never advertised. It's word of mouth. Word of mouth. They have never advertised. They don't do adverts. They don't, nothing. It's word of mouth. I buy, and then I will tell you that, boss, you should go to Costco. Those guys are really good. It's word of mouth. Now, if I go to Costco and they talk to me anyhow, you need to start to think beyond how we see things on a daily basis. If you're going to be entrepreneurial, you're going to have to ask a lot of questions. Do you understand? You have to ask a lot of questions. And the main question you have to ask is, how do I achieve what I have set out to do? How? At some point in my life, there's nothing I haven't done. I mean, there's no industry I have not been in trying to do one thing or another. And in some cases, I realized why in some of those things I failed at it, and I was like, oh, okay, now I understand. Do you understand? There's some things. Here's the thing. You must know the place that you're in, and you must know what it would require from you. Have you seen any of those people who sell diesel, for example? So there's a ship that has come in, it has brought diesel in. So these guys find out that, okay, there's a ship that has brought diesel in. They're talking to the people that have imported it and all that. And those ones say, yes, and how much is it? They tell you, and it's okay. So you now, your job is to go and find who will buy it, right? So you're going to look for who will buy it, and you put your own markup. Let's say you say 20 naira. Let's just say 20 naira on each liter. Let's just say that. Let's say 20 naira on each liter. Do you know how many liters are there in a tanker? No, the 3,000 is a tanker. I mean tanker, the one that brought it. The vessel itself. Do you know how many? Okay. Let's say that you managed to sell 10 tankers. 33,000 times 10 is what? 330 times 20 naira. That's 6.6 million. And you know that except you're actually selling this thing via your company name or something like that, a lot of times we dodge taxes, Abby. Okay. Now, 6.6 M, and 1 kobo of that is not yours. You didn't import it. You didn't. Are you getting what I'm saying? Just to market. That's all you're doing. Just to market. You need to ask. You see, the kind of people who do those kind of things are people who are, they are people who push. They are people who will not accept no answer. If you say no, they come to the next person, boss, you can call, with you they talk at the salam and so and so. You say, well, we'll think about it, boss. How far? Are you get what I'm saying? They're not people that when you say, no, I don't want, they're like, I will say this today. They don't, that's the kind of thinking. So if you're not, that's what I was trying to explain to you 2 days ago. If you are not that kind of person, you can't do that kind of business. Are you getting what I'm saying? You cannot do that kind of business. But when we talk about thinking, you're going to ask, how exactly do we get this done? Analysis. I talked about collaboration right now, Abi. I talked about competitive strategy. Your competitive strategy would have to do with the market, would have to do with the product, would have to do with the people, would have to do with the place where you're selling it. Some of us who actually have businesses online, we depend on people seeing our business online because we don't see the people, we don't know who they are, but we're targeting Basically, just keep posting, keep posting. Somebody will see it and say, oh, I like this. Abi? Yes. But when it is not online and it is, I mean, you are doing this thing live, brick and mortar, it's different. You become a different kind of person to get that kind of thing done. A lot of us, business people in this world today, a lot of us have actually become very soft because we can sell stuff on social media. You have one page on Instagram that is telling people that they should come and buy your fried yam. And it's okay because people will see it. And then some people are calling you and all that. There's this woman that sells fried yam in Alausa. Where am I? Okay, Alausa. You know where Alausa is, right? Now, growing up, it was quite interesting. You'd see her in the morning, she would cut like 2 baths. You know those huge baths? There's yam in it, all cuts, like 3 of them, okay? In the afternoon, she has started another batch. She has fried those ones and sold it, okay? And then she's frying another one. Now, I used to always wonder, because if I'm the one you gave that kind of business to, the business goes suffer because I'm not that kind of person. I don't have that kind of drive. Are you get what I'm saying? But you on Instagram, how many yam will you sell? Think about it. How many will you sell? No, seriously, think about it. How many will you sell? That's what I'm saying. There are different ways to get certain things across. We move from one level to another, to another, to another. You see, I keep talking about products. I'm not even talking about service. I'm talking about products. You must start to think and ask the questions. W5H. Write a W, okay? Write a 5 like to the power of 5, okay? W to the power of 5, and then 1 big H, okay? Is that okay? Now, we start with what? What is this thing that I want to do? It's what we describe as the stage of conceptualizing. Somebody will tell you an idea they have. You're listening to the idea, and somewhere in your head, you're like, okay, this is nice, but bros, you have not thought this thing through. Are you get what I'm saying? You listen to it and you're like, this is a great idea. How are you going to get this thing done? And then they start to tell you, you're like, no, you never think this thing well. First things first is what? What is it? So we're talking about conceptualization. You need to understand what you want to do so well that if I wake you up at 3 a.m., you can explain it, you can describe it, you can tell me what it means. That's what conceptualization is. What is it? So when I advise people on business and startups and all that, and then they're telling me, oh, we want to start to do X, Y, Z, I ask them, explain it to me. That's what I say. Explain it. And then they explain it. And I'm that's not going to work. Like, how won't it work? You don't understand. I have to break it down, break it down. And then, oh, okay. I understand. Okay, so I have to go back and think this thing. Yes, you have to go back and think it again. First things first is what? Conceptualize. So we have the what, then we have the why. Why are you doing this thing? If you say, look, I'm doing it because I want to make money, there's nobody that's going to hold it against you because that's the reason you want to do it. Abby, that's the reason. If you say, look, all my reason, every reason I have here is to make money, it's beautiful. It's an amazing reason. It's a good one. It is a solid reason. But why do you want to do this thing? You see, reasons have consequences. Let me explain. have. The reasons will determine who you become in doing that thing. How many of you remember what Kuleshori was talking about? How many of you remember when he was talking about the kind of person that you are, the kind of thing that you will? You remember that? Lots of times we have all the skills in the world, but the kind of persons that we are, your values, that's a different thing. Do you understand? Now, if you are, a lot of you are you're starting stuff and you're going to be in business with people, with different people. You're going to partner with different people. Am I right? So your friend is there or somebody else, and you guys will start this business and all that. You see, your own values must match the values of the people you're doing business with. If you are in business or a particular business because you want to solve problems for the world, and then your guy is in business because he wants to make money, you cannot be a philanthropist. And you get what I'm saying? Because he doesn't want to be a philanthropist. He wants to make money. Meanwhile, you want to help people. You'll even sacrifice your own money to do it. He's not in that with you. Are you understand what I'm saying? You need to be in collaboration with a person who is thinking exactly what you are thinking. So I'm in it for the money. Bros, are you in it for the money? Yes, correct. That is why we're here. Nobody is trying to help anybody do anything. We are selling whatever it is we're selling to make money. Whatever services we're developing, it is for us to do X, Y, Z. Whoever it is you are in collaboration with must share your values. Are you getting what I'm saying? That is why one day you wake up and you find out that the guy has signed out all the money and he has run off. And you're wondering why. I thought we were friends. Of course you're friends, but what he's thinking is different from what you're thinking. Are you getting what I'm saying? That's why when we talk about, why are you doing this thing? Reasons have consequences. The values you're going to adopt along the way will be dependent on the reason you got into this thing. So we say what, we say why, we say when, timing. Why is it important? Why is the time or the timing important? How many of you have ever had to plant anything, as in crops and all that? How many of you? Okay. You realize that they tell you that there's a time of the year. Just tell me. Yeah? You realize that they tell you that at a particular time of the year is when you can plant so and so and so. Am I right? You know why you have to actually design your business with regards to that timing? Because you have to know when we can plant it, when we can harvest it, and when we can sell it, when we can plant again. Are you getting what I'm saying? So timing becomes important. Now, I do a lot of strategy analysis for organizations. And the time I see them most is at the end of the year when they are sitting down and doing their strategy sessions and all that for the next year, okay? So I see them a lot at the end of the year. I plan my year in such a way that you see that end of the year is dedicated to all that. So I'm seeing 10, 15, 20 different organizations between November and February. More than 20 sometimes. Because I understand when those kind of things will happen. So whatever it is I'm doing, I know that, oh, this particular time frame is for this. Do you understand? So when you are thinking of whatever it is you're doing, think when. Think timing. Those of you that are planning to do imports or exports or whatever it is, think timing. Do you understand? And you have to be a very critical thinker. You have to be a person who is thinking a lot of things, asking a lot of questions. A lot of questions. Do you understand what I'm saying? Asking a lot of questions. What, why, when, what's the next thing? Where? Where is important, are we? Where has to be important? Location, location, location. So is your business, can your business run online? That's location, right? Do you need a physical office? That's location. If you need a physical office, where would be best for you to have it? In Ikeja, in Surulere, on the island, in Ikorodu, wherever it is. Are you get what I'm saying? But let me explain something so you'll understand. How many of you have seen those people who make cakes, like wedding cakes and all that, and birthday cakes? You've seen them, Abi? Do you know that if you're making a wedding cake for somebody, you're going to have to give them to taste, Abi? You know that if we're doing a taste test for cakes, you actually would have to come to my place to taste the rain. Huh? The location becomes important in that regard. Am I right? As in where you are. There are people, somebody told me that she doesn't cross the third mainland bridge to the mainland. As you laugh, that's why I laugh. The first thing I asked was, but you travel now, how do you travel? Do you not go to the airport? But the truth of the matter is this, you need to understand the kind of people who are going to patronize your business. You need to understand the kind of people. It will determine where you should be, location. Do you understand? Think of the kind of business that you're going to set up. If it is something that's going to require a physical location, where is the best place for you to show up? So we have what? What? We have what after what? Why? Then we have when. Where was the last one? So timing is when. So it's what, why. Okay. Okay. There should be a who there somewhere. So who is basically you're going to deal with, that are going to connect to get this thing done? Who do I need to meet? Who do I need to talk to? Who do I need to collaborate with? Who do I be? That's basically all that, okay? People. Now, people are central to what you get done. There's some people that you have to connect to. There's some people that you have to connect to so they can connect you to the people that you need to connect to. I'll give you an example so you'll understand what I'm saying, and this is clear. There's a friend of mine, she was a marketer in a bank. And you know, they will always tell you, your target is 1 billion. Your target is, okay? Now, there are lots of different ways you can get that done. But if you want to talk to people who have 1 billion, there's a small problem. You have to go to where people who have 1 billion are. Abi? All right. Country club, boat club, whatever it is, you will find people who have billions, right? But you don't know them. They don't know you. So it is not people who have 1 billion that you'll be looking for. You'll be looking for people who know people who have 1 billion. Are you getting what I'm saying? You know why? Because if she has 1 billion and I know him and he knows her, I go to him, he will take me by the hand and give me access. Are you getting what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm saying? The people who know the people that you're looking for will give you access. If you go to a country club, you walk around. They don't know you. You have to find the people that know them so that those people will say, boss, come, let me introduce you to my uncle. Are you getting what I'm saying? They give you access. You need to find the kind of people who will give you access to the people that you need to meet. Are you getting what I'm saying? Then finally we talk about how. That's where strategic thinking comes in. How? How do we get this thing done? How are we going to do it? How? That's where the thinking comes in. I need you to understand that you see this W5H that I put like this, of course, you know what it means. You have to start to think whatever it is you're thinking in line with that. Do you understand? I'm going to take like 3-4 minutes to briefly just say something. I need you to understand this because 2 days ago when I was here, somebody was talking about risk and taking risks and all that, and a lot of you were shouting risk, risk, risk. Yes, you must take risks. You must be, okay, don't be afraid to fail. Amazing, awesome. But let me say something. You have paper, right? And you have pen. I need you to draw a circle. Draw a circle. Draw a circle and divide that circle into 3 parts. Anyhow you want to divide it, 3 equal parts. Anyhow you want to divide it. All right? Now, at one point, one of those divisions is what we describe as external guidance. Okay? External guidance. Is that okay? Have you written that? Have you written? Then the next one is internal processes. Internal processes. Quickly, quickly, quickly. And then the last one is trial and error. Trial and error. Okay? Is that okay? All right. So first thing is external guidance. External guidance is information. Everything you need to know. Right? So you want to do something. Everything you need to know about it. You're going to have to ask questions. However it is you're learning it, whether you went to a training, you went to a workshop, you're reading it, you saw it on Google, somebody explained it to you, you went to school, you got a degree for it, whatever it is, external guidance, all right? That's what it is, information. Internal processes is what you do with the information that you have. How do you convert this information to something that's useful to you? Do you understand? When I learn something, what do I do with it? What can I do with it? How useful is it to me? That's what we mean by internal processes. So you are actually rolling that thing up in your head and asking the question, what does this do for me? How can I use this? What does this help me do? Okay? That's internal processes. Then there's trial and error. Do you know when we do trial and error? When we do not know what to do. We do trial and error when we don't know enough, when we don't understand enough, when we can't do enough. That's when we do trial and error. You know that, right? That's when we do trial and error. You don't do trial and error when you know. Experiments, for example, scientists, laboratory, whatever it is, the reason you have experiments is simply because they don't know. So they're trying to find out. Are you getting what I'm saying? Now, the more external guidance you have, information, right? The more internal processes you can actually create, the less trial and error you will do. Are you getting what I'm saying? You see, when people talk about failure and risks and all that, the kind of risks you take are the kind of risks that if you take this risk and something goes wrong, you will be able to walk away from it. Are you get what I'm saying? See, when people tell you things like, don't be afraid to make mistakes, don't be afraid to take risks, it's good. But listen, there's some mistakes you can't walk away from. There's some failures you cannot come back from. Imagine you are on a plane, they give you a parachute, you jump out of the plane at 15,000 feet, you pull the ripcord, and it doesn't deploy. You see that? You can't come back from that, regardless of the reason it happened. Are you get what I'm saying? There's some mistakes you can't come back from. So when we're talking about making mistakes, we need to understand that if you want to do something, know enough to start. Then as you're going, learn more so you can keep moving. Do you understand what I'm saying? There's no such thing as, I'm going to learn from my failure. You will learn. If you fail, you should learn why you failed. That's what happened. If you know why you failed, that's where the learning comes from. If you do not know why you failed, you have failed because there's no learning. There's nothing to tell you that, this failure has helped me do one thing. If you do not know why you failed, you have not learned anything. Are you getting what I'm saying? You take risks, but take the kind of risks that are calculated. That's the kind of risks we take. Do you understand? Risk has to be calculated. You don't just jump into it. It has to be calculated. Some of us were thinking of the benefits that are in whatever it is we want to do. First, you have, let me see. First, you have, the reason we're actually taking the risk. For example, if I tell you, right, that if you give me 10 million, I will give you 50 million in 1 month. Okay, let's just say that. Do you know what you're thinking of? What you're thinking of is the 50 million. That's what you're thinking of. That's basically what you're thinking. It's what we call the incentive for risk, the reason why we will take the risk. But then there's what we call this analysis or the measurement of risk. Analysis or measurement of risk. So the first one is the incentive for risk. That's the 50 million you're going to get in 1 month if you give me 10 million, right? Then there's the analysis of risk. The question you'll ask is, can I get my 10 million back if this thing fails? They say no. You're like, okay, what are my chances of making this 50 million? They say your chances are like 10%. But do you know that even if the chances are 10% to make the 50 million, some people will still do it? Why? Because of the incentive for risk. Because that's what they're paying attention to. They're not thinking of, oh, I'm going to lose this 10 million that I already have in my hand. Then, of course, you have to ask the question, if I am going to take a particular risk, what tells me that, oh, it's okay to take this risk? There's what we call appetite for risk. Some people have a higher risk appetite than some other people. Do you understand? There's some people who, if you tell them that, look, man, 5% chance of winning this 100 million, but then if you don't win it, you're going to lose 10 million. They are more than happy because it's the 100 million they're thinking. They're not thinking that they're going to lose the money they already have. So somebody tells you, take a risk. It depends on the kind of person that you are. Do you understand? What is your own appetite for risk? If you're starting a business, for example, right? You're starting a business and somebody lends you 20 million to start the business. What kind of risk are you going to take? It's not your money. What kind of risk are you going to take? I'm asking. Are you going to take the kind of risk that guarantees that, this money I go lose them? I need you to think about this thing. Elon Musk was at this university in the US. They were doing one of those commencements, whatever, and he was telling them that if you want to succeed in this life, you have to risk everything, risk everything, risk everything, risk everything. And it's very interesting when you hear things. Very interesting. Tesla was losing $13 million a day till they hit 1.7 billion in losses. And at that point, they still hadn't achieved what they wanted to achieve. It's investors' money. It wasn't coming out of Elon Musk's pocket. But he's telling you to risk the 5M or 10M that you borrowed. Now risk everything. That's investors' money. It's not his. Are you get what I'm saying? Right now, they're making it back. They made it back over and over again. But the question is, if you're going to risk something, ask yourself, if I lose this thing, will I be able to sleep at night? There's some kind of losses that, look, man, you just start wandering in traffic on the highway. Are you getting what I'm saying? So, this is what I'm trying to say. When you're thinking of what you want to do, think of how you keep yourself safe. Think of how you keep your, shock absorbers, because you're going to make mistakes. But you should look at failure is unacceptable when it is avoidable. Are you get what I'm saying? When you could have done something to avoid it, it's unacceptable. But you're going to fail. You will fail, whether in small ways or in big ways and all that. And my hope is when you fail, you will learn why you failed so that it doesn't happen to you anymore. And it doesn't happen to anybody that you can advise anymore. Are you get what I'm saying? So when we talk about thinking, talk about strategic thinking, talk about all that, you have to become the kind of person that is asking questions. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you understand me? Have I said something that you can use today? Have I said something that you can take and convert to tools? I have? Okay, cool. So my job is done. Thank you very much. The phone is on the stick.
Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we can do better than that. Thank you very much. All right, like I said, today is packed full, and we are going to be having more of this kind of interaction as we go. Attempt my song again. Ẹ̀yin tèmi báwo ni o? Is this how you people used to sing in Lagos? Ẹ̀yin tèmi báwo ni o? This is the only person feeling the song. Can we all stand up and just move around a little bit before we get into the next session? If there are choristers here, please come to the front. Let me demonstrate for you guys. Are you ready? 2, 3, go. Ẹ̀yin tèmi báwo ni o ṣe wà? All right. Ẹ̀yin tèmi báwo ni o? Let's give ourselves a conference clap. Please take your seat. At this point, I'm going to invite to the microphone our leader, my leader, the CEO of the CEOs, as I call him, to come and do us the honor of anchoring the next phase. Honorable Dayo Israel.
Thank you. Thank you very much, NJ. Thank you, Amaka. Thank you, all the team, for doing a wonderful work, except for not putting my brother's photo, which is been fighting me about. But I know he has forgiven me. Ladies and gentlemen, I spoke to you about somebody yesterday that was coming from somewhere. What did I say? No, from where? From Ondo State. Who knows his name? Small Smart. Come and say what I said about him. Who can tell him? Let him hear, because he thinks I didn't talk about Oyakon.
You said, and I quote, I have a friend. He's coming from Ondo State. And if he's a billionaire, that's number one. He's an essay. And at the same time, you said, when he said he's coming, you said, no, you don't believe he's coming. He should have been here. But by the time he said he's around, you now say,
and we have two of my friends here. Tommy Smart Francis, the president of AYE, Africa's Young Entrepreneur, and he's also a powerful politician chopping money in those days. I also have my other friend and big brother, Mr. Mahmoud Tuko, billionaire founder of Ash Grove Group, and many, many things that I will say then. But right now, I want to set this place on fire. So all the way from, let me feel like a pastor now. All the way from the land of the Sunshine State. Please welcome with me one of Nigeria's pride, one of the future of our nation, entrepreneur par excellence, public servant. He has a video he wants to show, but I don't think the video will do justice like I'm doing now. Ladies and gentlemen, stand up on your feet and help me welcome my friend, my brother, the special advisor to the governor of Ondo State on entrepreneurship, money man, Somi Smart Francis. Make some noise, everybody.
Serial entrepreneur with vast experience.
Yeah. Let this video be showing us coming up.
He has developed and initiated several programs that were implemented
Please sit down,
in
please sit
different
down.
parts of Africa geared towards the growth and development of African entrepreneurs. He studied entrepreneurship in emerging economies at Harvard
See the fine boy
University
now.
and copywriting creative direction from AAA School of Advertising, Johannesburg, South Africa. He is the Special Advisor on Entrepreneurship and Innovation to the Ondo State Government, Nigeria, and Chairman of the Ondo State Entrepreneurship Agency, UNDIA, the first entrepreneurship agency in Nigeria. Dr. Sumi Smart Francis is the founder and president of Africa's Young Entrepreneurs, AYE, the foremost entrepreneurship organization in Africa with footprints in 20 countries across the continent. Dr. Sumi Smart Francis is the Chief Visionary Officer of the world's first entrepreneurship village, which is fondly known as Africa's Silicon Valley, a haven for great innovation, creativity, collaboration, technology, and knowledge transfer. A TEDx speaker, Dr. Sumi Smart Francis is the first honorary doctor of entrepreneurship in Nigeria. He was recognized and awarded by TB University, Brooklyn, USA. He is a recipient of several awards and certifications globally. Dr. Sumi Smart Francis is a visionary leader, continent builder, Pan-African, philanthropist, and creative enthusiast. He lives daily by his mantra that says, I am Sumi Smart Francis, and I am nothing without God.
Good morning, everyone. I saw they taught you how to clap in primary school. They say it's conference clap, Abi. Who taught you that? I want all the private school to clap. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Dio Israel, for trying to make it up with your words. He's a man of word, and I really appreciate you this morning. And so is the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and so is the party, the ruling party, Africa. Africa, sorry. Anytime I see A, I just call Africa because I'm a Pan-African, but the APC party. Thank you for putting this, and thank you for doing things differently. Realizing that, political parties don't be used as an instrument for campaign, but also as an instrument for development. So once again, let's put our hands together for him. And to all speakers who have spoken here today, thank you very much. Those listening to my voice online, different challenges or not to be here in Paris. Thank you for coming. But the greatest thanks is I came in here and I saw it drizzling. And I saw some of you, I was in the car and I saw some of you, I actually saw a lady, like the way she was running with her bag. You know when you have missed your lecture and it's your final, you know that final lecture that it's the highest score? That was the way she was running inside. I was so impressed that you have taken knowledge this serious. Guys, please appreciate yourself. Put your hands together for yourself. Honestly speaking, see, the deposit of what you have done, the withdrawal is in future. Honestly, you might not understand all these things that you are doing, but the universe responds to those that react. You have reacted to the universe by coming here. I'm sure when you woke up, a part of you said, maybe I should not come. Maybe I should leave today. Who felt like that this morning? I know. But guess what? When I come, and even when I speak to a multitude of thousands, I only speak to one person. I came here for only one person. When that one person gets me, I believe that Nigeria will change one person at a time. Enterprise skills development. Guess what? Whatever everybody has said, whatever skills you have been trained, if you do not have the DNA of an entrepreneur, it's a waste of time. They will show you philosophies. They will show you books. They will show you skills. But you know what happened? In the midst of everything, when life comes and the challenges really comes, is the DNA of an entrepreneur that keeps you going. Everything we learned in Harvard, we will forget to. Show the people know to talk on TGI you not go remember where you keep the jota yourself for the notes. But what you have inside of you is what will keep you going. Tell your neighbor, I'm ready. Now, you know why you are speaking like that? You are speaking like that because you do not understand that what you feed the universe will feed you back. Some of you think I can only express this when I'm in church, forgetting that church is the place of worship. You don't know, this is the place of business. And that is why some of you will go to church and say, I want to go there to prosper. I want to go there for money. I want to go there for this and that. No, don't get it twisted. I used to drum in my church overseas. And when I used to beat the drum, every time we want to, why kind of need to sing those songs that, like, ultimately roll so I can show my skills. Drummers, we used to toast from the drums. And I was wondering why you don't sing the kind of songs. I always try to convince the choir to like sing some particular kind of song until the pastor told me one day, he said, the song is not for you. The worship is for God. That thing changed my mindset. And that's why some of you will go to church or mosque. Church or Duleni. You've said it before. Raise your hand if you have said it before. You see, one Lord Joe, church or Duleni. Forgetting that church or mosque is not for you. It's for worship. This is the place where you confess as well, and the universe will feast you back. Tell your neighbor, I'm ready. You know why you are still saying it like that? Because some of the things I'm saying, you are thinking it's not my pastor standing in front of me. And I'm still repeating, what you feed the universe, it will feed you back. Tell your neighbor, I am ready for success. You know what I do everywhere I go? I look for people like you. And I'm feeding you under my mentorship program for free. So when I leave here, follow me. I said I came for a particular person. If it is you, we will make a date with destiny. Let me make something very clear. Some of you, God has made the appointment for you already. It is now left for you to react. You are thinking about the guy next to you. You descend them. But where is paining you? It's not paining that guy there. Some of you, your family is relying on you. Everything is on your head. You now came to a conference. You are minding that guy next to you. Tell your neighbor, I don't send you. Can I start? Do I have your permission to start? Dayo Israel, do I have your permission to light this room on fire? Let us go. Now, I said that the DNA of an entrepreneur is a very important feature that you must have. And one of the first things that must be in your DNA is that you must be creative. Honestly speaking, you must be creative. And if you look at the DNA, you see, you were created like God. He said, let us create man in our own image. And one of the first things that God is very clear about the God that we serve is that he's a very creative God. Oh, you don't believe me? Do me a favor then. The gentleman standing, or you please stand up. Yeah. Since you feel like God is not that creative, kindly reposition the mouth. Where would you have put the mouth if you were God? Show us a better place that the mouth can be. Try now. No, I don't like that. You're an entrepreneur, and I said you are creative. Try show us where a mouth can be. So you'll be talking from you kiss your wife from here or your girlfriend from here. You put food there, then where will you kiss? Let's put our hands together for him. He tried to be like that. Okay, you are laughing at him. My brother. Yes, tap him. I see he's writing where the mouth should be. Please stand up. Rename a lion. Give a lion a better name than God. Or maybe Adam did it anyway. So you rename a lion. We are waiting. Why is it taking you so long to rename a lion? We are still waiting for this guy to rename a lion. Okay, we'll wait too. Fearless. That is, can you see everybody's even disappointed? Sit down, don't even try again. You're calling it fearless is coming. Fearless is coming. What's fearless? Did the word lion not come before? Which came first, fearless or lion? Which came first? Fearless. What am I trying to say? From just this experiment, you can see how creative. Not just what God did on how he made man, but what he gave man to even create things. Adam is the one that called lion. You are a creative being. That idea of yours, that innovation of yours, with all the skills they have taught you, if you're not able to create it the way you want from your mind, nothing will work. Your DNA is very powerful. And the creativity in your DNA is so strong that you need to understand one thing, that creativity is seeing what others cannot see and thinking what others has never thought before. Those are the words. So when you look at your environment, make so much money at the creative. The funniest thing is that we have gotten into a world whereby even the stupid things become so creative. If anybody ever told me and Dayo Israel that a time would come, we will go and be sleeping in another person's house without knowing that person, We'll say, how will it happen? They will not, a stranger will just tell me this is the access code and I will go there, I will sleep. And I will not see the person and I will leave the key back without carrying the microwave. Airbnb. At a time will come whereby you will be dancing on TikTok and they will make money. How did these things happen? A time will come where all these yellow kabu will ignore them and you will press something on your phone and the cab will come where you are and it will take you to where you are going. Tell your neighbor, be creative. Creativity is one of the biggest gifts from God to make money. And the more you use it, the more you have it. So always find yourself in that place of creativity. Please, you can express your creativity. Ladies and gentlemen, another DNA of an entrepreneur is that they believe in their vision. A true entrepreneur believes in his vision. They have created it. You've created your own vision. You've created your own idea. You've created your own path. But they have a strong belief in it, even in their days of early beginning. Are you there? Let me share this one with you. Because sometimes you begin to doubt yourself, or you begin to doubt how far you should dream and how far you can believe in that vision. But when we went abroad many years ago, we are one of those that jackpot, then jackpot that. But that's another story for another day with another topic. And I had a sweet and cigarette table that I have to get there early in the morning. It's the subway. And you know these people that use train, maybe security guards, cleaners, they get to there very, very early in the morning. I will have to get there streaming early so that I can buy my cigarettes before they board the train. So you can imagine how early I wake every day. But fast forward to about probably 10 years ago, I can't remember, I'm not good with dates. And we were driving, Keck corner deployed. That was the junction where that table is. And as we're in the car, I looked at the side and I saw my table. And I told the guy, because the traffic light held us there, and I told the guy, hey, you're using my table, and he's looking at me, what's wrong with this one? Why? I was driven by a white chauffeur, and I had my cross protection aid. So how can you be, a white man is driving you, you have a CPE, you're in a nice car, you're telling me this is my table for sweet and cigarettes. And he was looking at me as if I was mad. And I said, because the light was going to open. And I said, please, you know what, quickly look under that table. You will find SSF Investments. Now, the guy didn't want to answer me. You know, he wants to be selling his own. I said, please, now this light is going to open. As he checked and he saw SSF Investment under that table, his expression, I had to tell the driver to park. He wanted to run mad, but I had to stop and I went to him. I said, listen very carefully. Of course, invested a bit, but I said these words. I said, even when I was selling sweet and cigarettes, it was called SSF Investments. Now, SSF Investments is what made me to be able to empower entrepreneurs that I formed an organization called AYE that became the largest entrepreneurship organization in Africa in 20 countries. Now, listen, the vision was there from sweet and cigarette, and I believed in it. Now, listen very carefully. I don't care what level you are right now. Stop thinking about the now and remember the future and hold yourself there. Leave yourself in the future. Tell your neighbor, I believe in my vision. Do you know why you are saying it like that? Because there's nothing you believe in. Maybe it's a small vision. Even the way you are saying it, you are not. Tell your neighbor, I believe in my vision. Do you know what belief does? It creates a reality that no one can take. I will get there very shortly. With this belief and you being able to say how much you believe in, do you know how mad a person must be and have sweet and cigarette and be calling it an investment company selling properties? Can you please rewind and imagine the kind of mindset I must have to have been able to do that? But do you know what God did to me to have that encounter again to see that particular table? Ladies and gentlemen, where you are now is not where you're going to be. But remember to always dress for where you are going to. If my shirt is torn and I'm holding a cutlass and I'm going like this, where am I going to? Tell me now, I'm holding a cutlass. Where am I going to? I'm going like this with a cutlass. Oh, when I change the movement like this, you now understand, Abby? I want to go and fight. Some of you want to start learning how to speak English when you become a billionaire. You want to start learning how to read your speech when you become a billionaire. If you believe in that vision, you would have prepared yourself for that job by now. It's such a disgrace that we have some governors that are now telling them how to do leadership, how to start reading books, how to a president starting how to do a speech, how to dress. What are you doing now? You know why you're behaving like this? Because you don't even believe that vision will come to reality. Oh, do you know the funniest thing? Even your enemies believe in your vision more than you. Should I shock you? Why do you think, that you're Israel? Leave her now. We go wait for her when you get there. Because they know that you're Israel. They could embarrass him now, but they know no touch her now. Now when he get there, now we go show him. Do you know the meaning of that statement? They know for the fact that you're going to get there. And you, that you're going to get there, you are saying it like this. Tell your neighbor, I believe in my vision. You are the next person. Number 2. Yes. I'm looking for maybe 10. Let me see 8 more slots and see what happens here. Number 3. An entrepreneur is not shy. I pity you. I don't know what they've taught you all these days. But if you're one of those that are shy, you see, the fact that you're a good Muslim or a born-again Christian does not need you to be cold. There's enough forces in this continent alone that does not want you to prosper. Tell your neighbor, I am hot. See, we need positive aggression to make things happen. No? Good is too quiet. That's why they keep Jesus now. They asked Jesus or Barnabas, the good one, they are quiet. Everybody shouted, Barnabas, the free Barnabas. Good is too quiet. Bad is loud. Gone are the days that any freaking bad person will come and do any aroma. Even the good, we must show them. Tell your neighbor, I am hot. It takes an aggressiveness to make things happen in this continent. Oh, you now say that, hey, they are doing political things. They are becoming governor. When they were voting, when they are doing word to word, where were you? You were cold. An entrepreneur is not shy. Thank you very much. Take number 3 like that. It's for you. He's not shy. He wasn't shy. Some of you, there's nothing wrong with you. You are too shy for success. You just be seeing, I don't want to talk. I don't want to do. And I spoke recently in a place, I spoke about a topic called the beggar's money. There are lessons you can take from a poor man. Do you know that? An ideology from the poor that can make anybody rich was what I taught that day. Do you know a beggar has no shame? A beggar is not shy. Go and learn it. In Lekki here, my security teams are pushing them. They don't care. They'll be knocking the window. Oh, God, I beg now. Oh, God, I beg. They are not shy. You are too shy. What's wrong with you? That gives you something to use in. It's called 3 seconds rule. Take it. It's a bonus. 3 seconds. From now on, because some of you have seen your girlfriend that you marry. This is your wife going, hey, should I talk? Should I not talk? Should I talk? Should I not talk? It will go. Destiny pass to you like that. This is the investor. So many speakers have come here. You have let them go. In your mind, if I had now, I would have collected this number. You see your life? I'm talking to you. You were too shy, too cold. You want that gift? 3 seconds rule. Should I tell you what you do? When you see that girl, that fine babe that you have been looking for, that investor and is going like this, and you're wondering, that same thing comes. Should I go? Should I not go? Should I go? Just do this. 1, 2, 3. Do it. From now on, anything that stops you, count 1, 2, 3, and what? Do it. Nothing will happen. Nothing will happen. Let me tell you one funny thing, no. None of us brought it from heaven, no. We made it here, and we made it even by mistake. Let me tell you the fact. It is favor. I don't know. Not be say we sabi pass you. Listen very carefully. So even when you see a billionaire and he's forming arrogance, remind him of his day of small beginnings. You were once like me, sir. I want to connect with you. 1, 2, 3, do it. Take number 4. Take number 4. Take number 4 like that. You want it? Take it like that. I'm coming. You can't want anything right now. You have to listen carefully to me. I'm not here to entertain you. We are going to break some chains that has been holding you behind. Listen very, very carefully. Listen. Hey, now listen to me. See, even the devil can bring you positive distractions. So you got to listen to it so that you can break out of these things. Some of you have lost business opportunities. You know I'm talking to you. You've lost relationships. You've lost your potential husband. You're a girl. You're saying, a woman is not supposed to talk. You see your potential fine boy. You let him go. Just go and twerk in his front a bit and say 1, 2, 3. You let him go. What's wrong with you? Take it from a beggar. You haven't noticed a beggar. I am begging. this needs for two reasons: to pray and to beg. To pray and to beg. Some of you are standing where you should be kneeling down. You have offended somebody to say sorry, your mouth is too heavy. You are shy to say sorry. Go there and kneel down, close the door. What you begged in private will be exposed in the public with prosperity. Some of you where you're supposed to go and say you are sorry, you know you have offended that boss. You have offended that friend, and you still need that boss. But your arrogancy or that shyness is not making, hey, he kill you there, oh, my brother. Tell your neighbor I'm hot. Can I go ahead? Another thing you must know is that an entrepreneur, in our DNA, we are outspoken. It is not coincidence that I speak like this. I am a figure of entrepreneurship in Africa. And that's why they call me the prophet of entrepreneurs. Listen, what you see here, I'm like you. I'm not bringing a book of philosophies. I'm giving you practical of what me and you are going through. Life, not how to make $1 million in 1 week. This is Africa. I'm telling you, in Africa where they will escort you outside and check the kind of car you brought. So if anybody is telling you do not dress well, you don't need to fake anything, now lie. When you make money, you can wear slippers. Now wear shoe. They say do like Mark Zuckerberg is wearing t-shirts. Go and wear t-shirts in Nigeria now. Package yourself. Look good. And remember what I said earlier. Dress for where you are going to. If you are going to be a CEO, then be like a CEO. Act like a CEO. Dress like one. Extremely, extremely important. The other DNA is that an entrepreneur is outspoken. You are very, very outspoken. Extremely outspoken. You know, since Dayo, we talk in UK, talk in Canada, talk in Australia, talk in there, talk in here. You're not saying Dayo. Why won't Dayo go up? Because we can hear his voice. Gone are the days that people make it being quiet. A patient dog will not see any bone. Listen carefully. The world has changed. Failure to adapt means failure to exist. If you do not follow what's happening now, bye. They are outspoken. Some of you, all you just need is to talk. And you get what you want. You kept it inside. You are coming. Yeah. May God forgive you. He's talking. Who is the guy? Have you gotten already? Take it like that. That's how it is. These are practical. You talk, you get it. You know, some of you want it, but you are doing big boy for success. Let's continue. You will see. You will see. Outspoken. It has saved me before. I used to work in one company like that. Freaking company. They will drop us a month to be sharing flyers. But let me share one funny thing that used to happen. This is in South Africa. You know, they are very xenophobic. I hope this video is not going to them. Well, I'm sorry, guys, but I hope you have changed. But listen to this. In the taxis there, once you speak English, you are in trouble. Hey? When those Zulu taxi drivers know that you are especially the area that you are Nigerian, bye. They can even drive you to the bus stop. They will do many things. Long story. You are in trouble. Just know you're in trouble. So every time, and when you enter the car, you can each stop with, maybe when you say traffic light, you just say traffic light, you stop. Then if you see a street, you can say short right or short left, determine where the street is. So I've learned all those words that I don't want to allow. Let them not go and beat me that I'm a foreigner. So anywhere you go, traffic light, the bus will stop. Short right, it will stop. Short left, it do what? Stop. I now got this job where it's on the freeway, on the express. No traffic lights. No shop right. No shop left. When I now enter the bus every time, they will now stop me far. Before I will see a traffic light. After they have left the freeway, I will now walk back. It's like I walk back home, the distance. Why am I entering? Even at some point, I told my girlfriend then. I said, my ex-girlfriend, before my wife says what's happening. And I said to my ex-girlfriend, I said, you know, I don't think I should go to work anymore. Or maybe I should just work from home and be working there. She's like, that's so far. I'm like, if you know the distance I used to walk, even when I take these foolish buses. She's like, what's wrong? I said, because in that bus, I don't see anything. That no street, no traffic lights. She now said, check well. When you enter that bus, you will see something. I said, no, there's something. There is a bridge. I used to see a bridge. A bridge on top. We used to drive over a bridge. So she said, oh, man, then that's easy. Say a Pansigo bridge. That means under the bridge. Then they will stop. I'm like, really? Apasigo Bridge. Yes, Apasigo Bridge. Oh, no, okay, fine. Please don't share anything now. I told you positive distraction can come from the devil. It's not the that brought that food. I'm telling you. Or eat the bread if it's bread that you want. You don't share anything when I'm speaking. And if you're a usher, this is the time to open your ears, not to go around. I'm going to finish very soon because the message might even be for you. So everybody just stay where you are and listen. As we were going, Apasigo Bridge, Apasigo Bridge, Apasigo Bridge, Apasigo Bridge, Apasigo Bridge, Apasigo Bridge. You know, I'm saying it is Apasigo. And as for the bridge, ladies and gentlemen, I forgot Apasigo Bridge. Ha! Bridge Jerry. Bridge what? Bridge what? Ah! See, and I was thinking about the distance and I'm going to walk back again. My shoe has bent, everything finished. My shirt, when I get to the office, I'm sweating. I'm like, God, bridge, Kenny, bridge, pants, bridge. And it was getting close. You know, freeway now is flying the driver. And it was getting too much. But the DNA of an entrepreneur in me, that is in you as well. I just shouted, bridge. Ladies and gentlemen, the driver stopped. He might not understand the language, but I said he stopped. Now there are some things in your life, all you need to do is shout, and it will stop. It might be an abuse you're going through in your business. All you need to do is shout, and it will stop. It might be profit you are looking for in your business. All you do is to shout, and it will stop. Stand up and shout. Not find these ones in the textbook. But him and Dayo and every other one here, they know that I'm telling you the truth. There are times he needed to speak out. There are times he needed to speak out. I am telling you, the marketplace is aggressive. Tell your neighbor, shout. Please sit down. We are getting there. We are almost done as I begin to round up. Ladies and gentlemen, another DNA you must know is this, that an entrepreneur is tenacious. Very, very. You see that tenacity that you think that is just by the way, it's one of the most important attributes you must have. Tenacity. See, listen very carefully what you must do. This one will just give you easily, no long story. Somebody comes to your door and knock. What will you do? You what? You open, Abby, because they're knocking. My godfather said it is hard to wake a person pretending to sleep. You don't know. He's pretending to sleep now. So even when you are saying, go, he will just pretend there. He will not answer, he will turn again. Some of you are just trying to pretend, you are trying to wake somebody who is pretending to sleep. They don't want to help you, they don't want to help you. They know. So they saw the message. They didn't see it. They saw it, they didn't respond. They know they are pretending to what? To sleep. But let me tell you what you must do. If somebody's at your door doing this, for heaven's sake, can you even sleep? The universe will do what? Open! Understand that the basket of life is full of yes and no's. Follow me here, follow me here. When you go into that basket, listen here, and you begin to get no. Every time you get no. Abi, you go somewhere, you get no. You want to get a business, you get no. Every time, no. What is happening? No. You're getting the no. You're getting the no. What is left in the basket? Yes, it's left in the basket. Every no you get is taking you closer to your yes. Understand this philosophy. So every time you go somewhere, they say, no, we are not doing. Say, well, number one, no, gone. Man, they do. No, I'm not doing. No, again, gone. See, start extracting your nose. Get it with pleasure. Tell your neighbor, I want the nose to my yes. This is the reality of life. I am telling you for freaking sake. You will not remember textbook. Oh. By the time you say, oh, God cannot see you, what textbook self-knowledge, with all those skills, everything we forget. But you will remember this. I say, tell your God, say I'm outside, say. I say, oh, madam, tell your guy, man. Tell your neighbor I am hot. Ladies and gentlemen, an entrepreneur has a powerful mind. is one of our biggest DNA, the power of our imagination. Imagination is the soil that brings the impossible to life. You need it. Some of you are too scared to even imagine. You think it's a mistake that God gave you that power to imagine things. God would have limited your imagination if He wanted to put you. But He gave you the power to even think that maybe it's not God. You know how it is. Don't you understand that you have the biggest thing you can use? Oh, and you know the painful thing about your Israel? Some people use their imagination to worry. Worry is a waste of imagination. And do you know the painful thing about the brain? The brain cannot distinguish the difference between when you are facing a problem or when you are thinking of the problem. It releases the same hormone. The brain cannot distinguish whether this 1 million naira enter your account or when you are thinking of the 1 million naira will enter. It will give you the same. So why you not start thinking that it will enter? Are you following me? Why you not thinking that that business is working? You can call to reality your business through your imagination. You can begin to call what you want through your imagination. Ladies and gentlemen, use your imagination well. Stop worrying about things and letting things block what is possible. Listen, imagine if we paid for imagination. God, may you open it. Imagine if you are paying. It's free. Use it. And to enter inside that bus, says my Rolls Royce. My Rolls Royce is coming. You are calling it. It works. We did it. So stop imagining what? No, use it. There was a time when I was so freaking poor. I would say the third car that passed will be my car. The one stupid car will pass. I said, no. You have not played the car games before. We have now. You have not spent another person's money before. That somebody will win like $25 million. You'll be like, if Nami win that money, I could do like this, I could do like this. Use your imagination. Tell your neighbor, use your imagination for freaking sake. I like you added freaking sake, Abi. That's for you. That's for you. Don't swear, oh, freaking last, oh, freaky, Abi. Ladies and gentlemen, do you want the last one? The last one I am giving to you. Oh my God. Maybe I should not give it to you. You want it behaving like that? Without aggressor? See, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Listen to this very, very well. You want it. You see my leg is shaking. Because you know the funniest thing about life. Please don't disturb them. Leave my people alone. Just leave my people alone. Do you know that knowledge is the most powerful gift you can ever give? My teacher told me this is a cell phone. Even if I fight with her, she calls this a bottle of water and a lie. I know already it's a cell phone. Once given, it can never be taken back. What I'm about to give you, even if I verse for you, if you give me back. Once you know it, you don't know it. I don't think I want to give you this last one. Then tell your neighbor, I am hot. I am hot for knowledge. I am hot. Madam, take number 6. Take it. The last thing I want to tell you is this. The DNA that you must have to succeed in life, and I will give you with a story, listen carefully, is to believe in yourself. You've heard it many times before. Many people have said it, but let me give you practical. You don't even need to write it because you've heard it many times. I will give you practical so you can understand what I'm saying. When things started making well for us abroad, we now made money. Everything was fine. Me and my best friend there is late. May his soul rest in peace. Lookman. Myself and Lookman said, we gone. We must protect this house. We got a house. We must protect the house. You know, we have to protect it. We used to own a club called Crook Nest, you know, from getting firearm license to everything. That one did not reach us. We said we want a dog. That we must get a dog. He said, not even sitting there anymore. That's what knowledge does. They said we said we wanted a dog to protect the house. But we're thinking, if we don't buy puppy and thief come, the time the puppy was still growing, what will happen? They will shoot the puppy, shoot us. Then let's go and get a big dog. But there's only a place how you can get a big dog. It's through adoption. So there's a place called SPCA where they protect, those abused dogs or something happened, you go there and adopt a dog. So yes, me and my friend has agreed that, Omo, let's go to SPCA and get a very big dog. So we went to SPCA. Listen, this is the last thing I'm saying and I'm off this stage. We went to SPCA and we'll be checking cage by cage which dog to adopt. We'll be checking, is this so? So when the white woman is not looking at us, we'll be like, we will do this to the dog to see if he's aggressive. When he's back, we're like, okay. But you must not show, if you show that you want to get them for such things, they will say, you must do like you're a dog lover. Oh, I love dog, so they will not give you the dog. Because you don't pay, it's adoption. So as we're going, we just saw one dog, like lying far in the cage alone. No other dogs in that dog. We're like, what's that hole in this dog? They say it's a bullet hole. Bullet. Okay. What happened? They said thief came and he attacked the thief and they shot the dog. They shot the dog. What happened to the thief? He killed two. He killed okay. But me, I look on casino, come on. He's so involved with us. He was just giving us history. This dog. It's like, the dog must be really, really hot now. We would like to show the dog love. The lady's like, really? Tracy? Nobody wants Tracy. I'm like, no, Tracy. It's not. Tracy is emotionally clinical. I said everything. Say, okay, you can fill the form. Like, well, when we were not going, the dog, just the standing of the dog, not backing. Those kind of dog don't back. Those dogs are, your dog is still backing, a small dog. Those one does not need to back. They just stand. You will know. When that dog stood, I said, look, long. When I went to the place, fill the form, sign everything. Oh yeah, how are we going to carry the dog? But the good thing about SPCA is they'll put is it muffler? What they call that thing that they wear? Is it muffler? Muffler. Muzzle, okay. So they put that, is it muzzle or muffler? Muzzle, okay. So they put that muzzle in the dog. Guess what? To show you, and please follow, remember, imagination. So go to that space with me. This dog is so big, we had to use our bus to carry it. We had to remove the chairs. They remove all the chairs and put the dog. So you can imagine. So as we are going, even in a bus, with muscle in the mouth, we are still like, look, come on. Then the driver of the SPC, the driver is like, no, calm down. Even the driver is scared. That's where we now had the problem. Because normally they used to go and pick dog and everything. So we're now wondering, where is this driver? Sky, you're not supposed to be using. No, don't worry, just go. So how far is your house? It was just shouting, how far is your house? We now go to our house. They release the dog. The moment they release that muscle from the Tracy's mouth, thank you for remembering Tracy, we ran inside. Ladies and gentlemen, no jokes, true life story. Listen to this story very, very well. It changed everything about me. It can do the same for you. 2 weeks, we can't go out. 2 weeks. We were feeding Tracy from the window. Throw our meat, throw anything. But it now got to the stage that no food again, even when we were hungry. Say, Tracy on or something like, what is this? We started blaming each other. That, why did we do this? We're fighting with us over time. We fought. We're like, no, I will check for you when Tracy is sleeping. Then you drive out. So that was our routine. Look, man, we check. When I'm coming back home, look, let me check. And draw. We are waiting in the car for like 1 hour or something. They say, they will run inside. I will get inside the house. Every day. That is how we're living our life. To give you one story, one man called Goke, he came to visit us, just to give you an idea of the imagination of this dog. This man called us and said to me, Kilon Shele now. I said, what's up? He said, just help me bring my car, come my house. I'm like, your car, what's up to your car? See, my car, your house. Say, your car, my house. Where you can't do? Say, at their house. Wait, what happened? He said, don't tell me this guy, you don't know what he put for house. This guy came, saw the dog. I said, well, normally you say, open the door, come down. He saw the dog because it's a remote gate now. So Lookman opened the gate for him deliberately. He left the car. He did not go to the bus stop. He ran home. The view of that dog, like, I don't even want to wait on this road. He just said, bring my car. Now, SPCA came for the, not vaccination, that bullet hole. They're still treating it, to treat the hole. Listen very carefully. I spoke to the vet. I'm like, let me confess to you. This is what we have been going through in this house. We cannot eat. We cannot do even the food. And the way that dog eats, Like, God, I'm sure you guys have dogs. This is the biggest I've ever put us together. I'm like, we don't even understand. We're not sure if you can feed this dog. But the problem is this dog that is everything now. We have to hide. You know what that doctor said? The thing that scattered me is what I'm going to tell you now. The doctor said to me, you know, every dog sees every other person like another dog. Do you know that? So this dog sees itself as the alpha male in the house. That is where my head wants to scatter. This dog said things that is another dog, so it's the alpha male. Every one of you must bow. Me, so Miss Francis. If that's the case, so then if we are dogs, me, I will be the boss. No, I don't think you understand what I'm trying to say. If we are dogs, then I must be the boss. She's like, no, that's the thing. So he's the alpha male. When she left, I went into my bedroom. I said, look, I took my taser. Because I believe in myself, I am so Miss Francis, I am nothing without God. You will not be here and be the boss of this house. I took a taser and I went to the cage. Well, it was closed though. And it was backing, I was backing. It was backing, I was backing. It will come close, I will tase it. It will back, I will back. Ladies and gentlemen, there are some things in your life you need to back out. You are yourself. If you know yourself, you will know some things must not lead you. That dog, who won? I'm here today, I'm alive. Guess who won? Not me now. So at the end of the day, the dog went, it bowed. As big as it is, there are some things in your life. Go now and face it. You are not facing that fear. Believe in yourself. Go back to that fear and say, me, I will face you today, and begin to face it. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Sumi Smart Francis, and I am nothing without God. Thank you very much.
No, that is not enough. You are not backing. You are not facing that fear. You don't look like you want it. Make some noise, everybody. Wow. I told you. Please sit down, please sit down, please sit down. I told you. Let him sit first. Don't worry. He's not going yet. There's going to be time to network and photo. But how many of you were inspired? How many? I am charged. I told you today was going to be fire. And I told you that we're going to need a firefighter. I think that was exceptional. He was in Abuja. He came all the way from Abuja to attend the Lagos session. Please give yourself a big round of applause, everybody. How many of you are ready to face it? You're ready for the fire? Okay, I'm going to give the ushers 2 minutes to share the tea break. Ushers, you have 2 minutes because I don't want any interruption with our next speaker. I'm still taking every lesson from Sumi. Amazing session. How many of you are fired up? Ready to go? That's the spirit. That's the spirit. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. While the ushers are serving, I want everything done before I bring in my next speaker. I don't want any distraction. So I will take Amy. Can you let me know when the ushers are done? I will quickly take. Okay, I want 2 volunteers. Come and tell me what you learned from the last session. Oh. Come and tell me. 1 person. Yeah, Jack, come. What are you going on with while the ushers are doing their thing?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. My name is Abiola Muibatolaiton. In fact, it really inspired me because you have to believe in yourself. You have to face those challenges, those storms in your front. You have to let them. This storm cannot stop you. You have to move forward, no matter what it takes. One has to get to its point. You have to believe in yourself, stand firm on whatever you are doing. An entrepreneur doesn't fear anything. When you fall, you rise. You fall 10 times, you rise because failure is not our portion. We have to succeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Adebayo Gunjobi. So what I've learned, I just want to summarize, like challenge your challenger, face your fears. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Junaid Bisola. So sorry, I actually got a validation from his lecture, which says that as an entrepreneur, you don't need to be shy. Okay, so I am an entrepreneur, an online entrepreneur. Like I don't have a physical store. So there's something called content creation. And I remember that people put a lot of effort, a lot of effort and a lot of expenses on it. And some people will be like, you are doing too much. You are not this, you are not that. So I learned from him that as an entrepreneur, you should do anything to push your business forward. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ushers, are you done? Okay, 2 minutes more. Let me take one more person from this side. That lady there. Today is loaded, honestly. Honestly.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Mrs. Smith. What I learned from teaching is that we continue to know,
Awesome. Okay, any more? Go and meet them. Go and meet them. Take the mic to them.
Good morning,
Okay,
everyone.
I'm coming. I'll take that lady last.
According to what is being learned today from Dr. Somi, to cut the whole story short, anything DNA has to do with blood, a genetics. Because if you want to talk about the topic, we should look deep into the definition. So being a DNA entrepreneurship, to cut the whole story short, he taught us on how we can believe in ourselves. We should believe in ourselves, in our vision. And one thing about him that I studied about him, that he is acting like a pastor. Because according to, permit me to make mention of this. If you go to MFM, they don't joke, they don't play. They deal with fire. They pray an aggressive prayer. Because I've been there series of time. You have to be aggressive in your move. Even if you are sleeping, you have to walk and be aggressive. So to all of us, what is trying to say in essence is that we should believe in ourselves. We should not, because the Bible also confirms that knock and it shall be opened to you. Ask and it shall receive. We shouldn't keep our mouth shut, no matter the circumstances. We should make a move, and we shouldn't quit, because winners never quit, while quitters never win. Thank you.
Thank you, Yeti Bante. Okay, I think that's much I can take for now because of. Oh, okay.
What I learned in this lesson, the doctor's lesson, is that said we got imagination, that we should imagine the success. When you imagine the success, it will come to reality.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please give yourself a big round of applause. We're going to another session now, and our next speaker is another big brother of mine, another friend of mine that I have very great admiration for. Last year, March 2023, he received a petroleum mining lease, PML1. So if you hear Owepo, oil and gas, let me tell you a bit about it. He's an investor, so many of you are looking for investment. An award-winning C-suite executive with over 28 years of experience in the energy, maritime, and infrastructure sector of Nigeria. Prior to founding Ashgrove Group, which is his company now, a major private sector company in Nigeria, he was the MD CEO of Etana PLC. You know the Etana Petroleum, Etana Oil. That's the MD. An indigenous downstream company listed on the floor of the Nigerian Stock Exchange. Mahmoud spent 16 years as a board member, having initially served for 6 years as non-executive director, and then 10 years as managing director and chief executive of the organization. At the time of his appointment in 2010, when he became the MD of Etana, ladies and gentlemen, he was 37 years old. He was the youngest CEO of a publicly listed company in Nigeria. You see, say so we know they get closer. He served on the board of Bourbon Offshore PLC, Euronext Paris, for 8 years until May 2020, and as independent non-executive director and member of the board audit committee. Mahmood served as non-executive director on several other boards, including Habomet Nigeria Limited, a subsidiary of Julius Berger, TAF Nigeria Limited, Fuel Metric Nigeria Limited, Polysmart Nigeria, a leading recycling company. How many of you are smelling fuel? You didn't know you've been smelling fuel this morning. He's a joint honors graduate of accounting and management from the Business School of the University of Wales College, Cardiff. He's a member of the Institute of Director, a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Shipping in Nigeria, and a former member of the Governing Council of the Nigerian Chamber of Shipping. Mahmood is a recipient of the National Honor of the Officer of the Order of Mono of the Republic of Togo. See, he's not just dominating locally, he's an international king of oil and gas. He's fluent in several languages, including French, and enjoys mentoring young professionals, which is why he's here today. Please help me with a standing ovation and an applause. Welcome, one of my billionaire friends, proud of him, CEO of Ashgrove Group, a true son of Adamawa State. I can say Alhaji Mahmood Tuko. He would speak first and then we'll have a fireside chat after.
Thank you very much, my brother Dio.
Please, let's have a slide.
Our distinguished entrepreneurs, good morning. I think I'll start by saying by nature, I'm reserved, I'm quiet, I'm even shy. But today, I've heard the fire. I have felt the fire. And I think even I am going to change after today's session. Certain things I'm going to change because I was inspired by Dr. Julius. Thank you so much. So, Dr. Somi, thank you so much, my brother. Well spoken. My brother Dio, thank you for having me. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for braving the rain of Lagos. I'm a Lagosian like you. I was born in Lagos in 1973, though I left Lagos when I was 6, and I came back when I was 25. So I'm proud to be a Lagosian. This morning, I'm going to speak very briefly about Blue Ocean Strategy is the fireside chat, but I thought it would be interesting and important to just share a few slides, maybe 5-10 minutes, to put some context of what Blue Ocean is about, and also maybe just to share a few things about what you might be going through as entrepreneurs before I sit down with Honorable Dio for the fireside chat. And I'm looking forward to all the various questions that are going to be sent to me. So please bear with me while I flip across and able to start this presentation. So can we see it? Can we have the presentation, please? Are you loading? It's coming? Okay. Are you fearless? Have you found the lion in you? Grab it. We are waiting. Knock, 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 knock. Don't worry, they're feeling the pressure. Let's add prayer because we're nothing without God. Even technology needs God to work. So all the pastors in the room, let us start praying. Computer, please work. Microsoft, please download. Bill Gates, whoever you are, help us. I think maybe Elon Musk must be disrupting the computer. Maybe Starlink versus Main One. What's happening? Is there a problem with the file? Okay, we're on. Always, always. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your attention. I promise you, I will speak for a maximum of 10 minutes. And I crave your indulgence. Please lend me your ears. Listen to what I have to say, and hopefully I will try to impact you. Obviously, following a speaker who just spoke so eloquently before me is a difficult job, but I'll do my best. So please forgive me if I'm not able to instill the fire in you like you did. I will come in my own ocean blue, coolness, and then you can determine the two. So welcome to this EDET conference, fireside chat with my brother Dio. Next slide, please. This slide says, don't compete, create. Please remember the words. Don't compete, create. The previous speaker has spoken about how do you get on with things? How do you create your own value? What's inside you? Tell your neighbor next door you are going to succeed. So don't compete, create. Keep that in the back of your mind. Because you hear as entrepreneurs, when you say, how are you doing? We're hustling. You're competing. How am I? We're hustling. We're in Lagos. We're hustling. So that means you're competing. So stop competing, start creating. Stop competing, start creating. That's the mindset I want you to leave this room with. Don't compete, create. Next slide, please. Now, blue ocean strategy. So red versus blue. What is blue ocean strategy? To understand blue ocean strategy, we need to, first of all, look at what is red ocean. Key elements. Red ocean means you compete in an existing market. Blue ocean means you create uncontested, you create uncontested market space. What are you doing for yourself? Are you going to just continue doing what everybody's doing? Or are you going to say, in this market, I'm going to be different. I'm going to create something totally new. That's the difference between red and blue ocean when it comes to strategy and competing. Red ocean mind says, beat competition. Blue ocean strategy says, make the competition irrelevant. The competition irrelevant. The guy can do anything he's doing. You are not bothered about him. And I will show you many examples. I'll talk about, you'll see right in front of you how people made competition relevant. It's like, but actually it's all around you. You're just not thinking about it, maybe. Exploit existing demand. That is red ocean strategy. Blue ocean says, create and capture new demand. Yeah, create and capture new demand. Companies come up every day and you're astounded. Where has this company come from? Why are they doing so well? Because they are following the blue ocean strategy. They're capturing new demand. Make the value cost trade-off. That's red ocean strategy. Blue Ocean says, break the value cost trade-off. Break the value cost trade-off. Please put that in the back of your mind. Then it says, align, red strategy is align the systems, the whole system of a firm's activities with a strategic choice of a different, just a differentiation on low cost. Okay. Sorry, my eyes, when you get to 50 plus, I start going. Blue Ocean says align the whole system of a firm activities in pursuit of low cost. There are two different things, and I'll explain why. Next slide, please. So let's talk about this, creating uncontested market space. Let me ask you a question. How many of you here bank with First Bank? Raise your hand. How many of you bank with UBA? How many of you bank with Union Bank? Okay, very good. You can see, look around. How many of you bank with GTB? How many of you bank with Access Bank? How many of you bank with Providence Bank? Any other bank? Tell me. Come in. Fine. What's the message? Union Bank, First Bank, 100 years. 40 years ago, some audacious gentlemen, Mr. Foladiola, the late Tayo Adenirokun, set up GT Bank. They left Continental Merchant Bank. In fact, I can tell you a true story. My wife's older sister was their colleague at Continental. When they were leaving to go and set up GT Bank, and I asked her, please, can you come? She laughed at them, said, me, leave this fantastic Continental Merchant Bank and chase a dream of some young men. But they had that vision to found GT Bank. Now, they created their own Blue Ocean strategy. First Bank still exists. Union Bank is still here. What has GT Bank done? What have Access done? What have any other new banks done? They've created their own Blue Ocean strategy. So I'm just showing you that even within that banking space, and that today you have the likes of Providus, Wema, other new banks coming through all the time. How old is Providus Bank, for example? Less than 6 years old, 7 years old. Mortgage Bank to what they are today. They've created their own strategy. So it's working across board. Traditional banking versus fintech. How many of you have money point accounts? OPay, all the others, Baga, all of them, right? You use those for your businesses versus even going to traditional bank. Internationally, the likes of Revolut and Monzo have given Barclays, HSBC, and so on in the UK, and even globally, a run for their money. So they've created their own Blue Ocean strategy. They have made the competition irrelevant. Exactly. We're not worried about HSBC. Forget Barclays Bank. We will do our own banking. We'll create new markets. We'll make the competition irrelevant, and we'll get on with our business. So the message is, do not be afraid to be different. Do not be afraid to create your own Blue Ocean strategy. You don't have to be, you can do business unusual and you can succeed. E-commerce, Amazon. You see what Amazon has done. Amazon has touched many people's lives. And beyond that, when they started and people started competing, Amazon Prime has come, guaranteeing you next day delivery, creating value for you, giving you TV, giving you fresh produce, giving you so many things, and not worrying about what the competition is doing. Anybody, if it's like, I don't know, whoever it is that's doing another e-commerce can bring next day delivery. We're going to do better. We're going to give you more offering. We're going to create value for you as a customer. And that's what they've done. So what Amazon has done and why they've been successful is Blue Ocean strategy. FMCG. Coca-Cola is the biggest, right? But Biggie is doing well. Would Biggie have come into this market and done what they've done if they didn't believe in their own Blue Ocean strategy? Would you have said that, oh, there was space for between Coca-Cola and Pepsi have taken over the market? They have satisfied the entire market. That's what we were thinking before Biggie came along, correct? So some of you have drunk Biggie. Sorry, I don't drink because of sugar, but people drink Biggie. They're very successful. They've created their own market space. Coca-Cola is still here now. Pepsi is still here, but they're here surviving. So that shows you the evolution and how you can always create that blue ocean strategy. Nokia versus BlackBerry versus Apple. See how Nokia started. Some of you may not know that Nokia started actually as a paper manufacturing company in Finland. That's what they were doing. And then they evolved and started making phones. BlackBerry came. Remember BlackBerry? I mean, I think I stopped using a BlackBerry maybe 6 years ago. My generation loved it. You had the keyboard. You can type. You can send messenger, instant, security. But they missed what was happening. Apple came and took the entire market. If any of you have watched the BlackBerry movie, you know what I'm talking about. Please, if you have not watched it, I recommend it. Find that BlackBerry movie and watch it. Because as an entrepreneur, it will show you so many things, how you can be very successful and then you lose it all at once because you don't pay attention to what the competition is doing. You also don't pay attention to evolve. And that today, see how nobody can survive without a smartphone. BlackBerry missed that smartphone revolution. Apple said, BlackBerry, you are a competitor, but we're making you relevant. We're not paying attention. We are going to create our own product. Keyless. Everybody was keyboard. They said keyless. So you see how they made the competition irrelevant. Bolt. What did they do? The largest taxi company in the world that don't own any taxis. That was Blue Ocean strategy. We will meet the demands of people. We'll make sure that you can get from point A to point B and you don't have to own, we will not own a taxi. We will simply make entrepreneurs out of people who will deliver. Has it worked? Successfully, right? But, so Uber was the starter. Bolt came into the market. Bolt is doing some own things different and they still have their own market share. So where a market looks already crowded, don't be afraid. Think about your own Blue Ocean strategy. What are you going to do to meet the demands of your customers? How are you going to be different? That's the key thing. Downstream oil and gas, my natural domain, right? Just around the corner from here, Maryland, there used to be Mobile. It was knocked down. Yeah, you all remember. Total up the road has dominated this market for a long time, correct? But you've seen a new Northwest Petroleum station. They're here, they're there. They have taken over the market, right? They have created new demand. They have not worried. They were not worried about. Northwest Petroleum has less than 20 stations nationwide, but they have big stations. I happen to know because I know the company, right? Total has 500, 600 stations nationwide. So from a station perspective, Northwest is a baby compared to Total. Total is a global player. You agree? Total is quoted on the stock exchange. To all intents and purposes, Total is a much bigger company than Northwest. But did it stop Northwest coming to set up on this street and take them on? And are they taking them on? They're competing effectively. They've created their own strategy. So even around the corner from here, maybe it was the blessings from this church, I don't know, that went across. But it's just to show you, even where the market appears saturated, do not be afraid to venture. So if I can share anything with you, that's the message. This is what social strategy is all about. Ignore the competition. Make them irrelevant. Competition, irrelevant. Who are you? Where's the lion in you? Are you knocking on the door? Are you believing in yourself? That's the key thing. So I can go a little bit more into, I may not want to bore you, but talk about, what are the factors that the industry takes for granted? How do you terminate them? What are the factors that are well below the industry standards that you don't need? Which factors should the industry has never offered? This is what makes you different. So this is, the concept around value innovation. And if you look at this graph, can I have a look at the next page, please? So value innovation, looking at cost savings are made, right, by eliminating and reducing factors industry competes on. But buyer's value is lifted by raising and creating factors the industry has never offered. That's how you differentiate. Value creation. So you want to create value for customers at your own cost. If you focus your business around those key principles, you will evolve as a company. Then the last one I want to share, a little bit away from Blue Ocean, but let me talk to you guys as entrepreneurs. Can you see this, boss? Is that you? Omar Alaja, you are in charge. You are the entrepreneur, right? The business is growing. So I titled this slide, as you build. As you build your company, some of the things you might want to think about. So I've been working for almost 30 years. I started at the bottom from Youth Copper. Yes, I was a CEO. I was a CEO of a PLC. If I could dial back now and get some of those lessons, I would have been a better manager. But having learned some of the lessons in corporate, I can share with you. So ask yourself, as your business grows, think about the following things. It's very important to have the right legal advice. Company secretary. Things that you think is not necessary, have the right lawyer. Because with the right lawyer, you're going to sign the right agreement. An agreement is only what the piece of paper signed on. People sign agreements and forget about them. It's when you have a problem that you refer to the agreement. Then you say, I didn't know I signed this. So, I didn't know it was this. So, did you consult your lawyer? Did you consult the right lawyer? Because when people speak to me, I tell them, give me 10 problems, I will give you 10 lawyers. Because the lawyer is like your doctor. If something's wrong with your stomach, you don't go to an orthopedic surgeon, right? Something's wrong with your brain, you don't go to an ophthalmologist. So find the right lawyer who can advise you. Have the right company secretary so that regulatory compliance is very important. File your documents on time. Be compliant. This was going to help you because tomorrow, when somebody wants to do business with you, I'm sure all of you have heard of KYC, know your customer, compliance. Are you registered? Do you have tax clearance? Right? Have you filed your documents with FIRS? Have you filed with the CAC? These are very important things. You don't need to have all those people in-house. Outsourcing is fantastic. You need to think about the internal audit function. Who's coming to check your books? My father taught me one thing. Trust is good, control is better. Trust is good, control is better. You have an accountant, you trust him. Bring somebody externally to check once in a while. That is the control. Governance is very key. Do you have a board? If you think you're too small to have a board, do you have a board of advisors? Do you have people that you go to as an entrepreneur from time to time just to check what you're doing? Because if you are not subjecting yourself to checks and balances, you start to believe that hubris comes in. You're in charge. You're not accountable to anybody. Hey, I'm the boss. I'm the owner. It's my company. Why should I report to anybody? The moment you fail to account to people, then you start to drop standards. So have a board. Have people that you go to. Even governors today, they have advisory boards. If they listen to them, those advisory councils will come in. They have no vested interest in your company other than to tell you the truth. Tell you what you're doing right, what you're not doing right, and to advise you. Because that problem that you are sharing with 5 people, one of them may have a solution for you. That headache, the Panadol is with Mr. X, who's an independent non-executive director, or Mr. Y, who's a strategic advisor. Either they know one phone call, they call Dow Israel, problem is solved. You don't know Mr. Dow Israel, but your director might know him, right? Or they call Mr. X in Abuja, your problem is solved. So these are the things you need to think about. Don't carry that entire problem on your head. You see, you're the boss conductor, you're in charge. Omalaja, it's my company, it's my own. That's the mistake you make. Think about, we talked about tax. Process engineering, the earlier speaker spoke about that. Things that you do repetitively. Think about internal processes. If everything must come to you, things are not defined. If you don't have processes for day-to-day operations, you're wasting your time. Document them and let the system work. If everything revolves around you, that means that the day you die, the business dies. My former chairman taught me something. He said, success without succession is failure. Success without succession is failure. I left my job at Eternal in 2020. By 2018, I already had my successor in place. By 2018, I knew who I was going to hand over to, and we started that process. By the time I left, it was seamless. I gave him a 180-page handover note, detailed presentations, and I said, I'm still available, but I know you don't need me because we've been on this journey for a long time. And I started giving him jobs to do that he didn't even understand. Ige Mokode will tell you, when he was in GTB, as a banker, as a lawyer, Mr. Fola Ajola made it HR. And his first thought was, why are you putting me in HR? I'm not an HR person. I'm a banker. But when he became MD of Access Bank, he realized that moving around all these departments was his boss training him. They were training them for leadership. He was training them to take over GTB, but inside them said they had their own vision. Despite GTB's success, they left and set up Access Bank. And you see where Access Bank has got into today. You see? But inside successful bank, groomed to take over, their energy into it. So it shows you always think about never be afraid to hand over. Think about succession. This business should outlive me. How will it outlive me? If it's only around me and about me, it can never outlive me. We've talked about tax, board of directors, IT. We're all on our phone. Everything, IT governance, very important. How do you save documents? Where do you save documents? How are you protecting yourself against hacking? Because everything's in the cloud, where everything's on the phone. So you have to think about that. These are things that cybersecurity, if you've never been hacked before, wait and you see. The day that they lock up your system and tell you bring $1 million, otherwise you can't access your financials, you know you're in trouble. So always, all of these things as an entrepreneur, they look like cost. But tell me, believe in me, the cost of that service, compare that to the cost of dealing with a hack. It's a pittance. And you don't have to. You can subscribe. There are professionals who offer these services because they do it for many people. You can get it at the right price. So it's very important. If I can speak to you as somebody who has run a PLC, I've served on a board of other PLCs. I serve on many boards. Governance is very important. So as an entrepreneur, please think about governance. Think about this business. As you grow your business, do not be this guy on this boss, Omo Alaja. Do not be Omo Alaja, please. That's my advice to you. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, my one and only mother, Mahmoud Tuko. You can clap better than that. Do not be Omo Alaja. So now we're going into the fireside chat session and the conversation. And this is where you're going to be able to ask questions. Can I have the ushers with microphone, one on this side, one on this side? Okay, excellent. I'm going to start. Thank you very much for that awesome presentation. Because you first need to believe in yourself to be able to go level, which is now how. So we're energized. What do we do next? And I love the fact almost every part of the slide is instructed to anyone that wants to start a sustainable business. And the board of the governance board, key tax compliance. We have a session on that tomorrow, and a few other things that you mentioned. Before we go on, I want to quickly recognize the presence of the Senior Special Assistant to the Governor of Lagos State on grassroots empowerment. My own brother, Kenny Bakary. I have the pleasure of having the immediate past regent of Idoani. My father was a king. The father left the throne, died. And in Ondo, they have a culture of having regency. So one of the children, particularly Ondo is very famous having daughters rise up to become king and lead. I think she was a teenager when she became the king of Idoani, and she served about almost 10 years, Regent? 7 years. She served 7 years leading the city, and now she's brought the crown down so that she can live like a normal young. And she's one of the story of young people in leadership, traditional leadership, and leading a whole community. How many of you enjoyed the last session, his presentation? I think my first question is, how have you applied Blue Ocean strategy in any of the corporations that you've led? In terms of doing things beyond competition, like many of the other petroleum company or whatever, or even because even Ash Grove is doing, is a pathway.
Thank you. I don't like talking about myself. That's the truth. But again, I've been inspired today. So I've heard you. I remember, so I started my career in Port Harcourt in 1994. So I left the UK, graduated, and arrived in Port Harcourt. I spent 4 years there. After 4 years, I was asked to come back to run a family business. My brother was going to politics, and I was told, young man, leave whatever you're doing and come. So I arrived in Lagos as a 25-year-old to become CEO of a company that was moribund and the company that was struggling to pay salaries in a market that it had done well in before, and competing against the likes of Gulf Agency and other established international companies. And all I said to myself was, okay, you know what? I'm going to ignore these guys and let me ask myself, what does the customer want? And I realized that our customers were all traders who were operating thousands of kilometers away in their offices in Geneva, their offices in London. And they had oil cargoes which are worth millions of dollars sitting offshore Lagos or offshore Port Harcourt. Now, Nigeria is and in an era where, I'm talking about 1998, communication was not that good. We're just starting the GSM revolution almost. It was 090 in those days, right? We're still using telex machines. Emails were just coming up. And what was important to these guys, markets are very volatile. Information. So for them to take the right information, right decisions, they needed to have the right information. So I set our strategy around ensuring that we keep them over-informed. So the vessel arrives, I tell you. I can even tell you how many vessels are waiting ahead of you. I can tell you that in Lagos. Once the vessel starts operations, within 15 minutes, we'll tell you vessel has started operation. Anything, so we set a rule, communicate to the client within 15 minutes of any event happening, whether you think it's important or not. Because what that meant that the clients who were sitting as an oil trader thousands of kilometers away could take tickets. Sometimes they might say, you know what, we have 10%. There's an opportunity in Lome. Let me take this ship, go and discharge somewhere and bring that vessel back. But they would not have known that if we didn't provide that information.
Yeah.
And we looked at operational flexibility. So for example, we looked at tides, okay, if a vessel is coming in and is going to finish operation at 6 a.m. and the tide 8 to 10, you miss that tide, you won't sail that vessel until the night. But then it's on a Sunday and the pilot goes to church and he's going to be late. So we devised the situation. We engaged the Nigerian Port Authority and said, you know what, please, can we keep the pilots in a hotel near the port so that they can actually, instead of going home, being stuck in the rain, coming late to the vessel, can they sleep in a hotel, join the vessel, or sometimes even sleep on board the vessel, pay them an allowance, so that as the operation completes, by 8 a.m., they're on the vessel, that they can basically use the tide and go out. What does that save? That has saved somebody half a day's demurrage. That can be $20,000. Meanwhile, what's the cost of the hotel or the pilot detention? Maybe $100. So this is different kind of strategies that we use to ensure that we could get there. Eternal that I took over was, again, a company which wasn't doing well. What did we do differently? Listen to the demands of our customers. We started going into 24-hour fueling. We started doing fuel and lubricant setups. So we didn't mind the competition. We just said, okay, we have the Castrol license. Mobile is strong in the lubricants business, but we don't mind. We're going to create our own markets. We set up relationships with the mechanic villages. We started training them. So we started creating the demand. And we went into areas to educate people on the need to use proper quality lubricants rather than anything you find on the roadside. And also, of course, we worked with the regulatory agencies to ensure that some of these substandard products in the market were taken off. So naturally then, we created our market. People left what they were doing and came to us. So I don't know if that answers your...
That more than answers my question. Now, please clap if you want to clap. We're going to go to questions on the audience, but before we do, so you have had the privilege of leading multinationals, big corporations from a very young age. What are the 5 key lessons you've learned in those PLC leadership?
I think, first of all, you need to recognize, have a dose of humility.
And if you can share some experiences for each of those, maybe where they helped you in your career.
So, first of all, you have to have a dose of humility. You have to recognize that you're just one individual. Your job is to lead, but never underestimate the strength of the team. And never take glory for what people have done. It's easier to say we did it, not I did it. So you get the benefit of people buying in when you work as a team. You must be respectful. Respect is a very, very, very important aspect. You must be respectful and you must be truthful because people follow leaders. So if the leader lies, you are setting the tone of the organization. And that respect and speaking the truth can be pervasive across many things. So for example, people will tell you that downstream is a cutthroat business. They're cheating you. You might pay for products, the depot says they've changed price, or they short load you, or you pay for something and they give you 50% and tell you, oh, come back, 2 days later, another vessel is coming. Meanwhile, you paid for it. Means that they've oversold the product. If you are somebody, if your character is about being a little bit shady, then that's what's going to happen with your salespeople. But if you set the tone that, no, we don't lie to our customers, we tell our customers the truth, and we honor our commitment, then that goes all the way down. So I think that's something also I can share.
Clap now. Clap boldly. Somebody has told us, do it.
You have to have courage under fire. Courage under fire. You're going to have tough days. But you need to realize that everybody is looking at you. So even when it is the toughest, you as the leader, you've got to come out smiling. You've got to give hope to your troops and show them that there is a solution. And also make it our problem. Look, guys, I'm facing this challenge. Our company is facing this challenge. What do you guys think? You'll be surprised that sometimes the shop floor will give you the solution. So never be afraid to go down. Communicate, engage, share your problems, because then the solutions will also come. You are the top. People will say, oh, you are a successful CEO. Yes, thank you very much. But actually, my team and I were successful. It's not about me.
Thank you. No, not you. I'm thinking that now they clapped.
You've got to have the right strategy. You must be in business for something. I remember GCSE business studies. They told us the definition of business, the identification of a need, and the satisfaction of that need at a profit. You're not a charity. You must make money in what you do, but you must first identify what are you doing. So in terms of leadership, or in terms of growth, the strategic element is very important. Why are we here as a business? What are we doing? We cannot be directionless. We cannot be sitting here. We're on our way to, let's say, Victoria Island, and we're going through Egbe from Ikeja. It doesn't make sense. You eventually get to Victoria Island if that's the direction you're going, but you actually know that this is the best way. So you must set a direction for people to follow, and the company must have strategic, retreats every year. Staff, management, the board must say, this is where we're going to. So a company that doesn't have direction will naturally die. So you've got to reset, you've got to rethink, you've got to re-energize on an annual basis. That September to October, December retreat is very critical for any company to ensure that you know what you're going to do in the next calendar year. So you as the leader must be thinking about 3 years ahead. What are we going to do? We're in 2024. Where are we going to be in 2027? And then what steps are we taking in 2025 to ensure that that vision of 2027 is realized?
Thank you. My next question, work-life balance. How do you maintain a balance between your professional and personal life as an entrepreneur?
A happy home makes you able to work. I've always told people, I've never been able to work. The only reason I've been able to work successfully is because I make sure the home front is okay. That's the key. Family first. You see, work can come, businesses can fail, businesses can make money, you can lose money. But are you ready to lose money in a business versus losing your spouse? That's the question. And I think you can all answer that. Because money you can replace. Losses from a business you can replace. But that love that you have with your spouse, can you replace it? That love that you have with your children, can you replace it? So you have to recognize that actually they are the most important. They are the most important. So no matter what you're doing, you must create time for your family. Even if I was working on Sundays, and sometimes I did, I would still make sure we had a family lunch on Sunday. I'd rather wake up early, do my work, go to work, and be back by 1 o'clock. Let's go for lunch. Then that means I will not have missed family lunch on Sunday because I'm in the office. No, I'd rather wake up early and go to the office and come back. So work-life balance is family first. Yes, you must do your work. You have to earn the money, but you have to realize that what discipline. So for example, my wife sleeps later and wakes up earlier. Sorry, she sleeps later and wakes up later. I go to bed earlier, but by 6 o'clock, I'm up. I'm up at 5:30, say my prayers, and I'd rather start my day then so that I can come home earlier and be able to have dinner. If you can connect that evening meal with your family is the most critical. You want to know why? Wake up in the morning, say hello to your kids. If I traveled anywhere, I would make sure I spoke to my kids in the morning before they left for school. And I would speak to them in the evening before they went to bed. That connection is very important.
Mentors, how have you been able to leverage mentorship for your entrepreneurial success? Mentors, who mentors you and how has mentorship helped your entrepreneurial journey?
Wow, I think, that's probably my biggest inspiration. I learn from so many people. So mentors are typically older than you, more successful, they've been there. I can name one of the people I look up to the most is Alhaji Aliko Dangote. I call him a mentor, a big brother, a friend, not because he's a billionaire, not because he's the richest black man in Africa or in the world, but because of his character, humility. If you come near him, he's the simplest human being. So he's somebody you learn from every day, that despite all his wealth, if you call him, he will call you back. You text him, he will text you back. You visit him, he will even visit you.
That's if you have his number. Oh.
But then, as doctor said, you must first of all be in the right club to meet him. Yeah? So you have to have that billionaire mentality. Even if you have, what I say sometimes, I joke with my colleagues in the office, I travel so much. They say, Oga, we need to get private jet. I say, yes, I have private jet schedule, but pure water balance sheet. But we'll get there, right? So Alhaji Aliko, I learned so much from him, so many things about business, about success. He taught me one thing. He said, you're not CEO of a PLC. He said, you only have the right to call yourself a chief executive when you pay dividend to your shareholders. Until you pay dividend, you are an EO, you are an executive officer. You do not deserve the title chief. So you must reward your shareholders, right? And he taught me about the discipline of interim dividend. So GT Bank started the interim dividend policy. And he said to me, look, the day you hear GT Bank has not paid an interim dividend, know that there's a problem in the bank. So they institutionalized paying dividend. So as an entrepreneur, don't dip your hands in your business. Pay yourself a salary. Pay yourself a dividend. Cash flow is not profit. Because you see money in the bank, grab it. It's my own. Leave it. Have that discipline. You don't know when you will need capital for your next business. And distinguish between yourself and the company. It's very, very important.
Let me quickly interrupt you there. I love what you said, because I think somebody talked about it yesterday. Cash flow is not profit. But how do you, as a small startup, with little income, how do you create a balance?
Pay yourself a salary. That's the first thing. You may not be you may not be financially savvy. So I'll answer your question, but permit me to give an example. So I invested in a tech startup or a company. These are brilliant tech people. But as we got into the business, the first thing I understood was that actually they were very good at technology, but didn't necessarily understand business. They were doing cash accounting, and I was talking about accrual accounting. So for them, cash accounting, when I receive money from my customer, I book it as revenue. When I spend the money, I book it as cost. I said, but there's accrual accounting, that's the standard. They didn't understand. So we brought in accountants to help them put that. Now their books are much clearer. They laugh with me that, Chairman, what you used to tell us 2 years ago sounded like Chinese. Now we appreciate it. They went to Lagos Business School, owner-manager programs. They teach you these things. So as an entrepreneur, do not shy away from, one, improving your own knowledge, and two, getting expert advice. Only a fool thinks he knows everything, right? Engage. That's why people, look, it is the 2-2 graduates that employ the first-class graduates. The EFICOs, let them do the work. You are the businessman. Focus your energy on what you're good at and employ the professionals or engage the professionals to help you. That's why they're lawyers. That's why they're accountants. That's why they're tax practitioners. They earn their money from there. You earn your money from being a business. So first of all, ensure that you have a clear understanding of your company's financials. What is your revenue? What is your cost? What is your profit? What's your tax exposure? Pay yourself a salary. If at the end of the year you have excess profit, take a dividend, no problem. But if every day money is there, then all you're doing is you're taking away your capital, you've taken away your ability to survive, and actually at the end of the day, you're eroding your business, and you wake up one morning, there's no business, and you wonder why.
I think it'd be nice if you touch a bit on that accrual accounting you talked about.
So accrual accounting, for example.
I'm sure everybody here thinks cash.
Okay, so let's just say rent. For the sake of argument, you pay your rent January 1st, 2025. That rent is for 12 months. You don't book and your rent is 1.2 million naira. You do not book 1.2 million naira as a cost in January. The money left your account, but you're actually booking 100,000 naira per month for 12 months. That's your 1.2 million naira. So that's what accrual accounting is. So you recognize your costs, even if you have not incurred them, you recognize them. So it works both ways, even cash flow. So you have earned revenue, but you're not going to get that money for 2 months. You book it now, but you don't recognize the revenue until it comes in. So you receive money from a customer for a supply or for a service, but you're meant to render that service over a period of 3 months. You don't recognize revenue in January. You recognize a third of it in January, a third of it in February, and a third of it in March, just for simple sake. So that's what accrual accounting is basically about. It's not cash accounting. You must always know what your cost and revenue are, and you match them in the period in which they occurred. So it's not like, I would receive the service in February, and I'm going to pay for it in April, but I don't recognize that cost until I pay for it in April. No, it must be in your books in February, the time the cost was actually, the service was consumed, and therefore the cost had accrued.
Thank you very much. I think now we'll go to the audience. Oh yeah, clap, clap, clap. I'll take the gentleman in white first. Oh yeah, and
good afternoon, Mr. Tuko. My name is Juma Olatimeji Abdullahi. I've listened to you with your presentation. You're a very successful person, no doubt about that. I mean, from your experience as an entrepreneur over the years. But more often than not, when we listen to successful entrepreneurs, we hear their success story. And I know for a fact, one that made you a better entrepreneur as well as a better person. One. Two, can you quickly tell us if at any point in your entrepreneurial journey you've had to turn down a job and why? Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, very interesting questions. Let me start with the second one, and this may actually shock you. I have never applied for a job in my life. I have never applied for a job in my life. I've been blessed. So God did it. It's not about me. So my career, I exist because of God, right? But in my journey, I've actually never applied for a job. However, I can say that I have been approached to do certain jobs. So for example, when I was running Eternal, I was approached by a headhunter in the UK to take on the role of CEO of a PLC that was bigger than Eternal. So, and I said to the recruiter, an English guy, thank you very much. If it was for my ego and the challenge, I would take this job. However, I have a job here that I've not finished. We have developed a 5-year business plan. I've recruited people who have joined this company because of me, and we are here to execute a plan. I'm not going to abandon that for my own ego. So that's one way I can act to you. Sometimes recruiters have come to me to join boards of companies. And because I understand the responsibility, the fiduciary responsibility of being a director, I'll be asking questions about the company's books. I'm interested in doing due diligence. I'm interested in the character of the people on the other side. And once or twice, despite the fact that the companies are successful, the characteristics of the people behind the company and my own core values do not align, and I've turned it down. Now, to your question about maybe difficult times, I can sit here and tell you that in 2012, I was arrested. I spent 12 nights in EFCC custody, and I spent 7.5 years in a criminal trial with the government, accused of a fraud I didn't commit. Now, you can imagine being locked up, losing your freedom. Those are lessons that were very valuable to me. I understood that you can trust somebody, how you do agreements. So we entered into agreements as a company with somebody actually almost on the basis of trust. A banker referred us to somebody, we did an agreement, we got into business together. Maybe we missed some of the details. And later that put us into trouble, even though really we're not done anything. Now, those are the lessons I learned. The humility of saying, okay, you have been locked up, adjust. I was in Okotiebo, sleeping in a cell. I left my little flat in Ikoyi where I was comfortable, and I had to adjust and say, okay, we're going to eat once a day. You're going to be in a place that you're not comfortable, but that's the reality. And then learn the lessons after I leave there. It made me a better leader because the company was going to collapse around me. I had to work 3 times harder to ensure that we actually achieved our business objectives. I had to rally my troops and say, guys, we're in the face of adversity, but we'll get through. And thankfully, 7.5 years later, the case was dropped. But if I had allowed that situation to knock me off my path, that was it. You know, it was almost a do or die. That was a defining moment. Either we collapsed or we stood up and said, you know what, we'll walk through the challenges. And that's what we did.
I think that deserves a big round of applause. I'll take a question from that side. Tayo. Yes.
No, sir. My name is Tayo. You mentioned something about dividends, right? So stock trading is something that I just I don't want to say stumbled upon, something I just started, right? And while I was doing my research, I figured that billionaires like you, I mean, you see a stock and you buy about 2 million units, right? So what that means is that you know where the bodies are buried when it comes to stock exchange, right? So for you to buy 2 million units of a company, right? That means you know something. So I want you to, as somebody that has been doing it for years, give us or me some tips on stock trading, pretty much. Thank you, sir.
So, thank you. For me to do that would amount to 1, speculation, and 2, representation of my part because I'm not a stockbroker or a analyst. However, to answer the question is to say, look at the antecedents of the companies that are dividend paying. If you look across, those antecedents are clear. Corporate governance, robust management, risk management, market share. So clear strategy, clear communication. These are the companies that are successful. So you know that you're not going to have a CEO who's going to spend more than 10 years as CEO. The chairman, the CEO does not leave his job and become immediately chairman. MD does not leave and become non-executive director. These are things. So there's governance. People come and go. You also have independent directors, right? You have regular financial reporting. They file their accounts on time. They have credit rating. They have disclosures. You look at the annual reports. They're full of very clear disclosures, whether it's litigation, right? Whether any challenges they have. Look at their risk profile. Where are they? Are they within sectoral limits? Have they been fined by government? Are they working within the ambits of the law? So these are things that if you apply that principle and then also engage the services of a stockbroker. Remember earlier I mentioned that you, as the Omo Alaja, you don't know everything. If you have money, surplus cash to invest in a company, look for where there's talent. Because those guys, that CEO, let's say, okay, I saw on the bridge coming earlier on, GT Bank offer a slice of orange, right? It's on the bridge. Access Bank has come to the market. So go back and look. Have they been paying dividends every year? Yes. Is there capital appreciation? Yes. Is the management team strong? Yes. We lost an incredible leader in Herbert Wigwe. May his soul rest in peace. We lost an incredible human being in Herbert Wigwe. May his soul rest in peace. But has Access Bank continued to work? Why? Governance. So I hope that answers your question, but I can't give you any tips. I can only tell you, look at the principles.
I think one of the things that you said, your answer is actually perfect because it's helped me as well. So to say, to invest in that company, you want to look at their story, their background, their experiences. Have they been with taxes? What I think you mentioned about the CEO doesn't just leave the office and then get into the that kind of thing, the board. So it tells a lot about the story and the health of the organization. I think he answered that question very well. Can we give him a big round of applause? A lady now. Where are the ladies at? Okay, come forward, Alaja. I'll come to you later, Copper, and the other gentleman over there.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm Rama by name. Yes, my question is a little bit like I'm seeking for advice. So because here in this show we have a lot of young persons, most especially women. So I want to plead with you, sir, if you can give us some piece of advice, just because when Honorable Dayo Israel was asking you about how you were able to balance your personal life with your professional life. So you mentioned something about family first and stuff like that. So when we now in a situation whereby we have a lot of young women here, they're just trying to grow their business in their career line, whatever things that they have chosen to start or to build on themselves. So what would be your advice for such person? Probably, most especially, some of these people, some of us might even come from a broken home, which they've seen that it has shattered their probably parents, either side, stuff like that. So what would be your advice to a young person like that, like a woman in particular now, when choosing a partner, or probably a woman that is already married, planning to get married? So what would be your advice on how the person can balance such, and what to look for while choosing a partner to enable the person to grow in our career?
I think a question is around work-life balance, particularly for women.
Yes.
How do you make the right choices in marriage to be able to help your business?
Yes.
In my language, and I'm Fulani, we have an expression. Know who you're going to get married to so that you know who you give birth to, right? The choice of a partner is very critical. And you need to look at, I always say marriage is not just about the individual. You may love your wife or husband, but have you looked at their parents? What are their own core values? What are their own values as a family? And because when you get married, you're marrying that family. You love your wife, but do you like your parents-in-law? Are they people you can relate with? Her siblings, are they people you can relate with? Are they people of whom you share the same values? If not, I would advise you stay away. Because at some point, that marriage is going to be tested because of the interference or otherwise of the larger family. That's the first thing I think I can say. 2, there must be respect in a home, right? You must respect your spouse as a partner, as an equal partner. Maybe I'm a little bit biased. I have 12 sisters and I grew up with women. So my own approach is, my wife is my partner. She has everything that I know. If any secret I'm keeping away from her, I'm just deceiving myself. That's the reality, right? Because when you have a problem, the person that loves you the most is the one that will tell you the truth. Believe in me, in my darkest moments, when in my most challenging moments, is God I turn to, and then my wife. Say, please, these are my issues. This is what I'm thinking. What do you think? She might ask me the oddest and the simplest of questions. And that is what will tell me, okay, this is the solution. So that person you want to marry, can you relate with them? Can you talk to them? Are they confidential? Confidentiality is very important. Whatever problems you have and whatever successes you have must stay in that bedroom. Because the moment you take it outside, the moment you have a small quarrel, your mother-in-law knows or your father-in-law knows. That's the problem. That's the beginning of a problem. So you must take time. Don't be in a hurry to marry. You know, love, lust, somebody, you're attracted to them, I want to marry. Do you know the character? Do you know the person behind? And for me, work-life balance, I honestly tell you, there are times when, let's say my wife has been away and one of my children, when they were younger, was ill. I had to leave the office, take them, go to hospital. You're on the phone. There are times I've had to carry my laptop, sit in the office, sit in the hospital because they're under admission, working from there. I developed a very healthy dose of respect for married working mothers because it is not easy. It's not easy. Let's not kid ourselves, right?
Stop blowing kisses to somebody else's husband.
And as
resume this.
And as husbands, you need to recognize that, right? And support your spouse. Because typically we say, oh, we just leave, problem in the house is the wife. She didn't give birth to those children alone. Right? And recognize that even looking after your children, it is your children. It is not her son or her daughter, right? I'm going to work. I'm going to go and provide money. If you're bringing the money and you have a child who's on drugs, what's the essence of that money? So it's your wife and the upbringing she's giving your children on a daily basis that is keeping your child, making sure they say their prayers on time, making sure that they are not hanging out with wayward children, making sure that they are of to have that unity as a family and recognize it's a shared responsibility.
Thank you. Let me take a question from that side. Okay, that gentleman, yes.
Thank you very much, sir. I really enjoyed all your talks. But I have 2 questions. My first question is on mentorship and coaching. Because I discovered people who are doing businesses that I know that I'm looking up to, they are not in my line of business. So how do I now get someone to mentor me, somebody I can run to in case of challenge? Because I know not everyone cannot be a mentor, although they are doing successfully in their business, but they cannot always be there to mentor somebody right. So how do I choose my mentor in that business I'm going to? And the second question is, of insurance, or is it deeper than what's okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll take two more questions and then we'll wrap up. So I'll take you, and then I'll come to the copper. The gentleman here in the front, the guy from Abuja. No, here. Yes.
Thank you. My question goes like this, sir. When you are giving us your experience,
question,
I can understand that you come from a very, no matter what, you have a background. That's just bitter truth. But in a way that you've mentored, among the people you've mentored, I believe you will have come across someone that don't have background and you mentor him successfully. Please, can you give us that tip for those of us that we are not coming from that background, and we are going higher? Thank you, sir.
I tell up for the day.
Sir?
We will not get back for ground.
Yes, yeah, you know.
Okay, last question, copper, please. Hello,
everyone. Hello, Alaji Mahmoud. And thank you so much, Alaji Mahmoud and Mr. Israel Dayo. My question for you is, have you invested in real estate? If yes, you can invest more. If no, you can contact me.
Please charge this boy for marketing.
So my name is Mali Abibakredi. I'm an architect and real estate broker. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Okay, I think that should we take one more lady? No more lady. Okay. You Alaja has a question. Okay, we'll take her finally. I hope you remember the three questions. This one is marketing.
The marketer, let me answer him.
Marketer, here. Oh yeah. Where is the Alaja? Yes. So yeah, go ahead.
Hello, good afternoon, sir. Alaji Tuku, salam alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So my question goes just, and we really appreciate your inspiring message you're giving to us. And as a woman, we will try to emulate a little because it's not an easy task. What a man can do, a woman can do at the same time, but not because we have some kids to take care at home, like my sister asked earlier. So I want you to explain better on the entrepreneurship risk management. It's very, very crucial in an entrepreneur. We have a lot of businesses that collapse because we cannot manage what is in between. And as an entrepreneur, those are one of the things, crucial things that we need to make our business go higher. And at the same time, taxes. We young youth that want to set up an enterprise know all these taxes. So some will say tax free, and nothing is tax free in Nigeria. Even pure water, we have paying tax on it. So how do we manage a business that has not grown to some certain extent that we want to, government is asking us to pick tax, but the moment, so we have to register our CAC, our company to have a backup. If you want to open an account without it, if you want to do some other, you have to do school mole and all those stuff. And at the end of the day, if you go to FIRS, they have to do some charges. What are a business that's just growing up, that doesn't have back end like you do, you have. We are just, we have to, so we have to be candid. We have to be candid and straight to the point. There are some people that came from low background and we are struggling higher and harder to make ends meet. So we have some circumstances that surrounded the entrepreneurship as a whole. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very loaded questions. Let me start from the last speaker. Your question is more to government than me, but I would also say that Tayo Yodele, if you've seen him speak, this government, the government of President Tinubu, has recognized two things. And we need to be honest with ourselves. One, the tax structure is complex. And two, people are not paying enough tax. Nigerians are not paying enough tax. So he has recruited and appointed a partner from PwC, a foremost expert on tax in Tayo Oyedele. And they are busy reforming the entire tax framework of Nigeria. I think only last week, they actually released some new guidelines, which make it much easier for smaller companies to comply and even reducing the tax burden on smaller companies. You can find this information online. So I think that the government is actually listening and trying to simplify the tax system. At the same time, the challenge to all of us, we want government to provide services, to provide infrastructure, and to pay tax. It can't work. We admire the UK, the US, European countries. These countries work because the tax net works. So we should stop paying tax, take a government if we don't want to pay tax. So we have a civic responsibility to ensure that we pay the right taxes, and the government, then we now have a voters card, to hold anybody in office accountable for taxpayer naira and dollars. So that's the evolution that we need. That's the mindset and the evolution that we need on tax. In terms of enterprise risk management is a framework that governs how a business deals with risk on a daily basis. You see, in your home, you deal with risk. How do you put on do you leave electricity on? If you want to put a socket in, do you just plug it in normally, or do you put a knife in there and the electricity is on? When you drive in your car, do you put on a seatbelt? Do you pay attention to traffic lights? That's risk management. So we do it every day without thinking about it. On a business context, you need to be able to define what are the top 10 risks that affect your business? And then what strategies are you taking to ensure that you are actually mitigating those risks? So if it is FX risk, we're in the oil and gas business, top 10, number one, if FX, liquidity, supply chain, pricing, these are the things that affect your business. And then, okay, this is the problem. How am I mitigating it? That's what risk management is all about. So you build it, you build frameworks, which are a lot more complicated than I'm talking about, but the concept is that. Maybe on the next session that Dayo holds, I'm happy to come and do a masterclass on enterprise risk management, because it's a very detailed and specialized topic. Right? Property.
Yes. And I'm just trying to remember the question.
So in terms of property, everybody will tell you that property is good to have because it will appreciate in value. If it's an investment, something will give you income on an annual basis. The value will increase. You can sell it if you need it. If it's something you can have as collateral for loans, so you've put your money in, you've not lost it, you can borrow against it, put it as collateral and get a loan and do something else. So yes, like anybody here, I'm sure we have a property portfolio. It's something that I grew up seeing and something that I continue to invest in, yes. So that's my answer to you. But good marketing, we've heard you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please help me give my brother and friend, Alhaji Mahmoud, took a big round of applause. How many of you have learned a lot? Your question here. So what advice does he have for those that don't have a back? So for people who don't have, so he's referring to the fact that, for example, because of God's Almighty Allah's opportunity, you haven't had to look for a job, you've had opportunities, but there are many of them who have looked and have not found.
Okay, so, allow me to put in context why I've not looked for a job. And you might assume it's because, my father got me a job, right? It's not about that. I think I will humbly say my character got me gave me that pass. Because my career started from how would I call it? Not
undergraduate?
Not undergraduate. I started from an internship. So a year before I graduated, I spent 3 weeks in Italy doing an internship.
That's the problem. Ain't no go Italy.
No, it doesn't matter. No. It's the principle. Yes.
I'm just
no. The principle is I went somewhere where I didn't know anybody. They just called and said, okay, please. My father sent me to his friends. Give me somewhere to go and do an internship. And they got me a company. And then I was living with them. So for 3 weeks, I lived with this friend of my father's. 3 weeks later, I finished my internship and I went back to university, right? A year later, I graduated. My father's friend came to my father and said, I like your son. Can he come and work for me? My father turned around in a language and said, are you going to work for him? But I understood it wasn't a question. It was an instruction. And that's how I started. So that's how I got my first job. And then I left. I was summoned again. Come to Lagos. Your brother is going to politics. Come and run a company. Then I started doing my own businesses. I was also on the board of EDET, as they said earlier, as a non-executive director. And the board asked me to become CEO. That's how I did that. Boards that I've joined as an independent director, I've never applied to any of them. Any board you see me sitting on, people have come to me to say, based on my experience, based on my governance experience and my entrepreneurship experience, can I please join the board and help them help management? And I've decided yes or no. So that's really the journey. I think for me, it's about character. So if you associate with the right people and you behave yourself, behavior is very key, because in a certain circle, how you behave yourself actually matters. It's not about having that godfather. You can have that godfather, but if you're an arrogant fool, people will not want to deal with you, right? And at the same time, not having a godfather, but you are hardworking, and you are focused, people will say, okay, you know what? How do we help you? And it has happened to me many times. People have said, okay, come. Look, we know we can see what you're trying to do. How can we help you? And that's how it's happened for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, and if I may add to his question or to your answer, you also don't need to have a rich father. No. I am here today because I went to intern at UNICEF Nigeria. I was 14. I was raised by a single mother, lost my father when I was 11. We're living in the Buddha. Because of my passion, I got involved in NGO from when I was 9. I used to go to Jibowu at CLO and all of that, the pro-democracy movement. And then I got my first job as a, whatever it is I was doing, data-related work at UNICEF, collation assistant at UNICEF Nigeria, I think around 1999. And from there, I was also very active. And guess what? That led UNICEF to sponsor me to UNGAS in New York. British Council sponsored me to the conference in Italy. My mother did not have anything to do with that. It was just God's favor. And guess what? Last week, I asked you for a favor. Remember? And then you mentioned that, the company size. I said I wanted to get nominated, that you have internship position. Because I see a lot of young people after the Abuja event. I even called him and said, do you have an internship slot in your company? I said, oh, no, the management currently is a small size, may not be able to take on interns at the moment. So there are people that this week that just passed, about 5 people have gotten internship position in different organizations in Lagos and in Abuja, private sector, government agency, including one in an oil and gas organization. You understand? And these are people who live in Ikoro. The one person, as a matter of fact, came all the way from Ondo or so and has to be staying in Okokomaiko to go and resume in VI and all of that. And I said, oh, sir, they said they can only pay me 27,000. I said, go and do the job. If you make yourself relevant, they will say this person is very active and wants to, invest in you. So that's the mindset. It cannot be about money. If it's about money, you won't move. If it's about money, you won't be here. I know how I went to hustle to be able to fund this event. It's not like there's a budget anywhere. No. I'm doing this program without a single budget for my office. Let's clear that clear. I'm not trying to disparage our party, but not 1 naira in this program has come from APC National Headquarters. I had to fundraise myself. I don't have running costs. I don't have a budget. I don't have interest. So if it's about money, I would not do anything. I will not run any program because I would just sit down, collect my own little monthly allowance at the end of the month and say, the party doesn't have money. That's why the the deputy national chairman said on Monday that this Dio, he can squeeze water out of what? Rock. Remember his statement, because he knows that I don't wait for money or anything. I do what I want to do. I go and find my money and do it. I took some youths to Morocco. Not single trips. I become youth leader has been funded by the party. I raise my own money myself. You understand? Not just for me, but even the people that I take. And you will see some of their videos now. But please let me say a big thank you to my brother. Thank you so much. Thank you. And while it's going down to his seat, before I hand over to Njara to invite the next facilitator who is now going to train us on business fundamental, please sit down, please sit down. I want you to watch this couple of videos of some of the work that we have done. I want the video of our football match viewing first, and then the video of a trip to Morocco. testimony of some of our participants who followed us. Please, can we have those videos while I walk my guests out? And then Mr. Fatah is here, who is going to take us through the elements of business fundamentals, writing your business plan, and what have you. Thank you. Oh yeah, video. Podium. Block the video. I think after the video. And the chair. Okay, let's get the chair off. I like the chair actually. Very comfortable and colorful. Tayo, you should get a shot of that chair before they carry it away. Put my logo there. Okay, they're trying to do video. Don't worry, don't worry. Ladies and gentlemen, while the video is coming up, please help me thank my brother and friend all the way from Ondo State, Nigeria, Mr. Sumi Smart Francis, SSF Investment Global. Do you know that? You know, I told you that he was supposed to fly yesterday. He said he would come this morning, and I was saying, I want him to fly. Guess what? The Holy Spirit went to tell him. Guess what? He left Ondo at 3 a.m. in the morning and drove down to Lagos because he knows that if he doesn't show up this morning, I will skin him. But yes, I kept knocking. You know, and I'm so happy. Thank you very much. And Mr. Tuko has a lot of things. Guess what? He called me at 9:25 in the morning. He said, I'm here. I said, sir, here where? People still they house, they sleep because of rain. And he said, I'm comfortable in my car. And he sat with his assistant and waited until all of you showed up. When he came, this all was half filled. Now the all is filled up. Video you can play when you're ready. Okay, you need some time. Okay. I believe that SSF is even driving back to Ondo. Good. Okay, Angie, let me hand over to you so that I can walk them off. But we need to watch those videos. Yeah, okay. We'll wait for the videos because I want them to also see what we're. Okay, the video. That was how it I think we should do a walking lunch today. So if the lunch is ready, let's have whenever it is, so that as because Fatai's session is going to be deep, so that we're also eating. We entered the brain very well. And we killed another cow yesterday, so you know. Yeah, we've done 2 cows for this program. People are eating a lot. Cow, a whole cow. We killed the second one yesterday. Okay, I think intelligence report says they need some more time for the video. I think we can go ahead and go on to the next thing. Thank you, NJ. Guests, as they are going now.
Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that our guests deserve more round of applause than you are giving them. Put those hands together like you have learned something today. Thank you so, so much. We're going to give them some time to return to their cars, to network a little, and share more insight. Meanwhile, can I get a volunteer to help me with this podium? One volunteer. Someone that went to the gym this morning. Thank you. Oh, I have like, oh my goodness. 3 volunteers. Why did you go back? Just to the middle. Thank you. All right, the video is ready. We're going to have the video now. Yes. Can we add audio to it, please?
To the office of the national leader. The experience so far has been a transformative one. An experience where you always look forward to have. Experience has been thoughtful, has been progressive, and worked on mind in order to have good experiences on how to establish and develop and promote entrepreneurship in the youth space in Nigeria. The things that need to be paid attention to immediately is entrepreneurship and ability to establish our people and develop them, give them a platform to drive their business and to succeed. That helps economy to grow and also to change the mindset of our people. That's human capital involvement and empowerment. How we can change the mindset of our people to let them see that with little business you can thrive, and with that you can take care of your family, your friends, your relatives, and siblings. And with that, we reduce crime within our society. A speaker from Morocco, we discussed together in our class about transformational leadership. And transformational leadership and transitional leadership goes on in line. And the transitional leadership is about you mentoring someone and giving a process on how the person can develop. It's more or less like train the trainer. The transformational part is about the mindset and what we can do. And in our class, we were taught how to redesign A to Z in our own symbol. It's more or less like a coding, and you can choose any symbol that will signify A, and you can choose any symbol, you create it as B, and you choose another one to create it as Z. And out of it, you bring a selection type, like maybe food is life, and that is coding, and that gives you a technical experience on how you can imagine things and create things out of nothing. And I think this is a great experience for me. Oh, the national youth leader is a resourceful person, energetic, very intelligent, and I think one of the things in youth ring is to come together, have a same coordination mindset, and have a vision that this is what we want to achieve. United will stand, divided will fall. Change starts within, and I have a lot of change of mindset towards the way I reason, and I do things that relate with businesses, people. And once the change effect from me, automatically I'll have like a seed. I have someone who I need to change also by my communication and observations and the way I see things I'm doing. And also another person will be changed by the same person and become a cluster. With that cluster, I think we'll bring change to the youth wing of Nigeria.
My name is Honorable Rashid Ikonakushi, the APC Lagos West Centurion Youth, Lagos State. So far, so good. This program target Bridge Africa is a very interesting program that I've come to realize that despite the fact that I've attended series of international conferences, this is a different one because it is organized by Africa. And the fact that it's not being organized by international conferences gives a lot of food for us to express ourselves and to give suggestions that will make the future of Africa to the best. Most of us agree in the summit. There's the word neocolonialism, which we believe is affecting Africa up to this time. I believe if the leadership of Africa can make do with the African colleagues or African expertise, it will go a long way to help Africa because, as it is, particularly the youth, we have very resourceful youth, very brilliant intellectual that are youth, that have special skill that are youth. If we're able to deploy this God-given talent in our youth, that's a long way to develop us. So I believe that this Bridge Africa has come to stay to bridge the gaps between the African youth so that we can develop ourselves by ourselves. So that if it's one of those things that will be as a take home for somebody going forward. Well, I'll not forget the last one. When I mean the last one, the leadership stroke identity issue. I was particularly making reference to by the way I try to sell Africa, by the way I try to dress my native attire, and that shows with that, I'm passing the message, I'm telling the story about myself. I can easily be identified anywhere I'm in the world by virtue of things, seeing how I dress. So that's identity. For some of us, we may not like to be seen to identify with African culture, and that is part of that is well, Honorable Dayo Israel, I've come to know him for a fact, but getting to get close to him, I realized a very resourceful, smart person. And I believe we need this kind of very intelligent person in the name of Africa. You can see we have a program laid out for the youth wing of the party, and that is a very big thing because before now, I don't think such exists. If it does, I'm not aware of that. But this somebody that has put a lot of things together for the youth wing of the party, to somebody like me, very big boost because we need a visionary to drive the youth wing of the party, which I believe Honorable Direction is one. Have a little discussion after this session. My suggestion, like how do we replicate what we have seen here back in our own little? We know finance could be a constraint, but determination does enough. If you are determined, you are able to impact some of those things we learned here, because when you brainstorm, it brings out the best in people, particularly in an atmosphere that's full of calm. And because as a youth person, as a leader of the youth, some of the things we encounter is Islamism and agitation, because everything should not be the usual way of habitual continual, because there's a way we can get things done when we brainstorm intellectually and we are able to come to an agreement on how to implement whatever we discuss. So I believe that for able to sit down and discuss, we'll be able to impact what we have learned here. Thank you.
My name is Honorable Ikenna and it's not based on Florida, Zona Yuguda, Southeast. I'm from Abia State. It's now something telling me I've not seen, so I've not traveled much in Africa. A few places I've gone to Africa. This place, the experience is the best. And I would, most of us, we are on also, the most recognized youths. We do hear
I am the state secretary. Yeah, for attendance situation. And it is a and if we can be able to substitute future youth and ourselves high productivity and educational system that supports. Honorable David Mohammed Life's name. I work with Eastern State Government as a policy leader in Nigeria. I am happy to be here. The experience is so wonderful. Bridge Africa is key as far as African development, and especially for young Africans. My coming here is timely, it's relevant, and by the grace of God, I'll take home a very good message for myself and the community I represent.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please put your hands together for yourself. Thank you. Thank you. Are we still in the morning? No. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. Because of our time, we still have many of our facilitators here seated, and we don't want to waste our time today. We are going into the breakout session today, and we have very important distinguished personalities who have drove all the way from Ivejuleki to join us this morning. I will be bringing him to the microphone so that he can give his goodwill message while we're continuing this session. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Engineer Abdullahi Sheson Olowa, the Executive Chairman, Ivejuleki Local Government, Lagos State, for his goodwill message. Please come forward to the microphone for your goodwill message, sir. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, let me honor the national youth leader of our great party, Honorable Adedayo Israel. And through him, I would like to extend my greetings to every one of us here this afternoon. and to also specially greet all the young men and women that are in this hall this afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon, hall. Well, I decided that I will have to be here this afternoon on the invitation of the National Youth Leader. And particularly, I am very, very interested in seeing programs that are geared towards developing the minds of the young people. I'm a young man myself, so therefore I am very, very close to, this generation of, yes, young and progressive Nigerians. I want to commend the National Youth Leader. In actual fact, I'm meeting you one-on-one for the first time. But of course, I've been following your activities towards nationalism and the development of our great country, even before you emerged as the National Youth Leader of our great party. I must say that you have become one of the role models for a lot of us, not just the young Nigerians. And so we are very proud to be associated with someone like you. Since your emergence as the National Youth Leader of the All Progressive Congress, in particular, I am not surprised by, what you have achieved in a very, very short period of time. Your energy, your vision, your agility, your work ethic, speaks volume of the type of leadership that you are providing. And we pray that Almighty God will continue to be with you. Today in our country, we have myriads of challenges, but one of the most important areas of our country has to do with the youths. A lot of Nigerian youths are facing all manners of issues. And of course, when there are opportunities for those of us who are in governments, to come together, speak to people, and create opportunities, I think it's important we make use of such opportunities. And I think what I see here this afternoon is one of such. Enterprise skills development training. So for me, every human being must think of how do I position myself strategically for opportunities. And that speaks to the fact that whether you're an individual or you're an organization, you must be positioned for competitive advantage. In the world that we live today, we know that a lot of things are changing on a daily basis. And therefore, we must continue to, train and retrain ourselves, acquire new skills that are needed, now and in the future. So if you look at some of the determinants for what gives you such advantage, you'll be looking at technology. You'll be looking at culture. You'll be looking at tastes or needs. And so when you come for a training like this, I believe such trainings will equip you, or talk show or a forum where you speak with industry players, experienced, professionals, whether in public or private sector. Earlier this year, we did something in the Bejuleki local government. We called it Mentors Platform. And so what did we do? We invited industry players, bankers, those in the tech space, politicians, and we gather all our young people, both undergraduates and graduates. So the theme of our discussion was navigating career choices. Okay, so it offers these young people the opportunity to listen to how a lot of people, started their career and get to where they are today. Whether you want to be a politician or you want to be a banker, regardless of what field you have decided to choose, every field that you have chosen have similar career paths. So again, I am saying all of this just to show the importance of this gathering. I know you have listened to a lot of people, but of course, let me just speak to you a little about myself. Some 30-something years ago, I was a student union leader at the Lagos State University. I was the speaker of the Lagos State University Student Union government in 1999-2000. A very young, energetic, and dynamic person. And since then, I had the dream of also contributing to the development of our country. So I left university and I joined the consulting services industry. However, I was constantly reminding myself of where I want to be in some years to come. So for those number of years, I worked in consulting, I worked in the bank, I worked everywhere. But at the end, I found myself coming to run for the position of local government chairman. But all of the career choices I have taken have equipped me as a person to play the role that I'm playing today. Therefore, we must constantly emphasize the need, to equip ourselves to acquire, the right skills for whatever future desire or ambition that we have. Just last night, I was watching a documentary on the event that is happening in the United Kingdom. A lot of us will know that they have just had their election, and the Tories, after having ruled for about 14 years, have just lost power to, the Labour Party. But the constant denominator between the Tories and the Labour guys is the fact that those who are leading that country today didn't start today. A lot of them started their journey several years ago, 20, 25 years ago. They've been members of either Conservative or the Labour Party, serving in different capacities. And at every point in time when they were given opportunity to serve, they were able to do what? To offer unique leadership, service. And so as members of the youth wing of our party, I want to believe I'm speaking to the youth wing of our party. Every one of us will have that opportunity to lead, either at the state, local, zonal, or national level. We must not lose focus of where we want to be. And besides, our nation needs very young, dedicated, progressive-minded young people that will lead Nigeria. We thank Almighty God for Mr. President, for what he's doing currently. And of course, you will see that the man is so concerned about the value system. Lately, a lot of policy direction are geared towards, changing the value system of Nigeria, which is almost going, the wrong direction. And so this value system must be imbibed by all young people. The idea of everyone thinking that the best thing to do is to japa, I think is not the best. If we all come together, we change our mindsets, and we are ready to make Nigeria a better country, I think Nigeria definitely will become a better person. Once again, I thank the organizer, the national youth leader, and I wish every one of us a fantastic experience.
Thank you very much. Please, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the executive chairman, EDET Lekki local government. Thank you. Thank you. God bless. Please keep clapping for him, please. Thank you. Unjara, do we need to move forward? Please, let's do that. Yeah, Unjara will do that. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for my co-political MC. Because you see that he only comes out when there is thank you. So please put your hands together for Mr. Rufai. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going very quickly. And if you have noticed the atmosphere, it seems that we are getting deeper and deeper into the meat of the conversations. We started with personality, we started with your mindset, with visioning, and then we went a bit deeper. Now we're talking about business, the core reasons why you are here. After finding out yourself, after discovering your vision and realigning your purpose and mindset, now we want to do business. And to do just to this conversation is somebody that you're not new to. He has shared his wisdom with us not so long ago, and he is here to do further damage. Can I hear the word damage? Can I hear the word damage? Are you afraid of damage? So what we are doing is we are demystifying what businesses are and giving you the right insight and perspective. So he's going to be taking 2 classes. The first class is going to be on building a viable business, and then the other class is on business model canvas. Trust me, this conversation will open you up to everything business. If your hands are not too heavy, and food is already here, so don't be afraid. All right, your lunch is here already. Please join me as I make welcome Mr. Fatai Olayemi as he takes his class on business model canvas.
Wow. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, my people. I'm so delighted to be here again. My warm greetings to my ogas at the high table, even if all the tables are almost equal, but respect to my ogas over here. And especially, because personally, I've gained a lot from this program, I must be honest. There is nothing we can do to appreciate the person that's put this together, but for him to know that we really appreciate him. Please join me or help me give a very warm applause to Honorable Dayo Israel. Thank you so much. The man is a major inspiration to Nigerian youth. I must be honest with you. Out of nowhere, he creates, different ways. For me, he inspires me a lot. I must be honest. And I really want all of us to learn from him. Listen to his story, listen to us, see him do a lot of things on a regular basis. It inspires me a lot. And I want us to all learn from him. I started from nowhere. I must be honest. I started from nowhere. But personally, I'm also one of those people that believe we can make anything happen, irrespective of our pedigree. Some years ago, I just decided, I started my career in banking sector. And we are trying to secure a job in oil sector because we discovered those guys were earning more than us. And I said, okay, let's also go into this sector. But myself and one of my colleagues,
we went to one of those oil companies here in Nigeria, and someone told us categorically that before you can be fully employed in most of oil companies in Nigeria, perhaps you must have a certificate, either from the UK or from the I was like, certificates from the UK or from the guy was so clear about it. I was like, ah. So getting back to the office that day, I was like, what does it take, to get this certificate? Of course, money was involved, a lot of money. But getting to the office that day, I said to my colleagues, as soon as possible, I will go for my master's in the UK. They know my background now. They know everything about me. They were just laughing. But to be honest, the following year, less than a year, I was in the UK for my master's. And I think that is the first place I connected with your history, because I went to Iso University for my master's in the UK. So the point I'm making here is the fact that no matter the pedigree, if I explain my background, you'll be so amazed. So please, let's dream so big. Someone was talking about dreaming 2 days ago or yesterday, that if we dream so big, even if we are not achieving that dream 100%, if you achieve, let's say, just 70%, it's likely to be greater than your peers. So let's continue to dream big and believing nothing is impossible. On that note, I think we need to get back to the business. We're supposed to start, from discussing business plan. But because we've not discussed BMC, that's business model canvas, we just agreed some minutes ago that let's quickly touch on business model canvas, because that's supposed to feed into your business plan. So we're going to discuss business model canvas quickly. Of course, we may not have so much time to take it, but I strongly believe that we'll be able to cover something that will be useful to your various businesses. I hope we have an agreement on that. Okay. So I know all of you are not hearing business model canvas for the first time. Is anyone? Okay. Okay. So my chairman has told me that we have enough time. Okay. Okay. Fantastic. So, like I said, is anyone hearing BMC for the first time in this room? Can I see your hand up? Okay. For those of us that are familiar with it, what is business model canvas? What does it represent? It's not a definition. Just tell us what you know about it. What does it represent? We don't even have time for, big definition today. What does it really represent? Okay. A breakout plan for a business. Thank you. Any other idea? Okay. So it's just like, a one-page template, let me put it that way, that captures every significant aspect of your business, such that if any stakeholder is looking at that document at a glance, can have a good understanding of what your business is all about. Does it make sense to us? So looking at that it's just like a page, but looking at it at once, a stakeholder, whether an investor, a partner, or anybody who is interested in your business, will be able to understand what that business is all about. That is a business model canvas. So, like I said, we are going to quickly look at, okay, I've not said this one. What we want to do is, collectively, we are going to look at the BMC together. Thereafter, the class will be breaking into different groups. And we are going to work on our BMC first before our business plan. I hope that makes sense. So to address it first, let's look at the 9 building blocks of a business model canvas. I hope everyone could see those blocks. There are 9 of them, and they represent what I call the significant aspect of your business. What is the first significant aspect of your business? The most significant aspect of your business. What's that? Anybody? Customers. Fantastic. Value proposition. Okay, great. Someone said money. That's the end point. That's where we are heading to. Money is what you want to achieve at the end of the day, but you must, give out value first before you get money. So the most important, of course, customer is the life of your business because they are the one paying for your service. But the reality is, before you engage that customer, before you satisfy that customer, something must be on the table that connects 2 of you, right? And that thing is what? Is value. So what is that value that you are proposing to your customer? So it is at the center, of a BMC. I think you could see it at the center. So you want to ask yourself, what is that value that you are putting on the table that you want to engage your customers with? So what is that value? I'm going to ask a few people, but let me give you an example. How many of us in this room know Paystack? Paystack. What do they do? Payment. So the value in that is Paystack has provided a secured payment platform for Nigerians and everyone around the world. And please know this, the owner of Paystack is a young person like, most of you in this room. It's less than 40. It's less than 40. And I think it was 2020, Paystack was acquired by Stripe, or what's their name? I think that was about $200 million. So if you convert that $200 million to our own Naira, you know what that means. So the point I'm making is, because Paystack was able to provide that value, today, Paystack is everywhere in the world and continue to make their money. So, as individuals, as entrepreneurs, what is that value that you are putting on the table? Or do you want me to give another example? Look at Jumia. Jumia is not producing any product. They are not offering they are not offering any product, any service different from what? E-commerce. What they are providing is largely convenience. What did I call it? They are only offering convenience to Nigerians and to everyone around the world, such that you want to buy any product, whether Samsung related products, iPhone, LG, you can sit within the comfort of your own room, order for it, and receive it 2-3 days after. Is that not convenience? That's the value on the table. So for you to be able to make money in that business, this is not a joke. If you did not know before now, please know it today. The only thing that will take you far in that business is the value that you are putting on the table. So let's have like 2-3 individuals talk about the value they render in their businesses. Who is going to be the first person? What a man can do, a woman can do better. Okay. A man is doing it first.
Speed.
Say that again.
Speed.
Speed. So what is that business all about? So that we can understand the speed value
it can
aspect
be
of it.
into access to information and then speed of completing transaction.
Okay.
Business transaction.
Okay, speed. So the next person that we talk, please let us know what our business is all about first, just quickly. Then you now tell us the value that you're putting on the table. There's a man here. Okay.
All right, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I'm a CSC vendor, so I register people for their business structure.
Okay.
So everything about, so I also do EFCC certificate and other.
You say
registration. EFCC, that's SCUM certificate.
Okay, SCUM.
Don't be scared. So my.
We are not abiding Nigerians here.
So my job is basically business structure and business solutions.
So business structure, yeah, fantastic. Any other person, particularly a lady? Okay, there's a lady here first before we come back to you. A lady here. Okay, okay, start from her. So let's make it snappy, please.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My own business is handling polythene.
Printing.
Polythene.
Polythene bags.
Yes.
Okay.
So due to that, we are making use of recycling products.
Okay.
So as a result of that, we are reducing waste in the states.
Waste reduction. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ibe Wada. Okay, aside being a journalist with the Nigerian Armed Forces, I also have a podcast called Share with Ibe Wada. So what I read that is fact-checking of stories in our dispensation where we have a lot of rumors that looks like news. Instead of spreading it around, you come to my podcast to see the factual aspects of the story. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You're trying to change the narrative where, because in Nigeria today, before you know the fact, the false info would have gone so far. So thank you so much for that value. Any other person? Okay, you first at the back. Okay.
My name is Adragbimi. I'm a farmer.
Okay.
So soilless farming.
Thank you.
So the value is practicing home gardening, where everybody can have their fruits made in their backyard. And
fantastic, fantastic. So are you working with the first lady of this country?
I hope so. I'm looking forward to it.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, so now plenty people. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. One second or 5 seconds. So quickly.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Dr. Smart Kenny Bitoye.
Okay.
Apart being a government appointee, I consult for the state government and the federal government.
Okay.
In terms of youth entrepreneurship, enterprise development, and financial literacy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Particularly that financial literacy aspect of it is very critical to every business owner. Even as a Nigerian, you must understand your figures. You must understand your personal finance. So thank you so much. Who is the next person before we quickly?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good.
I'm Adene Ogunba of Nikki Homes and More.
Okay.
What I do, I'm a realtor, real estate. And what the value it gives is we provide shelter to everybody.
To everyone.
Yes.
So we are blessed in this room.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
At an affordable rate.
Okay, please let's make it so quickly.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Elaide Thomobua, the entertainment. Yes, I am a music artist, a songwriter. I help people when I want to campaign. I'm there for you, just to know what you do.
What kind of campaign are we talking about here?
Any good campaign, if you want me, I
Okay.
will help you. I will advertise your programs and stuff too. And also, I'm into farming. The crop and planting. So to feed you and also to reduce the cost
Okay.
of living, you know, from it.
Thank you so much. Zero hunger in Nigeria. That's the value on the table, right? Fantastic. So, okay, yeah. So after we take the man in cap because, you know, when I grow up, I want to be wearing that kind of cap, so I need to respect him. So after so we take him last.
Good day,
So
everyone. I'm Olani Osliat. I'm an incredible inspirational speaker.
Great, great.
So it's based on changing the narrative of teenagers to shape their perspective.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Their perspective about works.
Their perspective of the family background that cause psychological effect on the children. So to shape it for parents to know that they can give children opportunity to open up to them, to be friendly with them, to be there for them, all those kind of things like that.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wow. Okay.
I'm into media and publishing.
Okay.
So what we do in our company is that we project people in book form and in print form. So that people who project.
Okay.
Yes. So that people they serve as a role models to the young ones. People can learn from them. So people can read about them so that the society can be better for every one of us.
Thank you so much for that positive value. Thank you. So this man, yourself, and our own madam here. So quickly, who is holding the mic? Okay.
My name is Blessed Assurance. I'm an engineer, also an installer. I'm into CCTV and Starlink and other networking. What I do is bring a solution to technologies and teach the youth on how to create their own youthful technology.
Beautiful technology.
Like bringing technology to the doorstep.
Okay, okay. For them to appreciate technology.
Yeah.
Fantastic, fantastic. Thank you so much. But do you do that by training or
yes.
How do you go about it?
Yes, I do training online and I do training physically.
Thank you so much.
Number 9 Olowi Ikeja, Lagos.
Chief Marketing Officer.
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Comrade Sanusi Amadou. All right, I have a business called Shana Show Barbers. What we do in particular, what I've tried to do with my business is to make an affordable haircut, you know.
Affordable haircuts.
Yes, haircut, barbers, haircut,
okay.
Yes. We offer affordable for as low as 500 naira, you barb your hair.
Fantastic.
Because
thank you.
Yes, because we realize that
I'm still coming back to you. Don't forget we have about 9 boxes that we're going to touch on. So I'm still coming back to you.
All right, all right.
Thank you. For this round, she's going to be the last person to speak. I'm coming back to all of you. Just relax. I'm coming back.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good
My
afternoon.
name is Honorable Temitope Bisiri. I'm an educator and I'm the CEO of Eastfast Rentals Services. We rent out banquet chairs, tables, and we make your events colorful and easier for you people that you cannot stress yourself. Those outside the country, we have an app that you can just order for us and we'll make things easy for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I do understand that value, you know, making your event so colorful. But if I'm going to capture it in one word, what is the appropriate word to use for it? Any other person can help us. I'm just trying to, so that it is easier for people to
Event planner.
Yeah, I totally understand. So that
When I mean making it colorful, because we provide everything for you.
I totally understand. Okay. Everybody loves that. I totally understand it. So I'm just looking for if there's any word we can use to capture, but I totally understand what you are doing. Thank you so much. Please, appreciate everyone that have contributed so far. Thank you. We look for, let's move to the aspect of customers. You remember when we were talking about which one is the most important one? Someone actually said customer, which is very okay, because the whole essence of that business is to serve people, to serve customers. If they are not there, no matter how fantastic that business idea is, it's useless. Okay? And that is why your engagement on your business idea actually starts from customers, right? So what this building block is talking about is, who are those people that you want to serve? How do you want to connect with them? How are you going to acquire them? How are you going to, retain them and make them multiply over a period of time? So what do you need to do? First, what are you going to be doing to acquire customers? Because as a startup, the starting point is to acquire customers. In your mind right now, in your business, what are those things you need to do? Or for some of you that have started, what are you doing to acquire customers? So those acquired ones, what exactly are you going to do? Because sometimes some of us forget about, how to retain customers. In our mind, we've acquired them. They are our customers. But a customer today can be something else tomorrow. What most of big companies do is, once a customer is acquired, they want to make that person an ambassador of their brand. So if you check GTB, for instance, there are so many things they do, just to, like my birthday, for instance, even before my wife, GTB will be the first to send me a message. You understand? So it's not because they like Fatai. What they like is what? It's my money. They want me to continue to be their customer. And even beyond Fatai being their customer, they want me to tell other people that, oh, GT is providing, fantastic service. They want me to talk about them. So they are doing that too. Of course, they've acquired me already, but they want to retain my patronage. So in your own business, what is that thing that you are doing that will make you retain the acquired customers and to even bring them, to a level where they could become your ambassadors? The cheapest you can do to acquire customers is to use those ones that are convinced about your business to tell others. We call it referral, right? That's the cheapest way of marketing. Someone that is convinced about your business, about your service, about your product, is telling other people that are very close to him, that believe so much in him, that, oh, this service is fantastic. This product is fantastic. I've tried it and I'm going to try it again. To that person, the business, the product is fine. The service is fine. Don't forget, you do not know that person, but a convinced customer is doing that on your behalf. That's one of the cheapest ways of marketing. So in your own business, forget about what big boys are doing. As little as, or small as your own business is, what is that thing exactly that you are doing or that you want to be doing to keep your acquired customers? So those are the things you capture under customer relationships. So the other one close to it, which is customer segments. Sometimes a single business can have different types of customers. Are we on the same page? A company like Coca-Cola, sorry for using that big name, I'm just starting from what we can all relate with. They do have people they sell water to, right? They have people they sell soft drink to, like Coke and the rest of them. They have some other products. because they want to capture the entire market. So likewise, some of our businesses, in fact, you may be producing or offering singular service, but you have different segments of customers. Let me give you an instance. And apologies for using this example. If my business is in Ikorodu, for instance, so I sell my service or my product to people in Ikorodu, and I want to take that same product, same quality to Ikoyi. If I offer the same price I'm offering in Ikorodu to guys in Ikoyi, Ikoyi guys are not likely to accept it. I don't know if you. To guys in Ikoyi, I'm selling fake product. Meanwhile, the quality is high, but because I want to be a good Nigerian, so I'm offering the same price I offer to people in Ikorodu to Ikoyi people, but Ikoyi people are not likely to buy. So if I'm going to sell that same product, perhaps my packaging will be a bit different for people in Ikorodu and the other guys in Ikoyi. But the bottom line is I'm selling same quality for both of them. But because of my understanding of the segment in Ikoyi and the other segment in Ikorodu, I find a way to differentiate it so that at least guys in Ikoyi will feel, big that we are buying something better than Ikorodu guys. But in terms of quality, they are buying the same thing. But you must not approach it same way. So, and the way you reach out to Ikorodu people may be different from the way you are going to reach out to Ikoyi people. Right or wrong? So, your understanding of these different segments is so important to the success of your business. And when you are completing this business model on that side, that is what you are focusing on. Are you looking at serving just one segment of customers, or you have multiple segments? So that understanding of whether it is just one or so many of them will tell you what approach am I going to use to reach each and every one of them at different segments. Are we on the same page? So that is what that aspect is all about. Can we relate all this to our various businesses? Does it make sense to us? So this is the aspect of customers, right? The other side is talking about those that we have, some, was it yesterday or 2 days ago that I heard someone say, oh, destiny helper, So this side is like guys that will support that idea, to succeed. The first one is key activities, right? That one is talking about what are those things that you'll be doing in that business on a daily basis, on a weekly or monthly basis to keep or to help you achieve what you said you want to offer to your customers. Whether you are producing or you are just offering service, you are even building a website to your customers. What are those things that you do that is very, very important for you to be able to render your service effectively? Are we on the same page? So, and when you are thinking about key activities, it is different from one business to another. If you are in manufacturing, what you do as key activities is going to be totally different from a tech person who only needs his own laptop to do, million naira of even billions of business. So you need to look at your own business and ask yourself, what are those critical activities? And the knowledge of those critical activities will make you prioritize what are very necessary so that you don't dissatisfy your customers on this side. Are we on the same page? So, and in these key activities, I talked about destiny helpers. Definitely those activities cannot do themselves. individuals must be involved to run those activities, right? So that now speaks to key partners. Before I move to key partners, are we good with key activities? Is there anybody in this room that does not understand that key activity part? Anybody? Please, let's operate as a family. Okay, so we move to key partners, or let me talk about key resources first. So key resources is talking about what are those things, assets, human, human resource, equipment, and everything that is required to get your business goal achieved. Don't forget, you said you have a value that you are proposing to your customers, right? You've identified segment of customers that you want to serve, right? So what are those resources that you need to get that achieved? If I'm going to ask anybody, so you don't mind I call names, it's okay. Or I point at anyone. My director in white, because I love white naturally. Okay, you are not with us currently. Okay, so let me just know what your business is all about. What do you do? Are you running a business right now? No, okay. Someone running a business. Okay, Copper. I hope your state director is not listening to this. So quickly. Oh, okay. Your business is real estate, right? You're an architect. Okay. Let's hear from. So in that architectural business, what are the key resources that are necessary to drive home your service to your customers?
You have to you have to network.
Network. When you say network, what does that mean?
You have to try to get people in your portfolio that can help you build, like that can have a good mindset of what you are doing. Like
people
someone that can invest in your business, maybe give you a brief that should design maybe a commercial building, residential building, something that is key that it's
so okay, you are treating partners already. So you are already ahead of me. Please, let's be on the same page. So let's take key resources first. You are actually taking partners already. So let's talk about key resources. Anybody that wants, okay, give it to him on the same table.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good
My
afternoon.
name is Rami. I'm into production, finger foods, chin, plantain chips. And my key resources basically are just my raw materials, the machinery, the labor, and most importantly, again, is the workers too, because we are going to move my product outside to the customers, and the resources that are they going to come back to the business.
Fantastic. Please appreciate him. So from what he has explained, can we all understand what our key resources are? Equipment, even your staff, he talked about his employees, people he works with. They are your key resources. And let me say this here. About 80% of your success in your business lies within people that you work with. Your technical knowledge, your understanding of that business, everything is about 20%, but the remaining 80% is really about people you work with. They are the one that can make that business successful or otherwise. So, well, a lot of people have spoken to HR related matters, but people are very critical in your business. Like I said yesterday, I've been supporting businesses in the last 10 years. I've seen a lot of businesses died in this country because of people. In fact, a very good friend of mine just almost lost his business about 8 weeks ago. In fact, he practically ran to Canada because he didn't want to have mental, challenge because of that. So people are critical. They are key resource to the success of your business. So from there, we now move on to key partners. Apart from the immediate key resources you have internally within the business, who are those partners outside of the business that are required to make your business successful? Don't forget, you need to work with people. You need to work with partners. There are so many resources you need to get from outside of your business to make that business work. You can't do it alone, right? So to your own business, who are those partners external to that business that you require to get that business to the next level? Let's use another, okay, Ajia. Oh, no mic. Please give Ajia a mic. Here.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kafayat. I'm a travel consultant and I deal with cargo too. So without the airline, my business is zero. If the airline is not active, then there's nothing I can move about. I can't book ticket for people. Even if I book, they won't be able to fly. If I send packages, if the airline is not lifting it, then it's just like the business is afloat.
So airline operators are your critical partners. Yes. But you have specific, we have so many of them. Do you have special arrangement with some of them such that, they prioritize your own service?
Presently, no.
No, okay. That's something you need to look at. Because you cannot just generalize it. We have so many players in that space. But is there any one of them that when they hear your name from that company, they want to quickly attend to your needs?
Yes, for that, because we have what we call deals when it comes to airline. So it depends on your volume. So if you have a lot of volume, they'll give you a priority. They'll prioritize maybe your ticketing or your cargo, because there's a standard number that you have to have before they can do such for you.
So you must be doing that volume first.
Yes.
Okay. But again, beyond volume, because they do have their minimum requirement when it comes to this volume you are talking about. Yeah. If you are not doing that volume yet, and you need to get hold of someone in that company.
You have an account manager that does your thing.
Okay. So find a way to get yourself fully connected with, and don't just do one. And the reason is this, please let's all listen to this. A partner like that, you don't focus on just one of them. What if that company is even having a problem?
We have various airlines.
So, the point I'm making here is the fact that identify with a number of them. Identify them as your partners, and you have like special arrangement with like 2, 3, 4 of them, such that if this one is not available, you can quickly, switch to the other one. Are we on the same page? Yes. So any other partner apart from?
Then we have the consul, like for the cargo. I have someone at maybe in every location that clears our shipments to ensure that it gets to its final destination, maybe doorstep delivery, or the client is picking up in their office. So, sorry. So, did you get that?
So, the clearing agents in different countries, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, they are also your partners.
Yes.
That must be effectively managed for your business to
thrive.
Fantastic. Any other one before we move to another person?
Basically.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that, please. Okay. Any other person that would like to share? Okay.
Yes, in music, sir.
Okay.
As a music artist and a performer.
You are a music artist as well.
Yes, a songwriter.
I've started with that this morning now.
Yes, that's what I said initially, sir.
Okay, before we move to
family.
So one second. Before we move to business plan, we can give her like 1 minute at least to encourage us. Sing for us, at least for Abby.
ẹ jẹ́ ká gbọ́ àwọn òbó ló ṣe ní orin bẹ́ẹ̀ láwa ò tá a jẹ gbèsè lẹ́yìn o ẹni àmọ̀rí làwa ń bá lọ Adédayọ̀ Israel làwa ń bá lọ.
Honorable Israel, I hope you are listening.
Ó ṣe jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ oúnjẹ àyàpá iṣẹ́ àyàpá òpópónà àdára ṣẹ̀wọ̀n ṣé ká tún máa lọ olóyè ni ọlọ́lá ni ọmọ onífìníran iná mọ̀nàmọ́ná kò ní ṣe mọ̀nàmọ́ná.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please appreciate her. So thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. So from there, we move on to what we call channels. Everything you do in your business, you have products or service. For that service or product to reach your final customer, it must pass through a channel or multiple channels, right? Clearly in your own business, you must be able to define what channels do I want to use effectively to get my service or my product to my final consumer. There are different channels, guys in e-commerce space, they use, their websites. Some businesses we use like wholesale centers. A business like Coca-Cola again, what they use is they do have different outlets like wholesalers, and they supply directly to those wholesalers, and from there it gets to retailers. That is a channel for them, and they try as much as possible to make it very effective and efficient, to get their product to their final consumer. So in your own case, you must be very clear with that. Right from the beginning, how do I want to, because you have that fantastic product, you are offering that fantastic service, but you are not the one that will buy from yourself. So it must finally get to someone who is going to buy and pay you money. So in terms of the product and service, what channel are you going to use? In terms of payments, what channel do you want to use? Are you expecting them to pay cash, or you are expecting them to pay online using their cards through payment gateway? So you must be very clear with that. Is there anyone in this room who is, using a particular channel currently or multiple channels in his or her business that can share with us? Anyone? Anyone? Let's work like a family. Share. No one? Oh, you are not clear. Okay. Probably we can use a business to explain that. Okay, you want us to use your own business. Okay, what is that business all about?
Manufacturing, finger foods.
Manufacturing?
Yes.
Okay, so you process food?
Yes.
Right?
Chin plantain chips precisely.
Plantain chips.
Chips.
So when that plantain chips are processed in your factory, your customers are outside of your factory, right?
Exactly.
So from that factory to your customers, how do you get the product, the chips to your customers?
Okay, we have.
So where are you operating from first?
Ogun State.
Ogun State.
Yes.
What town in Ogun State?
Ijako.
Ijako.
Yes, Ado Daughter local government.
Okay. So, and you have your customers around that place, or
Exactly.
you have them in Abeokuta and some other cities?
Abeokuta, but majorly around.
Okay.
So
from your factory, how does it get to your customers?
Yeah, I have some bike mans.
Okay.
That usually, even because of the road, the safest way to actually for transport is bike. So I have majorly bike, and sometimes I have the opportunity of somebody who's around who has a car we can actually use.
Okay, you do direct delivery.
Exactly.
Abi. So that direct delivery, is it to final consumers or to some set of people who are like middlemen?
Yes, I do B2B.
You do B2B?
Yes.
So his own channel is B2B, which is middlemen.
Yes.
Like wholesale that we talked about, which Coca-Cola is also using, but at his own small level. So he is using middlemen as channel to get his product to his final consumer. So directly from his own office, from his factory, he uses bike, right, direct to all those middlemen, and the middlemen will now distribute to final consumers. So thank you so much. Please appreciate it. Okay, so from his own perspective, do we understand that? My sister here, is it clearer now? Okay, so with that understanding, can you tell us a bit about your own business and the channel that you use? Just in 1 minute, let's make it snappy.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Abiola Olaiton. I'm a travel consultant.
Okay.
And then insurance sales rep. So I'm a fashion designer. So
which one are we picking now?
So we are picking, let's say, the travel industry.
Okay.
So in the travel industry, I do B2B as well. We have some agent that doesn't have the link that you have. Meanwhile, you get the fare, probably some Kuwait or Saudi or tickets, you get it. They ask you, what is this rate? You give them, you put your own token. They put them, the final service that will be rendered to them. So that one is.
Okay, it's B2B, but through what platform?
Because
that platform is really the channel.
Yeah, we have.
Do you have like a website or
we have
how do you do it?
We have a platform. Number one, you said that you be a NANTA agent, a NANTA member, which is an agency that controls the travel, that's combine the travel industry, all the travel agents together, or NATOP. If you are in NANTA, you have colleagues. We have a group as the travel agency manage this thing. And you are in NATOP, you have a connection inbound in between.
What I want to know is,
yes, sir.
Fatai Nigeria Limited, I need your service.
Yes, sir.
As a traveling agent, how do I reach you?
Yeah, we have online. We are online on website. On Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp. You have a contact. Okay. We have an office.
Okay.
So
you use website, right? Phone calls. Okay.
WhatsApp.
But even that phone calls, how do I get to know that number? I get it on your website.
Yeah, it's the company is registered. If you go, you can see it and then check some things, probably on the social media.
Also, okay.
So
okay, fantastic. So thank you so much. So do we understand our channels? Or it's confusing? It's confusing. Our channel is largely, online. Is using website, social media platform, and the rest. Yeah, it's basically online. So the point we are trying to drive home here is the fact that in your own various businesses, you must have a clear understanding of the channel, even if you are not using it now. But ahead of time, you must have a good understanding of it. Along the line, you may need to tweak a few things, but right from the beginning, you must be very clear. Do you want your customers to be coming to your physical store, or you want to reach out to them online using delivery services and stuff? You must be very clear, and that's critical because that value must get to its final destination where you are going to get paid. So the last part at the bottom, this is where we turn value to Naira, right? And, they are like the final destination because the difference between the two, cost and revenue, is what? Nobody's answering here. The difference between cost and revenue is what? It's profit. So at that, at that bottom, you start from cost. What are those items or what are those things that involves money in your business? There are some costs that are so compulsory, whether you like it or not, before you can render your service to the final consumer. So those costs that are very critical, you must have a clear understanding of them. If you don't, at the end of the day, the cost is likely to be more than revenue because you won't be able to cost your price. You won't be able to price your product or service effectively. Take, for instance, you need to buy 5 items, right, to be able to produce the final product. But because 3 of them are very obvious, so your focus is just on 3 of them, and the cost is just placed on those 3 items, leaving the remaining 2 out. Meanwhile, before you finally deliver that service, you must still spend on those 2. By the time you spend on those 2, it's likely you are spending from your profit. And that may likely erode your profits, and you are not making any profit at the end of the day. Of course, you may be selling activities. People are buying left and right. But you are not making a difference in terms of profitability. So you must be very clear with your cost structure. What are those things that will involve money, involve you spending money on before your value is finally either to create it, to get it delivered or to capture that value. I hope, because those are the 3 aspects of your business model. Can I say that again? Your business model, start from creating value, right? That value created must be delivered to a customer, right? So you deliver that value to a customer, and in return, you must capture that value as well. That is a complete business model. Are we on the same page? So the last part is the revenue streams. It must be very clear, what and what will be generating revenue to your business, okay? The value you captured, or the value you are proposing, how are you generating money from it? What does it mean to you? Sometimes someone is, let me use an example from my own business, one of the businesses that I've worked on. The plan was to set up a processing company in agri space. That is the primary focus. But the other part is, while I'm processing and I'm making money from the product I'm processing, the other part for me was to be rendering consulting service in agri to people in that same space. So as I'm earning from the products that I'm selling, that I've processed, I'm also earning from the training, the advisory service to other guys in that space. So you can see, in a way, I'm not from just one product, I'm now creating additional revenue streams such that at the end of the day, I'm able to maximize my profitability. So in your own business as well, what are those streams of revenue, stream of income that you want to make? So you must be very clear. They are not going to be accidental along the line. You are very clear with all those things right from the beginning. And that is what says to you that at the end of the day, you'll be able to make money or not. Don't forget, running a business is not about activities. I've seen so many businesses, I must be honest with you. You see people trooping in and out of that business on a regular basis, but the bottom line is suffering. Have you ever seen anything like that before? The bottom line is suffering. So what that means is they are not so sensitive to their cost. They are only interested in the fact that they are making money, people are coming in to buy. But where money goes to in terms of cost, they are not sensitive to it. So your sensitivity to your cost structure as against where money come into your business is very critical to the success of your business. On that note, if we're all on the same page, I would like to get us into different groups. My master of ceremony, how do we go about it? Initially, I was thinking about sectoral groups, but I don't know if that can work. So, okay, we do tables. Okay, so how many tables do you want us to do? Or we just do row by row? So I was told we're already in groups, row by row. We know ourselves, right? Eh? Who is saying no? So.
Okay. One house. Should we retain the groups that we had on day one? So where are your group members? Do you know where your group members are? Hold on, ma'am. We'll get back to you. So those of you that have groups, please gather around your groups. Please gather around your groups. Your group leaders, call for your group members so that they can join you. Yeti Banti is just 2 people that is in your group. Where are the rest? All right. For those of you that were not here on day one and you do not have a group, please stand up. If you're not here on day one and you don't have a group, please stand up. You don't have a group, please stand up. Please, if you don't have a group, follow me. Let's create one group together. I'm your group leader. Which group are you in, ma'am? Please join your group. Please join your group. This is an activity. This is the reason why we are here. What group are you? Okay, so ma'am, do you have a group? Do you have a group? No group. All right, let's create one group here. All of you that don't have a group, let's create one group here. So please ensure that your bags is with you. Please. Do you have a group, ma'am? This is the group, ma'am. This is the group that we created. So please lift up your chairs, join the group so that your facilitators can assist you. Pathfinders, please move closer, take your chairs so that when the facilitator comes, he can give you insight. Join the group. Does everybody have a group now? I said anyone that does not have a group should follow me. And if you don't want to join any group, look for any group that you like their faces and join. Yes, people have already gotten group. There are some groups that are just 15 people here. Look for them, join them. Ma'am, which group are you in? Alpha was longer than this the other day. Where are your group members? You need to recruit more members into your group. Are you selfish? Only you want to be the one to enjoy the group. People behind you do not have group. You could not recruit them. This is the marketing we are talking about. Gentlemen in the middle, what group is that? Sorry? Synergy, you are just 4 and you are happy. No, this group is too small. Look for members to join you. You don't have group. Join Synergy. Join Synergy. People at the back, which group are you in? What group is this? I'm going to shout. Gentlemen, what group are you in? No, you cannot be. Join a group. Go and look at the faces. If you look at them and they look like winners, join their group. Achievers is too full. Thank you. Achiever is too full. All right, sir, I think. Sorry? I didn't hear you. I can't hear you. What group is this? You cannot just create a group, sir. That's not the intention. You either join a group that is small so that you can function better. We cannot make the facilitator to run around 500 groups. It defeats the purpose. So I think we're ready.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. We now have how many groups now? Plenty. Okay. But to make it snappy, because of time, so what we are going to do is, one house, please, one house. At our various groups, what we do is we need to assume a company, a business, or someone can volunteer within that group to use his or her own business. So for that business, we are going to create a BMC, business model canvas, using this template. Of course, apologies, we may not be able to give you A4 plain paper right now, but you can use your books. You have your writing materials with you. So please create something like this, a business model canvas for that business. Like I said, it could be a new business that you just jointly Group A Nigeria Limited, for instance, and you agree within yourself that Group A Nigeria Limited will go into manufacturing, agree on what you want to process. And, with that, you can go through these 9 blocks. I hope that is clear. So it's either you create a new business or you use someone's business in your group as an example to create this business model canvas. So you are going to spend 20 minutes doing that, and thereafter, the group head or the group rep will come out to present in less than 2 minutes. So I hope that is very clear. So the starting point is you want to agree on a business. It's either you are creating a new business, an imaginary business, or you are using someone's business in your group. Based on that, you create a business model canvas using this template on the screen. Does that make sense to everyone? So after that is created, within 20 minutes, a representative of each, it depends on time. It could be 3-4 groups that we present, but at least we are going to have like 3-4 to present. So you are going to present that for 2 minutes each. Does it make sense now? My people here, it seems we are still struggling with something. We're on the same page now. So we are good, right? So if we are all on the same page, your time starts now, and we are going to spend 20 minutes to do that. Our Oga, you are our timekeeper, please. Exactly 20 minutes, we will stop. Okay.
When it's 5 minutes to go, I would announce that we have just 5 minutes. Please, if you have questions, feel free to raise up your hand. The facilitator will come to you. Ladies and gentlemen, 10 minutes is gone out of our time. I'm seeing a lot of arguments. I'm not seeing a lot of agreements. Hello, groups. We have 4 minutes left. 4 minutes left. Don't forget to give your group a name for those of you that just created your groups. And then select a representative or two that will represent your group. Present your business model canvas. And you have 3 minutes now. If you are done, feel free to tidy up as we are going to start the presentation. If you are done, let's tidy up. We still have our class on business plan, writing a business plan. So we don't want to eat into our time because fundamentally that will impact the competition that we're having. 1 minute, 30 seconds more. Achievers, Yeti Banti, Progressive, July 8th. Where are the rest? I just added winners. There's a winner group. What?
Exceptional.
Team Alpha. Exemplary already. Exemplary. And this is a new group. Oh. The rest of you that I owed. Exemplary group are ready. Please, if you are ready, come outside. Come outside.
That's highly encouraging.
Send your representative.
Highly encouraging.
You can.
Please. That's great.
My stage assistants, ushers.
No, come to the.
Where are the mic?
You are sharing this.
I think we should just do one. We don't have enough time. Just one is fine. No, we're coming to the. Okay. Oh yeah, go and collect prayer.
1 second.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, your time is up. Your time is up. Send your representative. If at the count of 5, your representative is not outside, your group will not present. If at the count of 5, your representative is not outside, your group will not present. 1, 2, 2.5, 3. We just need 1 representative. 1. 1 representative. Ma'am, excuse me, ma'am. No. Yeah. Excuse me, ma'am. So we are lining up. Okay. No, don't worry. So of them. All right, 5. Ladies and gentlemen, can we settle down, please? Can we settle down, please? Ladies and gentlemen, there is enough space in the aisle, so please spread out. There's spaces there.
We do have more than one representative.
Please, we are looking for just one representative, no more than one.
Okay.
If we decide to stay here till 6 p.m., would you like it? So we are managing our time. That's why we decided to do this. All right? Please, please spread out. Yes. I'm sorry, I can't help you right now. Please, what is going on in front? This does not highlight most of the things that we have been taught since the beginning of our training. Excuse me, ma'am, are you presenting or not? Excuse me, sir. If you're not presenting, please excuse us. There's enough room here. Please spread out. All right. Are we ready? Where is the lady that came out first? Please give her the mic. You have, ladies and gentlemen, can we settle down? It's becoming too rowdy. All right. So we are going to receive your presentations now, and may the best man win.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. This is an exemplary group. As we all know, water is life, because water is our business. And our value proposition is that we need water to quench our thirst. And nobody that can do without water. So that is part number one. Our key partners are Sun, NAFDAC, the people that brings our nylon to us, and those are our key partners. Then our key activities is to produce a pure, clean water that is conducive for and edible, that you can take without falling sick, that we go through purification and filtration. Then our customer relationship is affordable to everybody, both the high-income earners, the low-income earners. They can afford our water. We take them to the hotel, we take them to everybody, and we make it very easy and bring it to your doorstep. Then our channel is through our drivers. We give it to you through our drivers. We give it to you through our workers, because it is a teamwork. Then our customer segment. Oh, we pray for our customers in as much as we try to tell them the value of water, and they still come to us irrespective of the situation. And they even help us advertise to others to come and get purified, clean water from us that has gone through NAFDAC and Sun. I hope with these few points, I have been able to convince you and not confuse you that water is life. And you cannot do anything without water. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Please appreciate her. Okay, no revenue.
Let's have one house, please. I know we are charged. I know we want to support our team, but essentially the goal is that we're learning. This is not just for your group members. There are other group members that might have water business, for example. They should be able to learn something. Don't worry about the people presenting. They have them covered. All right? So please, as you're chanting and encouraging your team, have it at the back of your mind that people are learning. Okay? Thank you very much.
Yeah, please appreciate her. Warmly. We need to make it snappy, but at the same time, let's just learn from it. Very fantastic. I like the energy. However, your channels, I'm not clear with it. I know you said you use drivers. What does that mean? So,
convey the water
okay, you said you use drivers, you use for your staff.
Yes, to convey it, for instance, to an hotel. So all these hotels that request for water from us, both bottled water or the pure water.
So you use hotels.
We supply them in the hotel.
Do you,
so we use
do
our
you focus on individuals as well?
Yes, I do.
So
that is where our staff comes in.
Okay.
They cover it to them.
So the whole essence of this is just for us to fine tune, whatever we are doing so that we can make necessary adjustments in our individuals BMC.
Yeah.
We didn't hear anything about your revenue. He said, that's the main cocoa. That's the end point now. So we didn't hear anything about it. It's just for you. You may not need to answer now, but it is very, very critical.
Important.
So once again, please appreciate her. So the next person.
Okay, my name is Adra Agbemi, representing the winning team. We are talking about soilless farming. So soilless farming, our key partners is SPA, Lagos Hub, and Market Square. So the key activities is greenhouse. Greenhouse, our value proposition is fresh vegetables, free from pests, organic and non-seasonal. So our customer relationship, we have the personal assistance, then the key resources, we have the farmers, the greenhouse, and then the seed. So as you all know, definitely before you can, what we are trying to avoid, we don't want to plant with sand, soilless. It's just about planting with maybe water, that's hydroponics, or every other materials. So our channel is, you come to the store to come and pick. You come to the store to pick or direct delivery. That means it's either you come to us or we deliver. We don't deal with individuals like final consumer. We take it down to store, more like supermarkets, eatery. Those are those that we deal with, not the final consumers. So those one we do the ABC left for the product. Then the revenue is sales and subscription. So when we sell, or some persons maybe early in the year, some persons will subscribe. You subscribe. Then no matter what happened, you are covered. Maybe by January you bring up your subscription, you pay your subscription, and after 3 months, when the vegetables are ready, you come for your pickup or we deliver to you. Then
17 seconds more.
The key okay. After the key activities is the greenhouse. Then our revenue is our revenue we are starting with 10 million naira.
Your time is up.
Thank you very much. Appreciating once. Thank you. Please, this speaks to our pitching. We need to be sensitive to the allotted time given to us. Otherwise, you won't be able to get to the main, the main thing that you need to communicate to your audience. Like we couldn't hear a number of things that you have with you that you needed to communicate because of time. So in a presentation like this, where you only need 2 minutes to present to us, you do not need to go into details. So you are trying to explain a number of things to us, which may not be necessary because of your time limit. So I think that's the main point I really want to pass on to you. But thank you so much for that value proposition. Okay, the next person.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Jamia Konji from the Pathfinder Group. And our business this afternoon is cosmetology products and services. Our value proposition is standard production practice, is the Sun and NAFDAC, and there are suppliers like Sisters Products, Ramjasa Investments, and Sonity sales at Alaba. And our key activities majorly is production, consultation, purchase, and sales. And our key resources majorly are shea butter, coconut oil, and oil, then all production items and materials. While our customer relations has to do with after sales service, home service, do online training and physical training and exhibition. And for our channels where we take our products is we do direct sales, we do social media, and we do referrals too. So that's our channels of production. And our customer segment majorly about male and female, middle age, and people with their needs to do skill rejuvenation. And for our cost structure has to do with our purchases, rents, logistics, salary of our staff, and tax to government. While our revenue also has to do with our sales, both physical and online. So that was our consultation services and a workshop that we have people that we train. So these are source of revenue, and these just the captures of.
A round of applause for him, please. Thank you. I think the only thing I didn't hear is how you are acquiring your customers, how you retain them, and how they also refer your service to other customers. But it's just for you to take proper note of that. But that was fantastic. Thank you. So the next person.
All right. Thank you very much. My name is Akinlabi Hassan. I'm from the Achievers Group. The name of our company is Achievers Farm Technologies. And our value proposition is to create sustainable agriculture in terms of how we're able to boost food security, food sovereignty, and food safety in Nigeria. So our focus products, so basically doing that, we'll be supporting in creating solutions towards SDG 1 and SDG 2, which is no hunger and no poverty and zero hunger. Then we also want to aim at discouraging GMO crops and GMO food products. So our product is fresh, clean, and well-packaged tomatoes and pepper. So our customer segments, we have the eateries, markets, women, restaurants, supermarkets, and other multi-stores that can sell our products to the last consumer. So our customer relationship is basically business to business and business to customer. That's B2B and B2C. Our customer channels are basically haulage through the haulage system, and we'll be using some other communication channels to reach our major targets. Okay, our key partners, we have NAFDAC, we have Ministry of Agriculture, IITA, haulage companies, NGOs, and CSOs that are focused on food security in Nigeria. We also are looking at our key resources. So basically, as we are going into sustainable agriculture, we are looking at every way to ensure that we are managing our waste, and as well as ensuring that everything we do is sustainable. Hence, we'll be using solar energy systems on our farms to ensure that we have all year-round production, which means irrigation will be all year round. We'll be able to produce our product and sell to the market. So our key resources are solar energy systems, and we also have some systems to preserve our tomatoes from going bad. Then we have our packaging machines. We also have well-trained resource persons that will be using in the factories that will be working. Our key activities are cultivation, branding, packaging.
Your time is up. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Appreciate him, please. Thank you so much. We won't be able to continue with this presentation. We just got an info that we need to vacate this all in another, say, 40 minutes or less than that. So this the remaining people will present tomorrow morning by the special grace of God. So please help me appreciate all of them that have come out to present. Thank you, guys. We really appreciate you. And I hope we've learned one or two things about our business model and how we are going to capture it through BMC. So within the next 15 to 20 minutes, we are going to quickly run through this business plan guide. The goal is for us to individually be able to write our business plans. So, and before I start, I like to encourage you to make it so simple. Don't complicate this business plan writing of a thing. If you do, you are going to be frustrated along the line, and you may not be able to write your business plan by yourself. This is just going to be like a simple guide that we want to follow. And if you follow this simple guide, you will be able to write your own business plan by yourself. And the whole essence of taking BMC first was for this to feed into your business plan. If you do have a good understanding of your business model as captured by your business model canvas, you will be able to write your business plan easily. So, a simple business plan. What is the contents of a simple business plan? What are the different elements of a business plan? If anybody has written a business plan in this class, or you've read through a copy of a business plan, you would have seen that the first page, which is the front page of a business plan, carries first on the top right-hand side, your business logo, right? Then under it, you have the name of business, the address of your business, and probably the contact details of that business, such that looking at that business, business plan on the front page, I could see clearly, this is the name, this is the logo representation of that business, and this is the address, okay? And if I need to contact you directly, I could see the phone number or email address on it clearly. So when you now go into the main body of that business plan, the first page of that business plan is, what would you see on that first page? Anybody? Quickly, don't forget we have about 20 minutes. So the first thing you are going to see on the first page is what we call executive summary. But in writing a business plan, despite the fact that executive summary is the first page, but it will be the last one to be written, because it's like the panoramic view of the entire business plan. And if you have not written your business plan completely, how are you going to summarize it? So that first page is the executive summary, but it is the one to be written last. For a startup, a small business, like we have some of you running your own small business right now, your executive summary must not be more than a page. Big businesses, they can be having maximum of 2 pages. But for a startup, what are you writing in your executive summary? People that will read that executive summary do not have that kind of time. Perhaps they only have 1 minute to glance through that executive summary and decide on whether to support that business or not. So it is just like a page. And this is what most of executives that you are going to connect with in that business, that is the first thing they will read. Most of them will not even read any other thing about that business plan. So you want to summarize effectively well on that one page. Does that make sense? And like I said, it's the summary of all elements, all aspects of your business being captured in that first one page. Does it make sense? So the second part that you can talk about is description of your own business. Of course, that business is just like what we've captured in our BMC. You have that value that you want to offer your target customers. Am I right? So what is that value? What is the focus of that business in terms of your mission statement, your vision statement? What exactly do you want to achieve? Something that describes that business. In fact, in a very short form, people even write the story about that business. What led them to running that business? What led to giving that business a name that is given to it? But in a very summarized, approach. So that is about describing your business. I think at this level, we must be able to describe our business. Is there anyone in this room that may not be able to describe his or her own business? Can we move on? Okay. So the next is your market / the industry you play in. You may not be able to excel if you do not understand the market you want to play in. No matter what you are selling, someone selling, what example can I use here? Say that again. Gari. You are selling Gari in Lagos. So Lagos is your market. But Gari is sold almost everywhere in Nigeria. Your market is Lagos market, but your industry is the entire Nigeria. Does that make sense to you? So, despite the fact that your immediate market is Lagos, what is happening to Gari in some other states in Nigeria may have direct or indirect impact on Gari in Lagos. Is that a fact? So, like I said, Lagos is your market in this case, and the entire Nigeria, different other states, because you can actually start selling Gari in Lagos for the first year, and subsequent years, the next 1 or 2, you want to extend it to some other states in Nigeria. So first, you need to know the peculiarity of Lagos market, which you are focusing on at first. What is happening, with people in Lagos? Who buys Gari? You see working class men that buys Gari, or women, or, what is the trend in Gari space, particularly in Lagos, which is your target market? You must have that good understanding. So selling Gari in Lagos, who do you focus on? So what is their taste? What's their demography? Where do they live? What's their lifestyle? So that your marketing strategy, how to reach them, you can capture it well, and you're able to reach them accordingly. The value you've created, which is Gari, you're able to bring it to their doorstep. So understanding of Lagos market to be able to sell your Gari is critical to the success of that business. The next thing is the industry. Like I said, whatever is happening to Gari in 36 or 35 other states in Nigeria is likely to affect sales of Gari in Lagos. So that understanding is also critical to you, and that's the industry knowledge. Sometimes in doing this, you may need to do a bit of market research, which is very critical. And in doing this, you may need to do primary research, because in Nigeria, sometimes it's difficult to get data. I don't know if you've tried that and you get stuck. But the reality is you can use both secondary and primary data source, to get what you need in terms of research about your market and your industry. But that true knowledge of what is happening in your market and in your industry is very, very important. Take, for instance, I've seen a number of people that will say, in their projection, I want to grow by 20% on a yearly basis. I'm doing 5 million this year. By next year, I'm going to do 6 million naira. That's, like 20% growth. But in reality, the industry he plays in only have like average of 5% growth. So if you are preaching to an investor with that mindset, investor will be interested to know, what do you want to do extraordinarily to be able to outsmart your industry that is doing 5% growth? You want to do 20%. It is possible. Don't get me right. Don't get me wrong. It is possible. But what exactly do you want to do that other people are not doing in that space? And it is actually achievable. But you must come from that understanding to convince your stakeholders. Does it make sense? So industry knowledge, your market knowledge is very, very important. Are we on the same page? So we can then move to marketing or sales strategy. In this case, we agreed yesterday that marketing is critical to your business. Are we on the same page on that? Because no matter how fantastic that idea is, no matter how fantastic your product is, if other people, if the target customers are not getting to know about it, how are they going to feel it? How are they going to buy from you? So you must be able to be very clear in terms of your marketing strategy, how you want to first to get people, your target customers, informed about what you are offering, how that product or service can solve their problems, can meet their needs. So it is then when it gets to them, they are aware of that product, that they can now decide, oh, I'm going to buy from you. And it can then get to that level of sales. You need to market first before you sell. Are we on the same page on that? So you get that product known to your target customers, then they can now decide that, oh, this is fantastic. It takes care of, my challenge, then I'm going to buy it. So your marketing strategy, you must be very clear, whether in terms of, we know all those details about your marketing strategy. Then competitor analysis. I tell people, there is no any new business. There's no any new business idea anywhere. Time does not permit us. Because I remember some years ago, I came back from the UK after my master's, and I saw a business idea that was making money in the UK, and I was like, oh, I've never experienced this in Nigeria. So I was coming with that, that mindset that, oh, I'm coming with a new idea, to make more money in Nigeria. So while I was discussing with a developer that would develop that platform for me, website and all those stuff, it was taking some months. Before I knew it, I just saw that exact model, exact business idea was launched on NTA as a big one. And I was like, wow, all my. So the point I'm making here is the fact that there is no any new business idea anyway. But your understanding of other players within that space is critical. This is where you use your knowledge of SWOT analysis, your strengths, your weaknesses, your other opportunities and threats. So you want to know what is the problem, or what are the players? What are those players in that space? What are they offering currently? How are they offering it? How do I want to offer my own? What is the gap? Are they stronger than I do? What is their own strengths and what is mine? Is there any difference? Do I have an edge over them? Right? So you need to be able to do the analysis clearly so that you know who you want to compete with and the strategy you are going to use, such that your customers will see a difference in you. Because there's no point if I've been patronizing Winner Group, for instance, and the other group is coming up with a similar product or service that Winner is offering me for like 2-3 years. I'm not likely to leave Winner if it is exactly the same I'm getting from the other person, except there is a little difference. And this unique, what do we call it, USP, unique selling, it's not necessarily about product. It's not necessarily about quality. Sometimes it could be because of your excellent service, extra touch you are giving to, how you are engaging your customers. It could be that people will appreciate more and say, oh, it is this new person that I'm going to deal with going forward. So your understanding of your competitors, full analysis of, and don't say I'm the only person. Like I said, you cannot be the only person. Sometimes it may not be a direct competition. It could be a case of someone can provide an alternative to what you are providing. Can someone give me an example of that? It is not exactly your own product, but an alternative to your own product, such that if your own is not, it's not even, it may be available, but probably not attractive enough for that person, he can easily go for the other one. Bread and yam are not, so there's alternatives like that. You need to be aware of all those things as well. It's not about just direct competition. Think about, people that can provide alternatives to your own product or service, and how are you competing with those ones is very, very important. Then your products and service development. Of course, product development sometimes has different stages. As a startup, you may start from what we call MVP, right? What is MVP? Minimum viable product, MVP. What that means is what you are hitting the market with, the first product you are hitting the market with based on your understanding of your customers' need, what they expect from you. That first product, don't forget, the reason why you have, let me use iPhone for instance, iPhone 1, iPhone 2, iPhone 3, it's because our needs, continue to increase. My need today is not likely to be the same tomorrow. So the first set of people that used iPhone, perhaps they gave some feedback. Oh, if we could get ABC added to what we are enjoying, that would be, fantastic. And they will get feedback from customers like that. The first set of customers, oh, you want this. They also, and they could see common denominators, a number of people want this. The next one, they are going to drop in the market, will now contain, all those additional features. So the first one is MVP, right? What they tested market with. The second one is now like an upgrade. So in this case, your product development, are you at that MVP level? What is your customer expecting at that level? It's not something you just decide on your own. You are engaging them. You must have engaged to know, okay, these are the basic features they expect from my product. From my service, this is exactly what they want. But it continues. After that first one being introduced to them, you still need to get them engaged, to get their feedback so that you can upgrade and you keep, advancing, and you are on top of the game in that space. Don't forget, even if today you are seeing yourself as the best, everybody knows in the country or in Lagos State that you are the best in that space. It means everybody coming into that space, you are the one they want to beat. I hope we're on the same page. You are the only person they want to be. They are not seeing any other person in that space. And we're going to strategy now. The reason why they say if you are the CEO, you are not working in your business, but you are working on your business, is the fact that if you are here today, your own role as the CEO of that business is to be thinking about where next do I need to take this business to? So your own thinking is at that strategic level. And if you are very busy, only, running up and down on a daily basis, you are the Mr. Operations Manager, you are the accountant, you are this. I know this thing has levels. You start from being Mr. All. But the reality is your target is to get to a level where what you are doing is overseeing the growth of that business. And you are thinking about how do we take this business to the next level? Because if you remain at that spot, you are selling so well, you are making so much money. Once the newcomers understands your what do we call it the other time? Unique selling points. You are out of business. Even if you are not out of that business, you are not making as much profit as you used to make. So you need to continue to think about that business. So I think we have our technical man. Let's quickly check the last two. Okay, so of course, we've talked about operations. Let me talk about management team here. Please and please, the last time I talked about 80% of your success lies within your team, not about the technicality of that business that you know. So in most cases, you may have a fantastic business, in fact, a fantastic business plan. And one could see the profitability, how fantastic it is. But if you do not have a team that could deliver that fantastic business plan, it's a problem. So an investor who is seeing your fantastic business plan, who is interested, oh, this business is going to grow at this rate, at this profit margin. The next thing he wants to check, what is the experience, the cumulative experience of the team members? Do they have what it takes to deliver this business plan? So what that means to you is in your business plan, you must capture your team members, their experience as it relates to what you want to achieve in that business. In some cases, you do not have those people currently as your team members, but you are saying you are bringing in this kind of skills, this kind of experience to be able to deliver on ABC. So you are capturing it already in your business plan as, your projection. But don't leave that aspect to only yourself alone, just because you are the only one doing it right now, because only you cannot deliver what you say you want to deliver at the end of the day. So that aspect is critical. Then financials. We all know, Yoruba, we say, this is critical, very important. You must be able to, we talked about figures yesterday as language of any business. So you must be able to capture your, first, your startup. If you are just starting your startup capital, what is going to be the startup cost? What do you need to get that business started? It must be captured. Then your income statement, what do you project that you are likely to make from the experience of business model canvas that we did from your revenue stream? You'll be able to capture, oh, this will be my income, my sales, right? And from the knowledge of cost structure that we talked about, you'll be able to talk about, oh, these are my likely expenses. And the difference at the end of the day becomes your profits or the other one, but we all owe for profits. So at this point, we need to stop. It feels like we should continue, but the time does not permit. So thank you so much for your attention and for running this show with me. Thank you so much.
I think that deserves a better round of applause. Not only do you know your business model canvas, you also know how to draft and prepare a business plan. As a matter of fact, the facilitator has given us a template that we're going to share with all of you, so that by the time you're coming here tomorrow, you're coming with your own business plan. There's an aspect that he did not touch on while we were discussing. We talked about taxation. So it's something that we will beg him. You people should beg him. Beg him to come back. So we are begging him to come back between now and tomorrow and Friday to just touch on that tax aspect so that we can have a comprehensive financial literacy. Please, let's put our hands together for him again. I wanted to give you people gifts, but you have received so much gifts. So let's move on. Let's move on. Let's move on. Maybe I'll give you the gifts tomorrow morning. First come, first. So the final session for today is a man that you already know. I like to call him the emotional intelligence doctor. Right. So we had the privilege of having him, and he did justice to that topic. Did he not? Did he not? So today he's coming in to take another aspect that is equally important. He's going to be speaking on Design Thinking 101. We've taken Strategic Thinking 101. Now we are going for Design Thinking 101. If I were you, I will grab my book, I will grab my pen, I will open my ears to hear everything he's saying. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as I make welcome Dr. Akinpelu.
Good afternoon, everybody. How are you doing today?
Dr. Akia Kimpel is a dream releaser for kings and C-suite leaders. He's an official member of the Forbes Coaches Council, performance coach, development consultant, and author of several books, including the award-winning 7-Star Teacher.
I watch Ake with a great admiration because he's somebody who believes in himself, and his love for education is very obvious. He's a great intellectual.
And the newly released From the Street to Forbes. Its purpose is to discover, develop, and deploy people and systems to their full potential. He's the CEO of Akia Kipelu Learning and Development, an innovative consulting, training, and research-driven company demonstrating expertise in the service industry per excellence. Dr. Akin sits as the lead at a rodeo hub, an organization geared towards raising a new generation of educators that will transform the educational sector in Africa.
I still believe he's one of the best teachers I've ever come across. We had this program where thousands of teachers applied, and he was one of the 50 that were chosen.
Dr. Akia Kimpelu is a seasoned educational consultant and visionary leader with a keen sense of forward thinking and shaping the global educational system. He possesses about 20 years of extensive experience in leading, designing, developing, and implementing educational programs in different spheres, which include corporate, nonprofit, NGOs, and government agencies. He's a respected scholar, consultant, and educational leader among national, regional, and global elected officials.
So Kianikel was very real. She presented sources. It was easier for me to relate to the person.
He has consulted for many organizations and addressed millions of people in talk, training, and coaching throughout Nigeria, Ghana, the United Kingdom, Canada, Finland, Sweden, Estonia, the United Arab Emirates, the United States of America, and many other countries worldwide. He has helped to facilitate development.
You see, saying our quality we bring for you.
City collaboration and public-private partnerships and cooperation amongst communities. Dr. Akia Kimpel and public audiences and campuses on subjects that bring about immediate changes and long-term results. He has consulted for Guaranteed Trust Bank, Stanbic IBTC, 9PSE, Lagos State Government, Osun State Government, African Leadership Academy. He has addressed epoch-making events with the United States Consulate Office, Professional Business Gatherings of Dubai, Martin Luther King Jr. Day, and more.
Andre. Exceller, who is now great entrepreneur, so much together. You know, me and this man, we have some things in common. I used to be an excellent Dr. Akia, mentioning institutional board that your system is complete, that you have to be great and then catch on it.
Quest for Knowledge Fox is his trademark, as he holds a master's degree and MBA from one of the top 2 best universities in Africa, the University of Lagos, and proceeded for a PhD in educational leadership from Trident University, the United States of America, and his second doctorate in strategic leadership, honoris causa, from Miles Leadership University, in which all these rest on the bedrock of a Bachelor's of Science, also a partner of OARD and partner for TC Resource Technology in the United Kingdom with partnership systems from Amazon, Google, MySQL, Tableau, and APM, which is the United Body of Project Professionals. He has been endorsed by global figures like Brian Tracy, John C. Maxwell, Scott Gerber, and many others. Ladies and gentlemen, with a standing ovation.
Don't worry, don't mind them, don't mind them. Just sit, just sit. Let's stop there. All right, thank you very much. So I'm glad to be here again this afternoon. Let's appreciate our progressive leader, Honorable Dio Israel. Come on, let's see, without him, I would not be here. So clap very well. If you are not clapping, I will suspect you. Thank you very much, sir. If you have ever read his profile before, it would take you almost 10 hours. I'm sure you know that. So these ones are just for the boys. He's the real deal. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you. All right, so I'm glad to be here. I had a good time with us 2 days ago, right? Yes. So we have a short time today, but it's going to be very, very practical. So I want to see how I can run with you in 30 minutes for what I should do in 6 hours. And you can see that's a very difficult one. What I should do in 6 hours, design and systems thinking would take me not less than 6 hours. It's something I go on a retreat for with organization for 3 days. But want to do it in 30 minutes. So it means that you should be able to give me the best of your attention and respond very, very fast. And as usual, you see me jump around and start moving, you know. But let's do a little recap. I want to be sure we got the message. So what did you learn the last time on emotional intelligence? 2, 3 people. Let's start from there. My dear ushers, if you're not tired, can I have like a microphone? Thank you. So let me see the first hand, second hand, third hand. Okay, one hand, 1. Who's the second person? 2. Oh, we're having women talk today. Then 3. Let's go with 3. Ushers, can you come quickly? There's somebody here. Look at me, Usher. Usher, look at me. The lady with the biro on her head there. Okay, give it to her. Give it to her. Yeah. Yes, I remember you. Talk to me. Give her a working microphone.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
You taught us about emotional banking.
Emotional banking.
Yes, how we can deposit.
Eba, you mean, right?
Hello. Yes, Eba, sir.
Yes.
You know, how we can deposit into people's life emotionally, and also how we can withdraw.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I remember you very well. Thank you. Please clap well for people when they talk. Who's the second person? There's a man here. Remind me your name again. Mr.
Good afternoon.
Adegboye, right?
My name is Mr. Adegboyega.
Okay, Adegboyega.
Yeah, you let us know that we should deposit on somebody. That if you are deposit, we should know the kind of things we are depositing in
Inside
somebody.
there. So like you now, what would you like to deposit in people?
Yeah, I would like to deposit my knowledge.
Your knowledge?
Yes, on people.
Okay, thank you. Good feedback. Let's appreciate Mr. Adegboyega. Then there's a lady here. Yes, look at her. You were not in class. No. I said what we learned in class. So who wants to say something? Okay, look at the man in front of you.
All right. So apart from the EBA, the EBA aspect, I learned the rice aspect that you spoke about. You talk about the fact that people, that's where that people are not naturally mad. That people learn to be mad. So what does that mean? That in as much as you are trying to deposit to others, you should also be conscious of your own emotions also.
Of your own emotions. Thank you. Okay, extra class. Just 30 seconds. Give her. The lady that wanted to speak before. 30 seconds, quickly. Hi.
Sir, At the end of the day, I was able to control my emotion in order for me to achieve my goal. Based on your topic, Gabby.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Do you want to scream it out? Okay, there's a microphone.
Yeah, we talked about sensing emotions, smelling emotions. Like the stimulus, you talk us about action speaks louder than voice. Like you have to your shoe, yourself someone else's shoe, and feel the way they'll feel. The empathy must be there. That day you nailed it. You nailed it.
Thank you very much. Okay, so that's good. So that helps me to know that we were able to get something. So I have a trainer with us who will say something about it for about 5 to 10 minutes. A part of it that is missing that we take into systems and design thinking. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Coach Jola Grace. She's a trainer on emotional intelligence in the UK, and she will just do that very quickly. Maybe if you clap for her faster, she can walk faster to the stage. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. How are you? Okay, good. So I think he said a lot, and I'm sure that, like somebody said, he killed it or he nailed it. So it's just going to be like icing on top of the cake. But very quickly, how does emotional intelligence affect us as entrepreneurs? Some of the things that we need to be aware of when we're talking about emotional intelligence and what we do as entrepreneurs is, number one, you have to be self-aware. I'm not going to just sit on this. You need to know who you are, right? In terms of when you're relating with people, sometimes we make emotional decisions or we respond emotionally because we don't know who we are. We are not sure of our identity. Being sure of your identity is so important, knowing who you are. So if I ask you now, if I go around the room, I don't have time to ask you, who are you? Some people will say, oh, I'm the CEO, or I'm the MD, or I'm the admin or something. You will mention your titles or your task, but that's not really who you are, because who you are is different from what you are. And if you just focus on your what and you don't focus on your who, then you're going to run into trouble when you're dealing with your customers, when you're dealing with your clients, because you're going to be projecting what is not, you're going to be projecting your own issues on them. So you wake up in the morning and you're going to work and you've had some issues at home. And you get to work and maybe the gate man or somebody at the door doesn't greet you the way you think they should have greeted you, and you lash out at them. And you just start, getting angry, and then you transfer that aggression to everybody there, right? So you're getting angry because you think that this person looked at you in a funny way, or this person didn't address you the way they're supposed to address you, but it's not really them, it's your own issue that you're bringing from home. But when you know who you are, okay, I'm special, I'm phenomenal, I'm intelligent, I know what I'm doing. If a customer comes to you and they're asking you questions, sometimes the question is just a simple question. But because you're not sure of yourself, your identity is not intact, you get angry. Why are you asking me that? If you buy what you want to buy and go home. There is no fight, right? If you're sure of who you are, you'll be able to scale over that and serve your customers with expertise. Second thing is relationship management. You need to build and maintain a relationship with your customers, right? And you need emotional intelligence to do that. Because like I said, if you don't know who you are, you will not be able to have that relational intelligence to handle your customers and the people that come around you that you work with. The third thing is decision making. How do I make decisions? Do I make decisions based on my emotion? Okay, I don't like this person's face, or I don't like the way they're looking at me. They didn't really greet me properly, right? You can't be emotional when you're making decisions. Now, I'm just going to jump and talk about adaptability, because I saw on there, I'm adaptable, I'm innovative, I'm growth oriented, I'm resourceful, I'm an entrepreneur. So let's stay on that adaptability for a minute, right? The fact is, in life, things will happen to you. I say to people that you cannot control what happens to you. How many people agree with me that you can't control the happenstance in your life, right? But the fact that you can't control what happens to you, sometimes we allow the things that are happening to us to control our lives. It's because of this, that's why it's this. Because of that, that's why it's that. But the truth is, even though you can't control what happens to you, You can control how you respond to it. So the fact that somebody looks at you funny, or somebody didn't respond to your email on time, or somebody didn't answer you the way you expected to answer, I'll give it back to them. You are self-sabotaging. Because at the end of the day, you might have lost a business opportunity, you might have lost a potential client, you might have missed out on something you're supposed to learn that will help your business move to the next level. So when you're talking about adaptability, it's important for you to note that I need to always put myself in a position where I tell myself, no, that person has chosen to behave like that. How am I going to respond? And sometimes situations will happen to you that you didn't expect because you made an error of judgment. How many of you have made a mistake before? If you've never made a mistake before, I really want to be your friend because I think you have something to teach me. We've all made mistakes before, but how many of you have allowed, or how many of you, has your mistake made you stay on one spot for a long time? You say, I made this mistake. It's because of this mistake. I can't try again. I can't do it again. You are stuck because of the mistake you made. And in life, whether in businesses, whether as families, whether as an individual, you will make mistakes because mistakes makes us human. Yeah? As long as you're a human being, you will make a mistake because you are not perfect. But the fact is, you cannot allow your mistake to get you stuck in the rut. So I'm going to share quickly with you 4 things that you need to do to rise above your mistake that will help you become adaptable in your businesses. Number 1 is to reconcile with the mistake. So I made a mistake. Oh my goodness. I was supposed to speak to this person. I was supposed to attend this meeting. I went for that business meeting. I didn't prepare. I'm supposed to prepare. I did this. And then you know when you do that, and then you are sitting down, you are thinking, you are wishing to go back and you do it again. Guess what? Your mistake happened when? In the past. That word is very important. So while you are reconciling with your past, first of all, tell yourself, this thing that is bothering me, it happened in the past. And I cannot go back to the past to do anything again. Who wish they can go back to their past and redo some things? Like, everybody wants that superpower, but you cannot. So you need to first of all reconcile. Say, listen, sit down, call yourself to a meeting, G1 meeting, call your name and say, come, sit down. This thing has happened. We cannot go back into the past and change anything. So I'm reconciling with that mistake. I'm accepting it. The second thing is I'm investigating that mistake. How did it happen? How did it happen? Was it that I didn't prepare very well? Is it that I didn't get enough information about this decision I was supposed to make? Is it that I trusted somebody that I wasn't supposed to trust? I didn't do my due diligence. That's why I invested in this business. How did it happen? Put on your detective hat and begin to investigate what happened. How did I find myself here? Then once you've done that, you know what I will help you to do is to elicit lessons that you've learned from that particular event. So, okay, if these are the things that happen, then that means next time I won't do this, next time I won't do that, next time I won't do this, right? So reconcile with the mistake, investigate the mistake. Now, the S there, because I'm going to use RISE to describe it to you, right, is to actually begin to strengthen what you have left. Because sometimes we focus so much on the things that happened in our past that we don't realize that, yes, I've lost some things. What about the things I have left? So your staff left you, this one left. What about the staff that are remaining? Strengthen the present. And the last thing you need to do is to examine the relationships in your life. Because we rise and fall on the power of relationships. Thank you very much.
Was it that powerful? Clap, 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 clap. Can we scream thank you to her? Great. So that was very important as a recap, because one of the things I like to do as a trainer is if I teach you something, I want to know how much you actually learned. Then I do a recap with you, then we can move to something else. So this evening, we're going to move into what they call systems and design thinking. Unfortunately, I'm being told that the slides are not working. And I actually took that 10 minutes to see if they can quickly do that slide, but it's not working. It's difficult to actually teach you systems thinking without showing you something. But let's just see the way we can do it together. So I want to affect your psychology. Try not to move around. Just give me 15 minutes. I'm done with you. Just give me 15 minutes. It's not a long class. 15 minutes and I'm done. Thank you. So if you can If you're going, just stay 15 minutes. That's it. So this is the idea around design thinking. I want to teach you how to solve a problem. If you have a problem in your business, in your career, in anything that you're doing, how to solve problems. See, you would always get into problems, you'll get into trouble. You're going to see a few things that happen. Sometimes when you set what you set out to achieve is not what you're going to beat. Your structures can be there and well suited, but you get into some point, you see some challenges, you have to go back to your strategy. That strategy and structure would have to move together. But what do you do when you hit problems? And the problem is this: as you're going on your way now, you see, if I arrange these three things, look at this speaker, this moving headlight, this speaker, and this lectern. I've arranged it. I have said to myself that this is how I'm going to walk past this. Look at this. That I will go like this. I will go like this. I'll go like this. This was my plan when we were thinking. When I got here now, I didn't know how to go to the other side. Are you with me? There's every tendency I would tell myself that from here, what should I do? Should I go like this or should I go like this? Now, the moment you begin to say, should I go this way or thinking, it is really good. Well, you know the funny thing, you cannot make a decision at where you are. And this is the reason. Because if you ask yourself to go this way or go this way, you cannot tell whether the decision would affect the three things that you have built. Are you with me? So there's something called systems thinking, that before you will make that decision, you have to look at the systems that you have built and check if there will be anything that will affect these three things that you have built before you go further. Because you may be so goal conscious that you are telling yourself that all I want to do is just get to the end of the place. Have you noticed that sometimes, let me give you an example of what I'm saying. If you become a local government chairman or you become something and you say that, okay, I want to give food to people who are hungry. So you carried 1,000 food packs and you gave people food who are hungry. Have you solved their problem? You know, another person will come the next day, will give them food again, right? It means that you have not, see, there's a systems thinking that goes into solving problems, not just temporary solutions. Or else, this is what happens. You are going to be providing temporary solutions for yourself and you have never solved a problem in your life. You see, I have a lot to share, but I'll just share one slide. I think I probably have about 40 slides, but I'll share one slide because of the time that I was given. And I want to share what is called the iceberg model. Everybody say iceberg model. I need to be sure we're together. Say iceberg model. Beautiful. Now, can you go back a bit? Can you go back? Is it possible, or this is just, is it going to move? Can you go back again? Beautiful. Now, let's assume I want to solve a social problem. Look at this. I want to solve a social problem. And the social problem, you're going to bring this as entrepreneurs to your business. So I have to look for one thing that can connect everybody together. If I say that many teenagers don't finish school, they don't finish school. That's the problem that we are facing in an entire state. Or you have a business problem, and I'm not selling enough, I'm not making money enough, customers are not coming enough, I'm not scaling in my revenue. So that can be your own issue. But I'm using a social problem. Many teenagers don't finish school. If I ask you questions, why do teenagers don't finish school? You give me many answers. Can I get some chorus answers? Why do you think teenagers don't finish school? Teenage pregnancy, one. I know that's the first thing that we hear. Teenage pregnancy, family problem, poverty, financial constraint. This side. Parenting, peer pressure, rascality, drug abuse. Now, very good, very good. There's no time to go around. Look at this. Now, I asked you a question. You gave me all the problems. Somebody can look at this problem and say that the only way I will solve this is that let me go and buy notebooks and start sharing for students in the community. So you can see that there's no brain in making such moves. Although people can look at you and clap, but you have not solved any problem. Go to the next slide. I'll show you something here. Next slide very quickly. Just help me small. Just press it if it will move. Thank you. Now, if I want to analyze what we just said, look at this. Many teenagers don't finish from school. There's a way I can explain this thing. I can look at it from a point of effect, and I can look at it from the point of a cause. Now, there's something called effect, and there's something called cause. So if a tree is bringing out bad leaves, are you getting me? You just don't go to the leaf and cut it off. The problem is not the leaf. The problem is from the root. Does that make sense? So you don't solve real problems except you go to the roots. And that's what systems thinking that leads to design thinking, that's what it helps us to know. So from the fruit perspective, what people see, why they don't finish school, you say, oh, there's high pregnancy rate, there's high drug abuse, or maybe they got into prostitution, there's alcohol. You can give many reasons for that. But do you know that if you check between the things that are causing that, they are deeper than what you see? For example, it could be that the parents don't even encourage them to go to school. It could be that the community does not even have what you call role models to prove that people went to school and they came out well. It could be that people who came out from school, they didn't have jobs. Of what use is it for them to go to school? A parent would rather say that you make more sense to me, go and sell Monday to Friday. At least that one can feed us every day, than for you to go to school for 6 years and we are not sure whether you can make it out of life. So there are deeper problems to that. So that brings me to the slide that we are in. Go to the next slide. If you ever want to solve any business problem as an entrepreneur, a career person, or whoever you are, this is the best model that I am going to tell you. And this is it. The thing that we see, they are called events. Everybody say events. Events are just what we see, what everybody can see. This is the problem. I'm not making money in business. Business is slow. Nobody's helping me. You see that? Those are events. And events are not the real thing. Events are just what is happening. You see what is happening and you just feel, oh, this is my problem. Oh, actually, that is not your problem. Your real problem requires deep thinking. And one of the problems of Africa is that we don't think. 60% of us don't think. 25% of us think that we are thinking. Then the remaining 15% actually think. That's why we don't solve our problem. So somebody can give you money today. By next month, you are down again. So somebody gave you 1 million naira for your business, and by next month, it looks like no money passed into your account. Why? Because there was no systems thinking or design thinking that went into what, rather than share slides, I want to be able to explain it in a very simple way for you to understand. So these are effects. Now, below the blue lines, if you look at the blue ocean now, below the blue lines, there are three things that I want to explain to you. Number one is this, there's something called patterns. Everybody say patterns. Everybody say patterns. Now, give me on the slide, the person on the slide, please, can you go to the next place that has this? Keep going forward. I want to give you a vivid, I only have 10 more minutes. A vivid example of cold. Go further. Something that looked like where you just left. Keep going, keep going. Keep going. Just keep going, keep going. Don't worry. All these things you are seeing on the slide is already what I'm telling you already. So it's just English. Can you keep going? So the first thing you will find is patterns. There are patterns that are producing events. See, if you just go and deal with the event, the thing will produce itself again in another 1 week. It's like when you tell a child, don't touch something hot. You are the one that knows that something hot is not good. The child will still return back. Until he has an experience, he would not know that he should not put his hand. As far as you are beating him to not put his hand, he thinks you are doing him a disadvantage. There are patterns that will always produce a kind of behavior anytime, any day. Anytime, any day. So those patterns, they are like trends. So if you want the first way to solve a problem, you are getting close. Where I have the second iceberg model, okay, stay here. The event could be that I'm always catching cold. Now, I said what comes after the blue line is called patterns. Remember? Patterns are like the trends that produce the events. A good example is you just said you are catching cold. You are catching cold. The pattern to that could be that you don't sleep well. I hope you know that if you don't sleep well, how many of you have had cold before and your doctor told you don't use anything? Let me see your hand. They tell you don't use anything. What they're trying to tell you is that all you need is what? Rest. There are some kinds of cold that will never go no matter the syrup you take. That you are not sleeping well. It means that if you use antibiotics today and you cure that cold, in the next 3 days, you still have cold. Because the problem is that you don't sleep well. So it means that not sleeping well is a pattern. Do you see that? And it is powerful that it can always replicate itself anytime, any day. So for example, if you have a pattern of bad money management, financial management, you sold something today, it entered into your hand. That's from your business money. You are buying bread, La Casera, Andy Gurana. That's what from the business money. And you will come at the end of the day, you say, I don't even know, this business is not progressing. Please pray for me. It's not prayer you need. There's a pattern. I'm telling you that by next month, you still be broke. I hope you know that a lot of money passes through your hand, but you don't know. A lot of money passes through your hand. Do you know how much you have spent on Coke, shawarma this year alone? Put it together. Patterns. If you have a bad money management skill, you will not be able to keep anything together. It's the power of patterns. Number two, under patterns is there's something worse than patterns. You think patterns are the most dangerous? No. There's something worse than pattern. It is called structures. Everybody says structures. You see, where patterns are operating, structures are stronger. It means that, you see, if you get a behavioral psychologist to now help you to say, I don't want to be spending money anyhow, and they help you. See, there could be a structure that is sponsoring those behaviors or those patterns. For example, you know, this person started with a cold, and pattern says that he's not sleeping well. Now, structure could mean that, look at this. This guy is always stressed at work. So, for example, if you work with a tech firm or something and you are in engineering, you know, or in the security department, they don't sleep at all. The kind of work that you do requires that you get short sleep. You don't sleep at all. Even when you are sleeping, so you will get an email in your sleep, and by the time you wake up, you open your system, alas, you will see that email there. So there's a structure, and you don't have another work to do. You have not gotten another job. It means that as far as you are on that job, you will never sleep well. And if you will never sleep well, you continue to have cold all your life. Because there's a structure that is more powerful than behavior. Is this helping you? No, it's not. Is this helping you? Good. More stress at work, not sleeping, not eating well, difficulty in accessing good food far from your home. Or some people just say, I just eat junks. I don't know where to get good food. I eat junks. And it will do a lot of harm. Now, if you think you see an event and patterns are powerful or underlying structures are powerful, there's something that is more demonic than patterns and structure. It's called mental models. Everybody say mental models. And that's where I want to spend time more. I have just 4 more minutes. Mental models. You see this one? Even if they take you to Nasfat and pray for you for 21 days, there's nothing that can change it if you have a bad mental model. If they carry you to a place and they put a hole in your head where they are pouring anointing oil, and it's entering through your head, not that it's staying on your head like this, that it's entering direct, that there's nothing you can do. You see, that mental model tells you that you will never change. You are the same yesterday, today, and forever. It's called mental model. Here, you are catching cold, you are sleeping less, you have a work or a job that does not make you to sleep well. Mental model says that, these ones are now beliefs and their values. Your beliefs and your values, and they are very strong. It's more than assumption. So there's some of you here that you believe that you will never make it. You understand? But you came for this training. Let's just see whether it can happen. But me, I know that in our family, we don't make it. But let's just go and see. At the APC say we should come and do training. Let's just go there. Let's just go there. See, I'm telling you, if you're like that, you will never make it. How does that, is it, how do they say in the skit? You can never make it. You are a failure. See, your mental model is very important as an entrepreneur. It's very important as a business person. So this is how you want to do it. So let's pick one business problem in 2 minutes. I have 2 more minutes. One business problem, and let us run it through this, what you call systems thinking, that leads to design thinking. So let's assume somebody does not make enough sales. You don't make enough sales every month or every week. You don't get enough customers. Now, that's the event. What do you think are the patterns of not making enough money? Because this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you an assignment. You're going to pick the problems that you have in your business or in your career presently. Are you with me? And you're going to run it through this model. So write it down. Write these things that take me now to the model. Take me to the iceberg model itself. Maybe you can snap that iceberg model. Can you help me with the model? Media. Just run it through and you see that part of the slides and just click it. So you're going to pick your own problem and you want to analyze your own business problem, your own career problem. Put systems thinking, very deep one, into what is happening. So if you are here, you don't have career, you don't have business, at least you have life. So you look at the problem in your life, and you are able to solve. You see, if you learn this thing once, you will use it all your life. I use this thing almost every month, almost every week of my life. This is how I solve problems. I use it to solve problems for organizations. I've solved problems for KPMG, many organizations, with just my iceberg model. It's it's not the only, but one of the most powerful tools that I've ever engaged as a person. I will allow you to snap it in case you need it. So give me one business problem, everybody. Okay, we said that you don't make enough sales. What do you think are the patterns that could affect that? Patterns, please talk to me. Ushers, I need microphone. Just help me to be fast too. Thank you. What's going on there? Oh, okay.
One thing that can cause low sales is lack of customer acquisition and retention.
Lack of customer acquisition and what does that mean? Acquisition and retention.
You are not getting enough customer. If you're not getting enough customer, you cannot make sales. That's literally.
You are not getting enough customers. Good. So that's a pattern, right? Good. Next person.
You may not get patronage if you don't advertise.
So you're not advertising.
Yes, if you are not doing your advertisement or your branding is not good too.
So I have a question, but don't answer me. I want you to think about it. Take the microphone. There's somebody there. Here. What advert does Alabukun do or 7-Up? I'm coming back to you. That's a business scenario. Just think about it, you answer me later.
If your business is not in the right location,
Or crayfish.
if your business is not in the right location, there's every possibility that you don't make enough sales.
You might be in the wrong location.
Yeah.
Very good. So those are patterns. Okay, let's have one more person here. How are you? I've not seen you today. Well done.
When your products are bad or when you cannot meet up with the customer demand.
Maybe you have bad products.
Yes, when it's not okay.
Your product is not okay.
When the customer is not satisfied with your product.
Beautiful. So
You
is that a
don't go for
pattern
it.
or is that a system? But
it should be a pattern.
It should be a pattern for you.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Let's have this, my friend here. I was wondering, that's what you wanted to say too. Beautiful. Now, what should be the systems around that? You're not making sales. We have seen the pattern, the trends that are making you not having customers. Now, what will you call the systems? What is influencing the patterns, related to it? So let's go to systems. It gets deeper. Thank you.
Poor market segmentation could have led to.
Please explain to us in layman.
Okay, should I say poor customer segmentation? In that, let's say you have a business and then you want to set the price. You would actually look at what set of people would patronize me if I set the price at, say, price XYZ. Let's say if I'm to sell pure water, if I'm to produce water, actually, I could segment the market and say I'm going to supply sachet to this market and then bottle water to the banks or maybe what they call dispenser to companies. So you've segmented your market in the line of your product. So if you've not segmented properly and you want to sell bottled water to maybe people at a certain location and they are not buying, so you have poor sales.
So no segmentation. Thank you very much. Next person at your back.
Good afternoon.
Yes, sir.
Poor product.
Poor product.
Yes. If your product
Is that
are
a system or a pattern?
That's a system. If
It's
you
a
have
system.
poor
Explain.
quality of product. Yeah. Let us assume I'm producing plastic bottles.
Yes.
Yeah. There are some designs that doesn't have something like this on the body. And if the bottle is too light, then it's frozen quickly, even if you put it inside freezer. So that will lead to people that buy the first experience, they will not come back again. It's as simple as that. That is poor product.
So even when they show up, it will still be bad.
Yes.
Okay.
Because I'm not producing quality enough for them to
Quality.
satisfy their needs.
I see your point. I see your point. Thank you. One more person. The microphone. Where's the microphone? Okay, give this man.
The system, when you don't have a marketing strategy down that you use to promote your product, it will lead to poor sales.
No marketing strategy.
Yes.
No marketing strategy. Thank you. Can you scream it? Government college. Okay. Government policy. Please explain. Exchange rate that is not stable. Yes.
It affects the sales.
Okay.
That's the government policy and all that, and maybe the law or the environment and the weather too.
The economics of things. Okay, that's beautiful. Thank you. Okay, last one. Lack of what? So you're not setting goals. So there's no goal for the business. And what happens to somebody who does not have a goal? Have you seen somebody playing football and there's no goal post? Then what is a goal? How do you know that you are playing football? How do you know when to leave the pitch? There is no goal post, so there cannot be a goal. Does that make sense? Let's go to mental models. What are the values, assumptions, and beliefs that shape people's minds that no matter if they are getting it right at their pattern level or the system level, explain mental model around not getting good sales, not having sales. Mental models. Now the hands are lesser now. Let's go with you. Today the MC is not after me. So I think she's saying I should take my time. Continue. The MC is not after me. I think I should take my time. Continue. Oh, somebody feels that he's not good enough. So
when you don't believe in your product.
You don't believe in your product. So
Yes.
why are you selling it?
It's a mindset.
It's
There
a
are some people that
mindset.
you are trying to sell. I can say I'm selling this, but even yourself that you want to patronize or you want to sell to someone, you can't even convince the person to come and buy from you because you'll be like, "Oh, shall I buy?" You're not even sure of what
You're
you're
not
selling.
sure.
So it's sometimes a mindset.
Okay. I get you. Beautiful. Let me hear something else. Let's hear somebody who has not spoken. There's a man at the back. Sorry, don't worry. At the end of today, you will not need to go to the gym again.
Good evening, everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some people are actually they have the mindset of if there's no money, I can't reach out to people. They believe in advertisement so much that they forget they can do their best in reaching out to people with the little they have. But once there is no investment from other people or large sum of money, they don't invest in the business at all. So automatically it kills whatever growth is there. To the
Beautiful.
business.
Beautiful. Thank you. Let's take this man here. Auntie. You must really like this man. This man does finish speaking. Give him microphone again. Continue. Let him talk. Let him talk.
A defeatist psych.
Eh?
A defeatist psych. If you have a
Defeatist
psyche,
psych.
yes,
Okay.
that already, no matter what you do, you are going to be defeated.
You're
So
going to
you
be
can never make it.
You will never make it. You are a failure. Okay. Auntie, look at my hand. Auntie, my hand at the back there. Yes. Then you go to that larger at the back.
Now, in response to that, one of the things that I think is mental issue here is whenever you do things and you do this window observation, window test, thinking others are the problem, that are not accepting that you might be the problem. Like saying, so that kind of mentality, not actually looking inward to see, are you exactly the problem? Is the product the problem? Trying to shift the blame to others. No matter what you do,
Still a
this kind of
mindset.
mentality too.
Still that mentality. Thank you. Give a larger at the back.
Okay. Lack of strong vision in the midst of
Lack
of strong vision.
Confusion.
Strong vision.
Oh, strong vision.
Yes,
Okay.
you as a business person, if you do not have a vision of where you want your business to be, if you are limiting your business to this particular place that you are, that because I'm staying in Ekpe and my business can only remain in Ekpe, so definitely it will lead to no sales because there are sometimes there are businesses probably it's a value that you are rendering to those people. There are sometimes that you have to transform or change a particular location for your business, but you stays in that same location after they've already gotten that value.
I get it.
So definitely.
I get the point. Thank you. Move straight to that lady on brown there. Yeah. People who have not spoken today, spoken today. Please calm down. Thank you.
Pride.
Pride.
Yes.
Talk to me about it.
Okay, so when you feel like nobody else can give you advice about your business, like it's only you, and since it's your business, every other person, whether it's your staff or a friend, they cannot tell you what to do because they feel like they're not doing the same business as you are currently doing.
Solid. Pride. Thank you. Thank you. Fantastic. Give my sister there. Yeah.
If you have refused to embrace change, particularly technology advancements in your business, can definitely affect you.
Well, you don't go for changes. Is that what you wanted to say, right? Oh, yeah, say it. You don't need microphone, say it. That's it. That's a pattern, mental model. You can't talk except you have microphone.
Okay, actually, selling the wrong products at the wrong place.
Selling the wrong product
at the wrong place.
At the wrong place.
As in even the wrong season.
Even the wrong season. Give me an example. Give me an example.
Probably down. You are in Amatan. When I said water you will sell less.
Is that Amatan, right?
Yes. Now,
is that true? This man has not spoken today. I don't know people that have Qatar and they only drink cold water. If you are like that, let me see your hand. You see? See? Okay.
Poor understanding of target marketing. So when you're
poor what?
Understanding of target marketing.
Target marketing.
So when you're targeting the wrong market for your product, no matter how you target that wrong market, they're not going to buy from you.
See, thank you.
I'm into travel consulting. So
okay.
there are particular people that are not going to travel.
Okay.
No matter how you reach out to them, they're not going anywhere. They don't even have international passports. And you're trying to sell travels to them.
I see.
So,
Target. Thank you. There's a lady at your back. We need to put this to a close now.
I want to ask, how does this system, people are not saying anything about servicing. You're just saying products. What about people that are giving service?
Services.
Yes.
So you answer that.
I'm asking.
I'm asking them questions. So they've been saying product.
Yeah.
You want to talk about services, right?
I'm asking, how does it?
Okay, how does it do with service?
Yes.
So are you in the service industry?
Yeah.
So if values and beliefs, they are the same across products and services. So for example now, what do you do, madam? Let me diagnose you. Let me do free diagnosis for you.
I'm an event person.
An event planner?
Yeah.
Okay, so give me one problem that event planners do have.
Like, probably you give a quotation to somebody now for your event.
Just give me one problem statement.
Okay, they could tell you that they were getting it lesser from another person. And
people want cheap stuff.
Yeah.
People want quality, cheap stuff. So that can be a problem statement. So if we pick that, we will run it through the same thing. What are the patterns affecting people? Why are people wanting free things? Number one, they don't have enough money. Number two, it could be that somebody is convincing them that they can get it cheaper, and it's not true. So that's how it works too. It will run through the same thing. So by the time you get to the systems behind it, you'll find out that even people who do less quality stuff, they want to drop their prices. So it runs through whether product or services, you can run it for yourself too. And that's why I said that pick a problem statement in your business and run it through this. I am interested in your responses, and I'm interested in the answers. So what I want to do for me today is this. Send me a DM. Get me on Instagram. I am Aki Akipelu. And if you're on LinkedIn, perfect. Look for Dr. Aki Akipelu. But if you're on Instagram, I am Aki Akipelu. It's a very safe spot. I would really want you to work on this. Do a systems thinking on a problem statement in your business or your career or in your life. And I want you to be able to give me answers. If you're an email person, just do hello@theakiankipelu.org. So hello@theakiankipelu.org. But you can send me DM online and we can do that. I think my time is almost up. So ladies and gentlemen, I've had a great time with you. This is my final session with you. Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate you guys. See you again next year at EDET 2025. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Dr. Aki. I believe we can still beg him to come back. Should we beg him? I am begging. Doctor, sir, we are begging you to come. I am begging you. The end of today's session. Did you all enjoy yourselves? If you enjoyed yourself, put your hands together for yourselves. You have been fantastic. Tomorrow we'll continue. But then today we have a lot of assignment for you. Importantly, is the business plan assignment. We are going to share the template of your business plan to your emails. So if you did not register, you have just been coming here. I don't know what to say to you. Find a way to register so that we can get your emails. We will forward that template to you and you will be expected to come here tomorrow with your business plan. Whether or not you qualify for the pitch, it doesn't matter. The facilitator will be here to review the business plan with you. So it's going to be a practical session and I hope you keep it with us. Like I said, we'll also have a tax conversation around finances. It's very important, so also do not miss it. We're going ahead to announce the names of those that have been picked for the pitch competition first thing tomorrow morning. So if you're thinking ahead, prepare your business plans already so that when we announce it, you can go ahead and submit your business plan and then we can move ahead with that. Does that make sense? Who is coming here early tomorrow? Who is coming here early tomorrow? Oh, that reminds me, the gifts I said I wanted to give, I'm giving it first thing tomorrow morning. I will make sure that people are not plenty before I'll give them. So if you want my gift, make sure you come early tomorrow. Thank you, Lagos, and see you tomorrow.